rooftop, bro. A one-family house roof.
4
Something
foot
super small.
Trickle charge shit at night, but the thing is just to get rid of the whole battery idea at night. We're like, oh, we gotta have this huge battery bank to power shit at night. Nah,
just go to bed.
The battery banks aren't even that big that you need to power a house nowadays. Like, it's not really taking that much space up, dude.
Dude, if it's just, dude, I just know it took me, 24 freaking batteries to run just a mini split and the fridge and the TV and like a few little things. That's off grid, so I don't know exactly what it takes, but I knew exactly what it takes. But it's 24 batteries,
Anywhere you store the
batteries.
Any electrical thing you use, anything you use to store the power is going to be take up space, dude. What do you think's not going to take up space?
I'm just talking about like then you need the rare earth minerals again, rather than a high water, just the water falling and creating hydroelectric from the extra power during the day from the solar.
You don't need those rare earth minerals for the batteries though. There's so many ways to do batteries without that. One way is to do electrolysis on water. Use the energy you make to do electrolysis on water, store the hydrogen from that, and now you have your battery. That's a battery. Or you could make sand hot. That's another battery. Or you could literally move anything to a higher elevation, rocks, water, whatever you wanted. That's energy. That's your battery.
Yeah, that's the best one, I think.
You don't need the battery kind of idea anymore.
Yeah, right. Hot sand's good too. If you got mirrors during the day, once that shit gets hot, that'll work for a week or something on it. Stays hot forever. I mean, not forever, but a long time.
What you're saying is you want to live on a volcano.
Have you guys seen that gravity light that the guy made for people so they could read Africa? And it was basically a sandbag. You fill up a sandbag, and its weight creates enough electricity to light a light. So
of course,
it's your
the Glober
energy.
would be talking about a gravity light. Just saying.
Whatever. Your sick little putrid accusation is fallen.
Hold on, we're right in the middle.
You literally said it yourself that the Earth is a globe.
Hold on, Dan.
You are the receipts. Who is that piece of crap?
Dan,
Call him
hold
out.
on, Dan.
Who is it?
You
have the receipts.
Dan.
Oh, it's Blog. He's already been called out. Get rid of him. Get the fuck rid of him, Jeremy.
Dan, I'm not going to be able to do anything if you're freaking out. So
okay,
just let me handle it.
People that are accusers are weak little fuckers.
Dan, why are you not
quoting what you said?
No, you're isolating something that was demanded upon me, which you can hear. It disregards anything I've ever really done or care about, which is important to you to disregard me to protect yourself, which makes you a weak little piece of shit.
Guys,
we were in the middle. Genius in the Jubilee video. Yeah, really.
Dan, let me handle this, please. Dan, please let me handle this. Like, I'm not going to be able to take care of this if you don't let me.
All right, so you're not going to get rid of him, so I should.
If you don't stop, I can't say. You're not letting me say anything to even take care of this, Dan. Please, just give me a second so I can handle this. Guys, we're in the middle of a convo. If you want to attack Dan or whatever you're doing, like, do that shit somewhere else. All right, do it in DMs or another server or something. I don't care. It's not here. We're in the middle of something. The gravity battery is a real thing. I'm not a Glober, and the gravity battery is a real thing, dude.
Maybe don't get your information from Dan.
Like, dude, bring that shit somewhere else, man. Please, we're right in the middle of a convo here.
Or you could ask them to justify them calling someone a Glober to satisfy their own little weakness. Think about it.
You literally said it. That's why.
Someone can stream it. The clip I posted in the chat, someone can stream it, we can all watch it.
Does not represent what you're saying it does.
Well, the people should watch it for themselves and find out.
They should. And they should also watch the rest of what I've done or what I say. Dipshit. You don't give a fuck what I say.
Oh, don't
30 million views.
Don't start tearing up. Don't start tearing up. It's not that serious.
Why are you being so triggered over these obvious retards?
I gotta temp mute you guys. We're right in the middle of a electrical discussion about electricity. Okay, if you guys want to do this, like I said, go somewhere else or do it in DMs or something. But we're not bringing the VC there. Okay.
Fine.
Yeah, and nobody cares.
Dan, what were you saying about the? Hold on,
Jeremy, you
guys.
want to get into
Arwen.
Let's just bring it
crocodiles
back,
climbing
man.
We
trees?
don't care.
We're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. We're off of this, and we're going on. We're going to carry on where we were before. Now, what were you saying about the gravity battery, Dan?
Nothing. It's not important. I posted it. It's just that there's going to be new ways of both creating and using. The idea of keeping the same infrastructure is the failure. What's an interesting thing to look into is the 5% growth rate. Like if we were starting a new community and we go, what growth rate would we like? Or if we're looking at the Earth, our reproductive rate, I think it's around 2.5 or 3.5% that we grow as a number of humans on Earth. But if you take a 5% growth rate in either a new community or your existing community, and let's say we banked on it, as growth. So 5% sounds humble. But if you take something like infrastructure of water coming in or waste, water treatment or electricity use, in 20 years, that doubles. So if you think of where you live, and if you only had a 5% growth rate, it would be unable to maintain itself. So we do have to really address the abundance in the electricity and how many different ways there are now, because we can't handle to just keep growing with the same infrastructure. You can't hold it. The pipes aren't big enough. The wires aren't big enough.
Yeah, I mean, for obvious reasons, you want to get rid of natural gas. That's just grid is probably a nightmare to maintain just for the natural gas part. You got natural gas leaks. It's not even safe. You know what I'm saying?
To be honest, I heard natural gas was going to be hugely abundant after it never happened. So I don't know if it's just a hassle to collect and move or if it's only where they're fracking.
No, it's because it comes from Russia. They have so much natural gas, it could literally supply the entire world for hundreds of years. That's why
would you know something like that, Arwen? Do you have like Freemasonic ties? Where are you getting that info?
I'm sure that's just the official story they put out. No.
Oh, we're getting fed the official story by Arwen.
Who the fuck are you? What are you even doing here?
What are you guys doing, man?
Okay.
Come on.
What are you doing with your live streams,
All you
bud?
seem to do is just whine and bitch about other people in the chat. You seem like trolls. Why are you here? And seriously, Jeremy, why are
you're
these
not the troll,
assholes
right?
not banned?
Yeah, come on,
Why
guys.
are
If
they
you
not
guys
banned?
can't join the conversation and be productive about it, just don't even open your mic,
He just
man.
changed his name into Dan is a Globetard. Like,
yeah,
why
Jeremy,
aren't
get
you
rid
just
of the
banning
fucker
him?
or become the pussy that this place doesn't need to be full of pussiness. Get rid of people like
okay,
that.
hold on, guys.
Ban
first
him.
of all, Blob, you need to change your name. Okay, that's not acceptable.
Yeah, why are you?
Can I get a 24-hour ban if I even talk?
I need you guys
They
to
are
stop.
obviously disruptor trolls. Kick him out.
I know this is the set. Just hold on, guys. We'll give him 3 strikes like baseball, guys. That was the second strike right there. Stop.
It's not. You let him on the team. You fucking know.
Just relax, Dan.
All right, relax, coach.
Why are you pitching to him at all? Just hit him. Hit
That
him.
was the
Throw it
second
at his
strike.
head. Hit him. Get him on base where I can knock him
Dan
off
wants
the
to
base
attack me.
and be done with
Guys,
this shit.
please, man, please. Look, guys, last
You're
chance, man.
supporting it. You're sitting there going, "Let's give him another chance." Okay.
Yeah, three
Dan,
strikes, man.
Stop
3
getting
strikes.
teary-eyed, bro. Chill.
It's not that.
Listen,
it's just that
you guys-
reality means something to me. Petty
Stop threatening me with
accusations
physical violence,
don't
Dan.
mean anything to me.
Fuck you.
Dipshit. Wish.
Man,
Dipshit.
they're trolling
Throwing
you,
wish
man. Don't
in.
you see it,
Go
bro?
away.
They're trying to get under your skin and you're letting them do it, bro.
No,
Don't let
I'm
them do
on
it.
Jeremy's ass because he's here and he's available and he's going, "Don't worry about it. He doesn't mean anything.
I'm telling these
It's
guys
So now
okay.
you're
Dan,
attacking
He's one
Jeremy.
of us. He's one of us. There's a we."
Why are you telling Jeremy how to do his job?
Dan, please.
Because
if it happens again,
he
hold on, guys.
obviously doesn't take this seriously enough.
Oh,
I do take this
okay.
seriously.
Okay, then why is Arwen telling you
Dan,
it's
you're
a
interrupting me,
disruption?
Dan.
Why are you having to be
You're
told
causing a
that
disruption right now.
disruptors
You're
are in your
interrupting
midst?
me, Dan.
Right?
Okay, look, he's
Why are you guys
out
trying to
now.
control the
I
narrative?
understand it's
This
a
is public
disruption.
indecency, Dan.
I understand it's a disruption. I've spoken to them about it. If they do it again, guys, please don't do it again. If you do, I'm going to have to moderate you. You're messing up the convo.
They've
This is
already
2
done
times.
Sir
it 4
Jeremy.
times since last you gave them that warning. okay?
I'll listen to Jeremy. I
They
won't listen
keep
to Dan.
addressing us. They keep talking about it. They're here to troll exclusively. That's all they're here
Arwen,
to
you're
do.
not
They
a part of this, bro.
added
Chill.
to a conversation one time.
Arwen, you're the troll here.
Could we ever just address the
Can we get
subject?
back to the
What
convo?
makes
Yeah,
me a
let's
glober would be the subject, wouldn't it?
You said
Your
you
own
said
do
you're
we
a
have
words.
to
glober.
do
No,
that though?
what
I mean,
makes me a glober?
You said
Think
the
about
Earth
what you're
behaves
saying.
like a globe
Okay,
and measures
so
like a
there's no
globe.
evidence of that, dipshit.
Oh, so why'd you say it?
I mean, guys, this isn't productive at all. This is what you want to do.
So this
Just
is
Yeah.
not
otherwise
their
lying
Yeah,
through his
we were
I'd
on
teeth
like
right
to
now. That's the
expedite
issue.
the removal of
Not their
idiots
third
from conversations. Yeah, it's exactly what I'd like to do.
Yeah, you're trying to silence me.
mean,
'cause I'm telling
Why
the
there's
truth.
haven't you
not a
been
lot of
removed yet
places.
then?
No, I'm trying to
How
make you
This
be
is not
accurate.
their third strike, Jeremy.
Trying to make him be accurate, not
Well,
silence
Dan
him.
brought it
Think
here.
about
Dan
that.
brought it
I
here.
asked
I
him
wanted
to
to get back to the
explain.
electricity, and Dan brought it here to this.
Wait,
So
since
this is where
when
we
were
are
you a
now.
pitcher, Arwen? What do you know about strikes?
Accusations should have substance. They should. Period.
Right, you're on your period. What happened?
Finally, some
I'd
peace
really
and
love this
damn
to be a
quiet.
magical place. I really,
Hey, Jeremy,
wish.
see now how there's literally no more productive conversation? Because you refuse to act.
Why don't you
Productive.
start
Thanks.
a productive
See, now it's just
conversation instead
them
of
whining to
complaining
us,
to
and they're just
Jeremy?
here to shit all over the place.
You're
and that's all
literally
that's gonna be
whining.
there until you kick them out.
What do you want to talk about, Arwen?
Not
We
anything
were
with you in the
talking.
room.
We were talking about progressive future and use of energy. Holy fuck, what's wrong with
And you blew your top off for some reason, dude. Just
No,
chill.
I
For
was
some reason.
Candles are the future.
derailed. I was derailed deliberately by you.
I didn't even do anything.
Well, I'm sorry, not you, the other asshole.
Yeah, sure.
You're
Yeah, we
just
really
being an asshole
derailed that
now.
truth train you guys were dropping.
Well, I'm sorry,
You
we
had
were
some-
talking about something for real. Did it
Oh,
bother you?
totally.
Did it bother
Totally.
you? What
No, I
bothers
think
you
it
so much?
bothered you,
Let's
though.
just
It
get down
bothers
to
that
this.
we're at
What
peace, and we're
bothers
just
you
having
about
a
me,
amicable-
Blob? What do you got, Blob?
You're a LARPer.
Oh, explain that. Because I've
Yeah,
put
you're
out
a
a
globe
lot
card.
Why are
a
you
lot
still
of
talking to
effort
them, Dan?
and a lot of hours
Why?
to
Yeah, it's kind of weird
represent.
that someone
are
who put
you
so much
talking
effort into
to
flat
them,
Earth is
Dan?
actually a glober.
Stop talking
Isn't
to
that
them,
weird?
Dan. Stop talking to them, Dan. Stop talking to them, Dan.
Concern
Stop
trolling.
Arwen,
talking
relax.
to them, Dan. Do you understand?
Dude, chill.
talking to
Stop
them.
trying to micromanage everybody, man. Since your fucking server.
Yeah.
Can we just get back to the electricity
Arwen's
thing,
getting
please?
secondhand
No,
triggered
dude,
right
stop,
now.
bro. Stop. Can we just get back to the electricity thing, please?
Yeah, enough of this stuff, guys. That's it. No more, please.
Yeah, bring back the China propaganda, please.
That's better than this, man.
Yeah,
I know,
talking
that's
about
what I'm saying.
it's better.
Jeremy,
That's
I
my
got a
point.
magnet. Yo, check this out. I got something. Jeremy, I got a magnet motor for you.
Is it made of cheese? Please tell me it's
I
made of
don't
cheese.
even believe it because I don't think you can do the circle. So,
But
let's
check,
see it.
I'm not saying here. Check. Let me post it, and you be the judge.
Are the blueprints out for the magnet motor or what? Because if they don't put blueprints out, automatically just don't even believe it. Like, don't come at me with no magnet motor unless you got blueprints or a schematic or whatever the thing to make it is called. The instruction manual, like something.
Judge for yourself, bro. Check out the vid. I saved this just for you, brother.
Found the blueprints.
There's a U.S. patent apparently, so we can verify it. I haven't verified anything. I just found it recently.
It's basic, man.
It looks pretty freaked out if it's real. Like, I doubt it's real, but if it is, it's something.
Arwen, what blueprints are you working on?
Stop talking to me, dipshit.
That's
Nothing.
rude. He was trying to have a conversation, and you just completely
Fuck
threw an
you.
insult
Stop
at
talking
him.
to me.
Stop the
Whoa,
trolling, guys.
dude.
You're in a VC and you don't want people to talk to you. Why are you
Yeah,
even here?
that's right. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking to me, asshole.
Whoa.
Guys, I need you guys
Arwen,
to take
relax.
5. Glob and wish. Glob and wish. Guys, just take 5, man, please.
Yeah, maybe
Rob,
he's
this
just here
isn't
to
the time,
listen.
Rob. Rob, your mic's terrible.
I think Arwen needs to take 15.
Shut the
Like,
fuck
we're
up.
not even triggered.
No, seriously, man. I need you guys to take 5. You're just instigating and shit. Blob's on mute. Just go with mute on Blob for a little bit. Come back. If you can join the conversation and be productive, then feel free. All right.
I don't get why they got
What
a
you
hard
gonna
on.
do about it, Jeremy?
Why do they have
What
a
you
hard
gonna
on?
do about it?
I just don't get the boner for Arwen. It's fucking weird.
Exactly.
Did you watch the video, Jeremy?
Yeah, I don't believe it, dude. I don't believe it. Like, unless there's
Yeah.
blueprints on how to make that thing, I'm not buying any kind of you went in a circle magnet motor thing.
He posted the patent number. Look up the patent number. What? Come on, dude.
Check
Don't
out
be
the
lazy.
Does
patent
it tell
number.
you how to? Does it tell you the instructions on how to make it?
I told you I didn't check it. I just found this recent. Whoever
Depends
wants to
how
go
Something-
down the
competent you
rabbit
are at
hole,
reading.
there's the patent number right there.
Someone
No, but
check it.
this is easy to understand. Come on. The only limitation is
It's easy
the
to
main.
understand that when you.
The
It's
only
easy to understand,
limitation.
and SE knows this, that when you do magnets in a circle, there's an equilibrium point. SE, you know this.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
always
when
talk about
the
that. Yeah.
magnets run out, magnets run out of sufficient flux, effectively. That would take years, bro. Longer than you
No, it
have
doesn't
ever
take
lived.
years. There's an equilibrium point there. It takes minutes.
No, it
Seconds
doesn't.
sometimes.
If it works really good and it's cheap, the guy's gonna get killed and that patent number is gonna get lost. That thing will be lost.
It's
It
not the
doesn't
only
take
one.
years to find the
There's so many
equilibrium point,
different
dude.
variations. Just do it.
SE, get the instructions for this on how to build it, and then we got some.
You live in a perpetual motion machine. Why would it be so much?
Having
to
to mod
imagine?
you, it does feel having to mod you feels like perpetual motion.
Yeah. But you're missing the point. You literally live in a perpetual motion machine. Why would it be so difficult to imagine that you could do a smaller version of that?
Because when you try to make magnets go in a circle, there's an equilibrium point that does not take years to find. It usually takes seconds or minutes.
I don't think you understand what you're talking about, but okay.
SC, did you just drop this? You don't even know what it is? This is another grift that you're doing.
Nah, this one's not
buddy.
for China.
Yeah, let it out. Yeah, tell me some more, man. Do you
This
dream
is
about
like the
me at
average
night, bro?
Arwen live stream.
Do you have dreams about me? It's fucking trolls.
No, I'm being
No,
I'm glad I'm in your head,
actually-
bro. I'm so glad I'm in your head. I love it.
SC actually
But
loses
either
you
he's
credit
kicked
points for
out,
this.
or we all have to block him and then just ignore him that way. Because I don't
Yeah,
know
everyone
why
has to do
these
what you want them to
disruptors
do,
that
right,
are
Arwen?
obviously here
Because he's a
exclusively
Freemason,
to
that's
disrupt
why.
our
Yeah,
left
you guys
here.
are
I
legit.
don't
No.
know.
Let me make
Hold
it
on,
clear.
man.
Guys like Blob and the other guy, if you keep this up, you will get modded. Understand that.
Yeah, I'm seriously. I don't want to have to mute or mod anyone or mute you, but like if you guys keep this up, like you're just fucking the chat up, guys. I don't know. You got to stop.
Give him
Keep
24-hour
telling them
bans
for
for
half
the
an
next
hour
5
straight is not
years.
going to make them stop. I don't know if you noticed.
You're welcome to the
So
chat.
one more
Witsit.
wisecrack out of these guys. I'm going to time him out for 10 minutes.
All right, guys, we got Witsit.
One more
Relax.
wisecrack. Go ahead, try us.
Guys,
Have
Witsit's
a
here.
good
This is a
conversation.
conversation. Come on.
Yeah. Enough with Arwen.
Don't play games with us, man. It ain't gonna work.
Us, you're in a gang with Arwen now?
I wanted to address Ricksky. Can we just get back on topic? I wanted to address Ricksky saying we're in a perpetual motion machine. Maybe he could elaborate on what he thinks that is.
Elisha,
I don't understand why
Wasn't
you
that
think we live in a
Elisha?
perpetual
Yeah, that
motion
was the
machine.
Jewish guy, not the Australian.
Elisha said we're in a perpetual motion.
Okay,
machine.
sorry, Elisha. I don't understand what he meant. by
Rob's
we
a
live in
long time
perpetual
listener,
motion
first time caller.
What's the problem? Did I hurt someone's feelings?
No.
Do I have to write a letter of apology?
Rob said he got beef with you now, big time. He said you don't want
Oh,
this.
Jeremy, you're gonna have
Watch what you say.
you're gonna have to time me out for like 48 hours. Come on.
Dude, the only thing I can do is
I
time
did
you
it.
out. You have to.
I did it.
You have to
I did it again. I hurt some feelings. No, what's the problem? Do you want to have a proper conversation? What's up?
Yeah, Alicia, I'm okay with having a cool
Oh, this is the battle of the shitty mics.
The battle of the shitty mics? I thought my mic
Yeah,
was
because
okay like
Elijah
this.
sucks today too for some reason, and yours is always god awful. So let's go battle of the shit mics.
I think it's because my phone is charging. Sorry. I'll just speak louder.
I can back out.
Loud noises.
No, it's not about volume, brother.
Yeah,
If we had
volume.
if we had Dan talk to Arwen, it would be a battle of the shitheads.
Yo, I'm gonna have to mute you
I
guys. All right, don't freak out.
This guy,
don't freak out. I know, I got it. Jesus Christ, why?
Witsit, did you not know I was joking? Anyway, no, Roberts, just look at the sky. Perpetual motion. End of story. Because these people can't handle a conversation. It'll hurt their head.
Let me just make a public service announcement. Please hold on a second. I just timed out. How come he's still here?
Wait, you timed me out?
What?
Yeah,
Maybe it's a sign you're not supposed to do it.
Did you time me out? How dare you?
No, these guys, we can't make idle threats, bro. So I don't know what just happened there.
Wait, what was the?
Dan is the one who threatened me with violence, and you fucking let him just do whatever. Then you mute Wish and time him out. What kind of moderation is that?
You're gonna be next, bro. You're next now.
No, you're gonna get your mod powers.
Damn.
Mid flow. Got him. All right, Rob, ask your question and I'll give it at least 2 sentences of a decent reply.
Nah, them guys were fucking up the chat for a minute now. We had to do something.
Yeah, I timed them both out for an hour, and we can't make idle threats.
That's reasonable.
Please do not try to disrupt the server with your antics. It's not going to work.
Yeah, thanks, SE. Me and Alicia tried to get it back on a topic away from people. Talking about the perpetual motion machine that is the sky.
Well, that's just an easy observation.
Well, that's all it is, though, is an observation.
Yeah, but it's motion and it's perpetual, yeah?
How do you know?
Well, how do you know it's perpetual?
Motion? It's only apparent motion. We don't have evidence there's physical moving.
Okay, feelings. Okay.
Also, what is perpetual about the, can you point to a specific thing in the sky that would prove it to be perpetual?
How do you know?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Oh my god, man, these people's heads are so small.
Well, you can say that, or you can give an explanation.
No, Alicia, you can't do that. Our heads are not.
Remember the context. Remember the context I was having with Jeremy, right?
Me and Alicia are going back and forth right now, and he's saying that I can't think now.
Okay. No, I wasn't talking about you.
All right, cool, man. So I'm assuming that the context is the sky.
No. Let me give it because I was talking with Jeremy. So because otherwise we could have this conversation all day if you want. But Jeremy was talking about the magnet motors that SE brought up, and he has an issue with it. And I just went to the principle of the matter, which is we live in a perpetual motion machine. I'm referring to the whole of creation, but just one simple observation was the sky that I said just a second ago. And so I'm like, if we live in that, and we can acknowledge that we live in that, but apparently not, for some people, then why does it strain so much credulity to think that we could do a similar device on a smaller scale?
First of all, I have no problems with a perpetual motion machine. I think one's possible. I have an idea for one in my head that uses gravity with magnets. However, I know about making magnets go in a circle, and the thing SE has an equilibrium point. Like anytime you try to do this, there's an equilibrium point. Like you can't get away from it.
Can you elaborate on that? Because instead of me just throwing it away, because I think it sounds silly, can you explain exactly what you mean?
Anytime you try to make a magnet go in a circle, that's why mine's going to work, because I use gravity to break the circle. But anytime you try to make it go in a circle in some configuration of magnets, it never works, because there's always going to be an equilibrium point. It'll just come to a stop, because that's the spot where it's all equaled out.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to be a pain in the neck. You're repeating it. You're not elaborating. I want to understand why you think it's going to stop.
I've had a lot of experience. Like I was looking into magnet ship way before even flat Earth, so I have a lot of I have a lot of I like some of the circle ones, and I thought they would work at one point, but there's just always a sticking point. You can't, like, no matter if you try to make a lever go up and down and it SE's one shifts to the side, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do to try to get rid of it. But even when you add something on like that, there's an equilibrium point in that thing too. Like, there's always going to be this equilibrium point where it just stops. When you're dealing with magnets, you have to break it up. Like, if you were to use gravity or something, that would like break it up.
I think I can understand. If, like, before these things are initiated, they're at equilibrium. Would you agree?
Bro, it's just the configuration of
Wait, hold on,
magnets. Like,
please. Before these devices, however much you disagree with them, or whatever the
I don't
claims
know
are,
what that even means, what you just said, so I don't know.
these devices, the types that SE showed you and the other types, because you said you've looked into this, right? Before they're initiated, they're in a state of equilibrium. Yes or no?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, well,
If it worked, it would never. If
tell
it
you
worked,
yes. Simply from
if they
no,
hold on, let me say this. If it worked, there would never be a state of equilibrium. You couldn't have it in a spot where there was an equilibrium,
no,
because
you're
eventually, if the machine goes, it's going to find that spot again. There can be no equilibrium
wait.
point in your machine anywhere at any time for this to even work.
No. Before, like, when they're just static, right? Because the general principle is two rings opposing each other. That's like the easiest, simplest one. So before they're initiated by the person who put it together, they're in a state of equilibrium. Yes? You agree with that?
I don't know. I guess so.
Right. And then
Maybe.
they're initiated by either a mechanism or just simply by spinning it with his hand, whatever, right? So that equilibrium point can be overcome by a small amount of force. Agreed? I'm going somewhere with this, Your Honor. Yeah, agreed.
I guess so.
Okay, so if the
I don't know if I agree to anything you've said. I've just been going along with you. I don't know.
okay, well, yeah, because that's your like your default position or whatever. So all that has to happen is that thing that is required, that amount of force or that amount of momentum, whatever you want, right, to overcome that state of equilibrium prior to initiation. All that has to happen is there needs to be enough of that at all times for it to never go back to equilibrium. But unless there's an outside force, like something countering it and then keeping it, because the thing is they're designed to be like, if it goes too far one way, it goes too far one way, it goes the other way, right? That's the general design. So as long as the momentum is maintained and it's not arrested with a brake, it will go until those magnets fall out of the what's the storage?
I mean, dude, we could bicker about
The
this all
flux.
day, but unless someone has the blueprints on how to build one, we're just spitting hot air. And I have experience
Yeah,
with
no, but
these
I'm
things.
addressing your specific issue with it. Your specific issue, I think I've addressed it, but you're kind of just dancing around it now.
I don't do that. There's an equilibrium point. Like, you try to overcome it. I've never
Yeah,
seen anyone overcome the equilibrium point. Maybe it can be done. I don't know until we
they
actually see
do
the
it every
blueprints for
time
one
they
and we can build
initiate
it.
it.
Until we actually have the
Every
blueprints for one and we can build it, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't
every
believe it.
time you power a magnetic motor, like, because that's how most of your motors work, right? Every time you power that on, you're overcoming it.
Yeah, but that's not over unity. We're talking about over unity at this
No, we're
point with the
not.
magnet
No, we're
motor.
not. No, we're not.
The magnet thing, SE. Well, if it's not over unity, then who gives a fuck?
You can't
You
use
made no.
gravity.
You made no sense.
Gravity only works in one direction as well. So even if you break, like, have some initiator, the gravity isn't gonna. And I like how gravity is convenient to use now as well. Kind of interesting.
Well, I have an idea that would keep magnets going indefinitely. That uses gravity that breaks the equilibrium point.
But how though?
Yeah,
Because if it's in a
I don't think
circle,
you know what equilibrium point means, dude.
It doesn't go in a circle. That's the
You're not
thing. That's
expressing it
my
properly.
thing. My thing doesn't go in a circle. It goes around a track, up and down, and slowly curves around. It does ultimately end up coming back into itself, but it breaks the circle up by using gravity. It's not just constant. It's not constant magnets. It's a track. It's a thing moving on a track. It's called a V-gate track. It's called a V-gate magnetic track.
But if it goes down on due to gravity and that assists any down part of the track, isn't it going to have to go up at some point as well, fighting against gravity?
Yes, that's where the V-gate magnet track comes in. And I've seen it multiple times. They do have these going at an incline, and it takes very little force to get it in and very little force to get it out of the track.
So you don't actually have
Called
an
a
issue with it.
V-gate magnetic track.
But then you have to be able to
That
turn off the magnetic, like after it's helped. I'm assuming they help assist upwards, right? So if you have it going up a track, I've never seen a V-gate track, and I don't know your model, but is it kind of assisting the way up the track?
yeah, it's basically like you'd have enough force from it going down the ramp, right? It goes down a ramp,
Mm-hmm.
and then the force from that would get it going on the V-gate track. Like it only takes a little bit of touch. You just got to touch this thing to get it going into the track. So it's more than enough force to get it going into the track. And then there is a slight sticky spot at the top of the track to get it off the track. But I've only seen them trying to get it off the track at an incline. And there's multiple ways you could even fix that if you wanted to. But the ideal way would just be to have it go off the track. Just keep the track going until keep the magnets going until you're actually going at a decline now. Like you could be at going complete vertically down and then get it off the track. And it's not even going to be an issue to get it off.
I'm guessing because the magnets are going to counteract, like once it's actually passed, it's going to be tugging in the other direction, right? Yeah, I don't know.
It's a
I'd have to
slight
see a
tug.
model.
There's multiple ways you could overcome it. The guy did it himself just by changing the way the V was. So it's not even hard to overcome it. Even at going at an incline, let alone if you were to just end the magnets on a decline, you'd be fine.
I guess I just don't understand where the extra energy would come from, but I haven't seen any model of this at all, so I'm speaking out of my ass. But if it has any heat
There's
production,
energy
or
in
like
magnets,
any,
bro. There's
well, yeah, but
energy in magnets.
yeah, but these are permanent magnet, right? That eventually
Yes,
run
there's
out.
energy in a permanent magnet.
Yeah, but they eventually run out, right?
Well, that would be what would stop them from being perpetual. You'd have friction, the track would break, the magnets might run out if that's a thing, whatever. Yes, it's not like perpetual. It may
If
not
you had a
even be
way to,
over unity, depending on how much energy it takes to make the magnets and shit. It may not even be over unity.
yeah. Yes.
But nonetheless, I could keep something. I feel confident I could keep a magnetic thing going on a track like until the thing broke or the magnets died.
Do you think you're ever going to try to make a little prototype to test it out?
I tried before. I couldn't do it. I was just tinkering around as a kid. Dude, I've been into this for before 9/11, bro. Like I've been into this magnet thing. I ordered neodymium magnets when they were wild expensive, but I don't have like the builder skills and the magnetic knowledge to be able to put it all in place and shit. So
Oh, I see. You've been in the game for a long time with magnets, then.
that's what I'm saying with the circle thing. Like I'd be wildly surprised if someone could overcome that equilibrium point in the circle. That's the only reason I stopped going. Obviously, the circle is the best one. You could put it in a car. It's small. My thing would take up the whole exterior perimeter of a house or some shit. Like they get it to go at an incline. They get it to go at an incline, but it's such a small incline. Now that could be manufactured to be a bigger incline. I have no doubt because they only have the V gates on one side of the track on the bottom. You could do it so you have the V gates on the sides and the top and the bottom, completely surrounding it.
Why couldn't you put the V configuration in a circular orientation?
Because there's an equilibrium point. It's like there's an equilibrium point when you do that. They've tried to do that. I've seen it done. You can't do it. There's always an equilibrium point with the circle. You have to break the circle. That's what I'm saying. And the thing I'm talking about breaks the circle. It uses the downward force of space-time bending to get it going.
Now you're just taking the piss, Jeremy. Come on.
Well, I threw that in there, but it uses the downward gravity thing of things falling to get back in. It breaks the circle.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what the words you're saying mean. Equilibrium point. You failed to explain that in a way that makes sense.
It means it's a point where all the forces are equal and the thing's not moving anymore. because it's come to rest.
Yeah.
I understand every word I'm saying.
You can overcome that by shift. If you have a proper orientation, you can overcome that by just initiating it. How are you going to bring it back to that equilibrium point?
If there's an equilibrium point, it's going to find it.
You're assuming that equilibrium point, once the system is initiated, will just happen. Before you're suggesting it will happen before the magnets run out of sufficient.
100%. That's all I've ever seen, is that where it finds the equilibrium point way before
you haven't
the magnets.
You haven't been looking hard enough.
It's not even a thing when it comes to finding the equilibrium point. It happens in minutes, if not seconds.
It doesn't happen in minutes. You haven't been looking hard enough.
I have, dude. I have. Do you know what a V-gate magnetic track is?
I do, but you haven't been looking hard enough.
When did you figure that out? 5 minutes ago?
What do you mean 5 minutes ago? Look at the video I posted. Look at the video. Wait, look at the video SE posted. He's the one who brought the subject up. That thing's older than any of the devices we're even using now to communicate with each other. Looks like it's filmed on a VHS type system.
Yeah, like I said, dude, you got any of these things that goes in circles, get the schematic or the blueprint or whatever for it so we can build one, and we'll see. Until then, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but you're poo-pooing it without even looking at the pattern.
I'm not poo-pooing it. I'd be willing to throw money at someone to build one of these things, but until you actually try to build it, you'll never know if it actually works or not. I don't think it does from the experience I have with magnets.
Okay, so then what? The video that he posted is just pure bullshit?
I think so, yeah. I think it's bullshit. Because of what I know.
Are you gonna do a queue up debunk video on it?
There's nothing to debunk, dude. If you have the schematic so we can build a thing, then we can move forward. Until then, it's just a video on the internet. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It could work. I'm not against it working. I hope it does work. That'd be awesome. But until we can build one, what are you going to do?
Apparently, we gotta convince you.
If we ever do figure out a perpetual motion machine and we can like get net energy out of it, not just perpetual but gain energy, I hope somebody doesn't make that out of something really solid. Can you imagine that, just infinitely gaining energy and spinning like crazy? That sounds pretty scary to me.
It's called over unity. Yeah, that's the goal, is to get over unity. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to be able to stop it at some point. I mean, imagine that thing just keeps going over unity uncontrolled. Seems pretty scary.
Well, mine wouldn't need to be stopped. Mine would just go at a steady rate. The circle one, yeah, you might have it spinning up faster and faster. No, dude, the circle one just doesn't work. Like, I don't know.
Do you know how the over unity stuff actually works, though?
Do I know how what? Your mic has got wild noises. It sounds like you're like shaving, or I don't know, something.
What about now?
Do you have a beard that's rubbing against the mic or something? I don't know what you got going on over there.
Is it still like
talking about? But I think Alicia is wrong.
Is it still like that now? Because I had the charger plugged in. I wonder if that's
still like that. It's still like it. Go back and listen on YouTube, bro. It sounds crazy.
Let's play with the settings. But who was the other guy who was talking with you?
Was that me?
Yeah, I don't know. Someone was talking with Jeremy. What's his name?
Depends on what time frame you're talking about. Might have been me. I didn't say too much though.
Dude, the goal is to get Elijah. Is there anything you can do with your mic, bro? Like,
I'm trying. I think it's the sensitivity level.
It's not working.
Yeah, I saw some video on Twitter where a dude, he was just holding like a metal rod next to these magnetic coils, and that's all he had to do. He just held his rod up to it, and things started spinning like crazy.
Yeah, but if you're just holding it, I'd like to see that done where instead of him holding it, it's just a static rod.
Exactly.
Because I would almost guarantee he's moving that back and forth a little bit to keep it going. And if you have that on some kind of system that can just manually move back and forth, it's going to find the equilibrium point. Like, it's always there. I don't know. Like I said, I hope somebody could do it in the circle and it works. That'd be fucking awesome. I'm not against it, but
And
like,
by equilibrium point,
show me some
you're just talking
blueprints.
about. My bad.
A point
When you
at where
say
it comes to
equilibrium,
rest.
exactly. Yeah, that's like a balance
It'll
between like
stop.
the distance of the stick and how fast it's spinning.
You know, you can have equilibrium with motion, right?
Dude, your mic is still doing that thing.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Discord sucks. What can you say?
Just change the mic quality to crisp or whatever. Usually helps.
Well, when it was on Chris before, it wasn't even getting picked up.
That sounded better.
Oh. I think I've solved it then.
I think you have too. That sounds a lot better.
It was just because I had my earphones plugged in. That's ridiculous.
Whatever.
That's better now.
I'm kind of sad
Well, that's an
Witsit
easy
left
solve for the
because
future.
I want to point out the lies of the Michelson-Morrison experiment. Michelson Morley.
Yeah, so now that I'm less disrupted for the ears, to the over unity thing, I won't say it applies to absolutely everything because I'm not entirely sure if you can't do it mechanically. But in Tesla's writings, the reason he was able to get lossless or the appearance of over unity was because he was tapping into the fabric of the whole existence. So he was sending energy, but the energy was getting fed back because he was sending it. He was using an ether expression or an ether manifestation. So it's obviously traveling through the ether, and it was feeding itself back. You can read about that in Jerry's book, the one with me, Cyrus, and whoever else were talking about last night. And I would say that that's more than likely going to come into play with these types of simple magnetic motors designs. Because the only reason they have what they have is because of their connection to the ether. Can try and find you the quote if you're interested.
If you wanted to talk about Michael Somorley, I mean, tag Witsit in the chat. He's he knows all about that. He just left.
Yeah, I had a little argument with him yesterday, and now that I've read up on it more, well, if he pops in later, maybe I can talk to him about it. Usually when I'm in here, I'm in the forest smoking a joint. I've just rolled it, and maybe I'll hop in a bit, see if he's here, and talk about it. But I think he misinterpreted that pretty badly. He knows. I mean, he obviously knows the details so much, which is why I get a little bit wary. Why he seems to misinterpret some parts. Maybe I'm misinterpreting, and he can correct me. You know? That's why we have debates, right?
What's the baseline assumption for you thinking he's misinterpreted it?
Because he said a light beam was split, and the fact that when the light rays were gotten back to the same midpoint, there were interference in the phase shifts. Because the phases were different, there was interference, and that should not have happened. That is not at all the case. Because if you move through the ether, you would expect a constant interference shift because of the orbit. It was all about the orbit around the sun, right? So if the Earth was moving...
Okay, so you've answered my question. There's your baseline assumption for why you think he's wrong. Because you think you're spinning around the Earth.
No, that was his argument on why it proved that relativity was inaccurate. So he was perfectly fine with accepting orbitals or orbits in this example to prove me wrong about relativity. That's not the basis of me thinking he's wrong. He thought that the fact that there was interference on the rays coming back, that disproved relativity, but it doesn't. You would always expect interference, but if relativity wasn't true, you would expect constantly shifting interference. You would see it rolling or scrolling phase shift on one arm compared to the other one. And you don't see that. So his misinterpretation is, you see interference, so relativity cannot be true. But if relativity is true, that is exactly what you would expect to see. So that's kind of what I want to go over with him.
Just claim a victory. All right. Well, if he comes back, you can have fun with it. It won't end well.
Well, what'll happen is I'll get a few good arguments in, and I understand he has a lot to say, and he's very informative and stuff. But what he does is he goes on forever when he has a point, says 5 things that you kind of want to interject on, and then I don't know if the goal is to make you forget all the 5 points or what it is. But I find that style of argumentation.
What's with people's impatience?
Well,
if you can't keep it in your head, write it down. That's what people do in debates. They literally sit down and write down what their opponents are saying so that they can respond.
Absolutely.
But all of a sudden, you got people who've got 5-second memories. Gee.
Well, what he does is if he says something wildly wrong and you try to interject, then that's a horrible interruption and whatever, right? And then you're a horrible person. When back and forth is kind of, I think, better.
I'm just hearing feelings. Why don't you just go recreate some actual experiment that proves your point?
Well, they kind of did that. It's called the Michelson-Morley experiment. Morley's experiment.
So you're just claiming victory. You see the circle?
Well, I'm claiming. Okay, so do you?
Jeremy,
do you want to debate this point?
This circle doesn't stop.
It can if we all understand the experiment. But this leads me to believe that, how many people in here would say that you understand the Michelson-Morley's experiment and what it disproved? Okay, so nobody. So then all we can do is who sounds the most convincing in a debate. So it's
what
the
are you
one that is
talking
the
about?
most
I was on push
articulate.
to talk. You fucking give me
Okay.
5 seconds, bro.
You asked what I said? Do you understand the Michelson-Morley's experiment?
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people in this room do. They just don't care that you're trying to act like no one does.
Well, you say that. Nobody said anything, so I don't know. It was when it's being. I'm not like sitting here bringing up this as a point. Oh, I understand the experiment and you don't. It was a big argument yesterday on trying to disprove special relativity, and when it was brought up and misinterpreted, that's why I argued it. That's
Any
all.
relativity is
Reinterpreted. Okay, yeah,
Any
you have an
relativity
interpretation that tells you that it's not evidence that we're not moving and is being reinterpreted.
No, it's not an interpretation. It is literally being able
when
to
Einstein
understand the
interpreted
results.
it was a misinterpretation. That's right.
Okay, so how do
See,
you
that's what I
interpret
said
the
earlier.
results?
It's claiming victory. Forget what
Okay.
you may or may not know. That your method of operating is dismissal of the other and claiming victory.
No, that's why I wanted to debate him.
It's not what I Googled, so they must be wrong, and I'm going to say what Google says.
Okay, you can do that, but can you explain it then? Why does it disprove relativity? Do you know? Do you agree
I
with
never
it?
said it. I think relativity works. General relativity is not being disproven. The cause for the stuff, whatever, time dilation, gravitational lensing.
Well, that you mentioned both special and general relativity there. It has nothing to do with general relativity, but only special.
Yeah, there's something special about whatever you're saying right now, that's for sure.
Yes, we can see this is not. No. I mean, anybody who's heard me here long enough knows that I was
Man,
very
I don't
on the
even.
edge
You're not
on
even
flat
getting to
Earth.
anything. Think about this, all right? I want you to think about this. As light enters the lens of the eye, there is an asymmetry, right? So the optical density of the photon, as it passes through every lens, it changes angle and it converges, and and there's a cross section that's going to be a wave function collapse. It's going to be a centripetal force at that center point where all the light is converging, and then it's going to act like a black hole. It's going to create gamma rays ejecting radiation, along an axis, and then there's going to be a toroidal field that is projected outwards from it, radiation.
100%.
So that is where the plane of consciousness, where we think we are. We think we're at that center point where the light is converging inside our head.
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
Cool story, bro.
I can send you a video about it. It's about the physics of consciousness.
But I don't know. That was a wild, wild topic change. But I still don't know how that would explain consciousness, though.
Yeah, the cross section where the particles, you call it particles, but I call it a wave function collapse. It's converging at a center point, and that's going to amplify, and it's going to create a longitudinal wave, which is pretty much like a gamma ray ejecting from a black hole. It's the same thing. It's just like a 0 point where it ejects out after.
Why would it only collapse at the 0 point? You understand that every convergent point also is
converging. Yeah, it's all converging at a cross section.
Yeah, but every convergence
the
point.
angle of the light as it passes through every layer of lens in your eye is creating the optical axis for the photons to converge at a point. That's the science, and that's the physics of consciousness right there, dude. Like
that has
I can send you
nothing to
this.
do with consciousness, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
It has everything to do with consciousness, because this is happening right at the photoreceptor, which is hooked up to your neural network.
So what about people who cannot receive light into their eyes? Are they not conscious?
They still feel electromagnetic waves in different ways.
So if I put tinfoil around my head, I'm not conscious, because then
I don't know what you're talking about now. You could do that if you want.
Yeah, now
yeah, you probably have done that before, I would guess. Sounds like something you would do, but
yeah, I just disproved your whole consciousness thing, bro.
That's all right, man. You want to treat your head like a hoagie?
I mean, if I do, I'm not conscious according to you, because no light can get in my eye socket or whatever.
Yeah, no, light still enters the eye, even if the photoreceptor, like whatever might be damaged in the eye where they're blind.
All right, bro. I believe you.
I can send you a video about it.
I believe you. I believe you.
It's about the physics of consciousness. I got you right now. 1 sec.
There is no physics of consciousness. No.
Is light physical?
Yeah, but everything could have just been a philosophical zombie, but it's not. So the whole thing must be conscious, and in the right configurations, we probably feel that, right?
Yeah, we're reading the data from photons, and it's like hitting our photoreceptor, and
right.
Yeah, that's.
But a computer can do that.
Well, then consciousness is due to physical things. It's due to light hitting your photoreceptor.
I don't think it's that simple. I think it's a lot of sense organs that might be able to trigger this experience, right? All qualia, it's not just
Yeah,
light.
that's one aspect of it. That's the visual aspect I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I'm actually, let me not. That's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna get back to my stuff.
Sounds good. Okay, somebody's having a good time. What's that noise?
Yo, this room is popping.
Oh, you took too long to come back.
About Mickelson Morley. Witsit right after you left.
Oh yeah.
They said you were all wrong. You interpreted it all wrong. I mean, just this is the usual,
Who said that?
I don't know what his name is. He keeps changing his name.
picture is like a bowl of peanuts or something.
Think about how fragile your worldview is that you have to like revise some tests that people did back in the day and to like be in denial of it. Goofy.
I mean, dude, do you agree with me that general relativity was the ad hoc for the Michelson-Morley? Like I've said that a couple times, waiting for you to like agree with me, but you haven't.
It is ad hoc, yeah.
Oh shit, my bad. I was breaking up. What'd you say?
It was ad hoc, yeah.
Was that you agree? Yeah.
hmm But I mean, you could really say it's like
Yeah, 100%.
post hoc. You could say like post hoc.
Well, I mean, they saw this thing and then just came up with the reason for it. Why not? Why not ad hoc?
Yeah, you can say it.
I don't even know what post hoc means. What does that mean?
After
What does
this.
post hoc mean?
So ad hoc means for this purpose, basically, like for this. And post hoc means after this.
Post hoc would be more appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, they went wild with that. Nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted that, right? He was laughed out of rooms and shit with that. They're like, yo, you're crazy. But they had to have something, though. Like, nobody even had anything else that would make it be like, yeah, it's a straight line, but it's actually curving. That's why we can't detect. Like, that's just like, it's out there.
Sorry, I missed what you said. But you can call it ad hoc, right? Like if like an observation like contradicts your theory, you just invent some extra explanation to protect it. It's ad hoc.
I'll ask the question that he probably should have asked if he was still here. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Just that 1/6 of the prediction.
Yeah.
What do they chalk that up to?
Instrumental error.
Not even Earth rotation?
No.
Yeah, I think I've never really quite understood what they said about that.
Yeah, they said it was instrumental error, and then so people started trying to figure out what it would be, like what would be wrong with the instrument that did that. And so they came up with like, oh, it was probably because of the temperature. The temperature was causing it to expand or whatever. Which didn't even make sense on his face because they did it at different times of the year and inside and stuff, But then Dayton Miller came and like started like manipulating the variable of temperature like really extreme, right? So he would like put like these super hot radiant heat sources right up to the chest and to the arms, and it showed that it didn't change the French shift. So it couldn't have been the cause of it, And then they come up with different excuses, whatever, but and then this is the thing, like you'll hear all these Glovers say, well, now we do the tests and they're way better, right? Way better instruments and more precise. And so now it gets closer and closer to zero. But in reality, what they had to do was they looked at Dayton Miller's test and showed that as he went higher up, like on higher elevations, that the effect was greater. So and he documented that later. And basically what they did was they went to a basement. Right, they would go way underground in basements, and they would see less of an effect. Which, yeah, because what we saw was that when you get closer to the sky, you detect the effect more. So they go in basements, and then they shoot one of the beams through a crystal, which of course slows it down. And then they'll say, which is not part of the test, why'd you add a crystal, right? And then they're like, oh, look, it's closer to zero because you kind of get away with the fringe shifts. Like you can do it. You can like basically remove it if you can slow one of the beams down, right? So they did that shooting it through crystals. And some of the tests on that Wikipedia list, they extended the length of one of the arms, right? So of course, even if there's a fringe shift, if you make one of the light beams travel a greater distance, then you can get it to even out and make it zero. And so this is what they do. They do all these little tricks to try to make it zero because they need it to be zero because according to relativity, right, it has to be zero. Like if the Earth's actually orbiting, but that test can't detect the orbit because of relativity, then you need it to be perfectly even and no fringe shift, so zero. So anyway, I mean, that's what they actually did. And so what some other physicists did was redid the test. They replicated the test without doing that. All the extra like cooking the books. And they use like radio wave interferometry. It's extremely precise. And it showed the sorry for the sex. It showed the fringe shift again, right? It confirmed it's a fringe shift. So anyway.
Okay, I get it a little more now. So is the ring loop interferometer that can't detect linear motion, or is it? I always trip those two up.
Sorry, give me a second. Someone around me on a call. Just a second.
So, Witsit, who's the hardest person you ever had to debate?
I've been sent a video by QOP.
That doesn't bode well.
The one where he debunks himself.
How so?
It's cute.
What did he say?
Let me find the title. What the fuck is it? Hold on, give me a second. The Fake Experiment by QOP.
Oh,
Yeah, I saw that.
Who saw that, Lush?
Yeah, it starts out with like 3 minutes of pretty chill music.
so was it fake?
One thing that I didn't have an explanation for. Oh, it's so silly. Never mind.
Say it.
Don't
No, I'm
do it,
curious.
Lush.
I won't judge you. You can say it. You can't say A and then not say B. I'm curious.
Okay. The green screen was one of the, because they had that mix up, with the green screen. But that's the typical color. But he was saying that he thought it was keyed to blue, and the reason, of course, was to do some trickery with the sky or whatever. But it did seem like it was keyed to blue, but maybe I just have the. But so yeah, that was the thing.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, I can't put my finger on it. Something about that Antarctica trip I don't trust.
Oh, you guys could go for yourself. It's awesome. If you don't trust it that much, I mean, I think it'd be worth spending your entire life savings on proving this wrong. Honestly,
Dude, life savings? What are you talking about? It's like what? What's it? How much was that trip? All said and done, like 50 G's. Style, and it'll.
Anyways, QOP's video says that the final experiment is fake.
Can you send me that video?
Yeah, I guess.
Or maybe just put it in the
Something to do with chroma key. Witsit wants to do a Steelman argument against it. Whatever, but this is shots fired in Witsit's direction.
I think he went over all of them. Q talked with Witsit about all those things. You remember?
Something to do with the bait too. Not too sure about the vape, but the chroma key. Put that in the video. This is his latest, QOP's latest and greatest.
I would say a better argument than calling it fake would be to say that the container of the flat Earth is essentially like a Pac-Man portal where, you know, you can go through one side, come out the other, and then therefore the light from the sun, it would appear exactly where it would on a globe. You know, so you'd still get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on a flat Earth.
Oh, definitely Pac-Man Sun could make that work 100%. But they don't even care about any of that. It ain't even about that.
And you could even do a polar circumnavigation with a Pac-Man style flat Earth, and it would work just like it would on a globe.
Well, I was wondering if there was like a explanation for the chroma key from the Antarctica camp.
Yeah, dude. The guy left his chroma key on from when he uses the same camera to do shows with, was their excuse. So he just had his chroma key on, or his blue screen or green screen or whatever it was. But he already had that setting on it or something.
Yeah, that I accept, but and I don't know this to be true, but if it is true that it's keyed to blue, which is the old school way to do things, but you know, there's a lot of blue shit, including people's eyes, and so I don't know. They switched to green like in the 90s or whatever. I'm just curious why he was keying to blue. That's all.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think it was.
So it is a chroma key, and it was What is the chroma key? Is it on the camera or is it on like the software? Exactly.
So there's a setting on your camera that you can make it use a virtual background, and he left that on, so it glitched out. But it's like easy to show that because what it shows is like his logo. So
Yeah, if you were gonna do it,
debunked.
if you were gonna do it, you definitely wouldn't use the one with the logo.
Yeah, and dude, when that happened, bro, I kind of went off on it. Not like really, but I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? Did you do that on purpose, dude?
Is that Duffy?
Yeah, he definitely didn't do it on purpose. He was like super upset about it though. He's like sitting over in the corner, like looking down. Yeah.
Dude, what a good trap that would be though. To cause strife in a community would be to like have some glitches and shit, and then you'd have shit like this.
Yeah. That's why I thought about him doing it on purpose, but he definitely didn't. You can tell he was like mad at himself.
Imagine G's and then having like a technical difficulty.
But what's funny though, it's like the reason the trap would have been so good if he did it on purpose is because everyone would have ran around claiming, "Oh, look, they're faking it," and it's easily debunked, right? That they're not is not an Antarctica background that's being faked. You can see what's actually showing up, and it's where. And someone said something about it being blue. It was green. I'm pretty sure. It was when the guy's jacket was a green, like something on his jacket or something like that was green. That's why it showed up. It wasn't keyed to blue, and
Oh,
it only
okay.
popped up there. Yeah.
I thought it was keyed to blue for some reason after watching QOps thing.
I don't know, but I'm not watching QOps.
That's your first problem right there. You watch QOps thing.
That was the first
mistake.
Guys, don't you think it's a little suspicious that Witsit just trusted the Globers? Like, going to Antarctica is kind of like going to outer space.
What made you think I just trusted them when we went back and forth with negotiations about a specific contract for like 2 weeks?
Maybe he's talking about just getting on a plane with them and going somewhere with them like that, or...
Well, the reason that I trusted it was part of the contract was they had to be on the same plane as me, so they had to kill themselves.
Well, imagine if they offered you a contract. Imagine if they offered you to go to outer space. Would you?
That's the
would you
next.
do that?
That's the next one. We're
Yeah,
going.
maybe
We're Witsit to the ISS.
Yeah, like if like they claimed that they would put me on like SpaceX or something, I would make sure it was really publicized and get the word all out, and then I'd call their bluff because if I die, then I would like to think that people would all be like, okay, that's hella suspicious. They're clearly faking and hiding things. They killed him.
Well, the last time they sent up, remember the first time they sent up a civilian, they blew up with the Challenger, right?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the last time, but yeah.
It was the first time.
Yeah, I think they did that
What?
just to make people think
Oh,
like, oh, this is
hell
too
yeah.
dangerous. This is too dangerous to do.
Oh, we're
Hell
still
yeah,
having a
dude.
chally? I'm down.
But
Yeah, what's
honestly,
so funny? I will say,
go.
guys, like, dude, just go, like, bro, if you think it was faked, dude, like, find a way to get a deal. Because I was talking to this girl, and there are certain deals that you can have, like, based on the timing of it or how they failed to sell tickets or whatever it is. And you don't even have to go through the whole thing we did, where you go land and stay in a camp for days and stuff like that. That's like that's like the real part of the expense. Obviously, the flight's expensive, but like, get it far enough in advance and get on the plane and fly over part of Antarctica or whatever, and you're gonna see that it's like incredible, bro. It's incredible to see Antarctica in the plane is wild, bro. It really is, and that alone is worth it for me. Like, if you guys had have actually experienced it, you would understand. Like, it's insane. But that was about it. You know, that was actually like the coolest part. And landing wasn't very cool, and then everything sucks and takes forever, and it's like a whole thing. You know, you're like carrying tons of stuff everywhere, and it's just super bright and cold, and it
How was the
sucked.
food? Witsit?
The food was actually really good. I actually had pretty good, like, surprisingly. I cooked full meals that you got to go and eat as much as you wanted.
I'm surprised nobody's offered to put a flat earther on the Blue Origin rocket, the one that Katy Perry went on.
Yeah, I tried to get a thing going to get Elon to reply to it. If you can get Elon to reply to it, then it's a wrap. But yeah,
I think he would do it.
maybe if it's legit. But the thing is, like, they're not going to space, right? Like, admittedly, it's like a glorified, vomit comet, a parabolic flight. Like, it just goes up, and then you start to free fall for a second, and you feel like you're floating for a sec because you're falling. It's like admittedly what it is, and they don't even claim to really go up into space past the Kármán line or anything. So it
They
wouldn't
make
prove
it
anything.
just past the Kármán line for a few seconds.
The other issue is like that they use these windows that do impose curvature, right? Like, even like in the ISS and the cupola or whatever, like, you got Dom Pettit explaining like it's like a fisheye lens on steroids, Like, he explains that himself. He said it's like totally not the real curvature rate that you're seeing because it's like a giant fisheye lens.
Yo,
Like,
Witsit, you owe me $10,000. You watch my video?
I don't watch your videos. I'm not talking to you either.
But you made a bet, and it shows in my video. It's got receipts.
Okay, dude, no, whatever you're talking about, you're for sure being dishonest about something.
For sure. You didn't. You just said you didn't watch it.
You've incessantly lied about everything else. So
Bro,
you turned a new leaf and stopped being a liar all of a sudden.
I don't have a job right now, dude. Can you please
I
just
don't
check
care.
my video?
Maybe that's your
Because you owe
problem.
me
Maybe that's your
$10,000,
problem.
bro. Everyone's
I
seen
don't
the
owe
video,
you
and
anything. I don't owe
everyone
you
knows you owe me $10,000, bro.
Get a
I
job,
really
queue
don't.
up.
But he made a bet, bro. So his bets mean nothing. So when he says, "Oh, but you $10,000," that means nothing.
First of all, the way that bets work is both people actually agree to a bet with specific parameters. You for sure didn't do that.
With it, I agree with you. I didn't agree to the bet. I'm kind of just kidding. Just watch my video though, and I want everybody.
No, I'm not
exposed.
watching your video. I don't care about you, dude.
It's funny, bro. You got exposed as being a liar.
For sure, dude. For sure.
You agree?
What does it feel like to do such a big thing for your own movement and have so many turn against you?
Oh,
What
this
big?
guy's irrelevant.
Oh yeah, the Glober. I love when the Globers are on the shield side. That's funny.
Look, this is all this guy has to live for, is to be like antagonistic
You're
and like.
you're talking to a Glober, bro. He's on your side.
Good point, man. That shows that.
Funny.
Think about how much of a loser you have to be.
Bro, Globers never defend me or agree with me.
Stop interrupting me, dude. Show some impulse control. So think about how lame you have to be in the situation that I'm forced to stand on the side of the people that typically I'm opposed to. You have to be extremely lame to cause that to happen.
And
you're blaming me. You're blaming me for a Glober defending your psyop on us. They obviously fall for psyops, so you don't. That's funny. Good, nice gymnastics.
That was very great reasoning of you.
Was that word salad?
Like, it's just stupid, bro. And like, this is what I'm saying. You know that really all you care about is trying to get some like a reaction or something. It's super gay and feminine.
Again with that feminine thing. Look, the Glober loves you, bro. That Glober, is he a good Glober? Is he pushing Globe psyop?
Listen,
like
listen, I don't agree with this guy.
24-hour sun, bro. That's what the Globe needs.
Hold on, just wait. Witsit, do you remember yesterday when you said that special relativity was disproven by the Michelson-Morley experiment?
I didn't say that. Special relativity didn't even exist at that time in the Michelson-Morley experiment.
No, you're saying the results disprove special relativity due to interference in returning a split light beam, right?
No, special relativity didn't even exist yet. I said Michelson-Morley's results were the reason that Einstein ended up creating special relativity to try to explain it.
Yes, that was
Yeah.
part of it. But you also said it disproves special relativity because of the interference.
I said the fact that there is an interference pattern, right, is a major problem for the claim the Earth is orbiting, because special relativity would claim that there would be no interference. That's a fact. Hence why Einstein said that 27 times.
Luminiferous ether was disproven as a medium for light because it didn't travel a longer path through it.
Dude, the fact that you're just regurgitating the misinformation doesn't mean anything. Like, you think I don't know the script that you're told to repeat
That
that
is
it
exactly the experiment.
disproves the
How can you
ether?
disprove it? You got to do it like mathematically or physically, because
The
if you explain the
test
process, it makes total sense.
showed there was a fringe shift. Your model with relativity requires there be no fringe shift.
Incorrect.
So
you can
you
have
don't
one
even understand
consistent
your own
fringe shift.
belief.
No,
You don't even
no, I do.
understand your own
Listen,
belief.
what you would expect if what you're saying is true is a continuous fringe shift. You would see it lighting up,
Incorrect.
getting dimmer. No, this is exactly what you would expect. But because it doesn't do that, C is
Oh,
constant
so you need to
for
write. You
all
need to let
observers.
everyone know that Einstein didn't understand, and you need to rewrite a new theory. Then Einstein didn't understand
What
it.
do you mean he didn't?
But what's so
He
funny is I know
he
you haven't even
credited
read
it.
Einstein. Have you ever read Special and General Theory of Relativity by Einstein?
Yeah,
No.
I have.
No, you haven't.
I
You're
have.
lying. You're
But do you
lying.
want to debate any point of it? Do you want to
Why
debate
did you
any
just?
point of
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah. Exact where the part that he talks about Michelson Morley.
Yeah, he credits it.
No, he doesn't even do that in that paper. So good try.
He essentially does. Yeah.
No,
the
he
way he
doesn't.
speaks about it, he
No.
essentially does, because it does
Okay.
prove that C moves at the same speed for all observers,
No, he
assuming an
doesn't.
orbit.
He
It
doesn't claim that
disproves
at
an ether.
all. Doesn't claim. No,
Well,
he
do you
doesn't say
understand
it
why?
disproves an
Hold on. Do
ether
you understand
either.
why you need a?
You're wrong
Hold
about
on. Do you
everything.
understand why you need a continuous interference shift
It does.
for what you're saying
Okay,
to
watch
be
this.
true?
Watch how simple and easy this is, and you won't know anything about what I'm about to ask you. And what you're gonna do is not answer my questions. That's what you're gonna do. So just for the
Well,
room,
answer
everyone pay
mine.
attention. Everyone pay attention. What's gonna
I asked the
happen
question.
is he's going to avoid the questions because he doesn't actually
Like you're
understand
doing right
any
now.
of this. I'm not avoiding anything. What
Yeah.
are the
Well, I just
velocity
asked you a
components?
question.
What are the velocity components in the equation that they used in Michelson-Morley to get the predicted fringe shift? There are
What do
two
you mean by the
velocity
special
components.
velocities?
I didn't say special velocities. So there are two
That's not what I said either.
velocity components in the equation that they used to get the predicted fringe shift. Because we can agree that they had a prediction and they didn't observe the predicted value, right? We agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you talking about the?
So if they had a predicted value, then they had to use some equation to get that predicted value, right?
Yes, but they
Okay.
also can look at the. They also
Nope.
looked at
Slow
the
down.
how
Slow down.
luminous the interference is. You can.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down. Okay. There are two velocity components in that equation. Do you know what they are?
I don't know exactly what you're referring
Okay,
to.
no, it's fine if you don't know. Okay.
There's a phase
Listen,
shift
I'm
that
gonna
they're
tell you,
measuring.
stop trying to
You don't
avoid it.
measure.
You're not gonna get away from it. The velocity of light is one of them. The other velocity in the equation is the velocity of Earth.
Well, yes. I thought you were talking
Okay.
about how the interference happens. Yes, that is the whole
Okay.
point, to be able to
Wait,
measure
slow
an
down.
exact
Slow
rate
down,
of
okay.
motion.
Slow down, okay.
Yeah, I know that.
So then what that means is the fringe shift, the amount of fringe shift, the separation in the light beams, the interference, the phase shift, the fringe shift, the amount is based on the velocity of Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, relativity claims that when you're on the Earth, you cannot detect the orbital motion of Earth, correct?
Through doing this light experiment, you cannot, because light moves at the same speed
No,
through the path.
answer my
That is
question.
correct.
In
Yes,
the
that is
theory,
correct.
okay.
You
So
cannot measure an orbit this way. That is impossible.
no, it's
That is
not
why
this
Einstein
way.
accredits it
It's
for
not
special
about this or
relativity.
that way. It's any way, according to relativity, because all motion's relative and you're in the reference frame of Earth, right? According to relativity, you cannot detect the orbit of the Earth while on the Earth.
You absolutely can. You cannot through shooting light beams at mirrors. You can build a whole model with a heliocentric model with planets all tugging on each other, and you can see a clear orbital pattern through all the data we have. You do not need to use a light beam. This was just to disprove the ether, and that C is the same for all observers, which it did, because you do not see a
Okay.
drift.
Again, that is not what it was for. You don't know anything. It was determined the velocity of light. wasn't to prove that it's constantly based on observers. None of that BS is true. Special
It
relativity
was
didn't even
not.
come up. Special. That's what Edward Michelson or Edward Morley said in a letter that he wrote his dad about the test.
This was absolutely about seeing the difference and measuring the medium in which they thought was a luminiferous ether as a
No,
medium for light and see if it actually traveled through a medium.
no, that was
Definitely
assumed.
is one of the key points of it
No, it
disproving.
was assumed they were trying to determine the velocity of light. Okay, now let's try and stay focused here. If relativity claims that you can't detect the orbital motion of Earth when you're on the Earth, and they used the assumed velocity of Earth's orbit in the equation that gave us the predicted fringe shift. We then did the test and did not observe that predicted fringe shift. According to relativity, there should be no fringe shift because the cause of the fringe shift would be the detection of Earth's orbital motion. But according to relativity, you cannot detect Earth's orbital motion when on the Earth. So the prediction of relativity would be no fringe shift.
You are essentially stating the same points in the reverse order. I agree with most of that, but it was
No,
not
there's
to
no most
detect
of
the
it.
velocity of light. It was to detect the difference of it, or that is the primary result of it, to measure that. And that proves why light isn't moving in a way that is not adherent to special relativity. I'm not saying that's the point of the experiment.
Are you not
You
acknowledging what I
said,
just said?
I am acknowledging that you cannot,
No, because
you
originally
definitely can.
you denied,
Yeah.
right? When I said according to relativity there should be no fringe shift, and you said no,
No, I'm
that
saying
it's based on the
continuous.
no, there should be zero. According to
Yes,
relativity, there should
if
be
relativity
zero.
is true, you should expect zero, which you
There
do.
you go. Okay. So was the result of the test zero?
Yes, you experience, listen, you experience a fringe shift that is a consistent interference. The fact that it's not consistently changing by a set speed is the whole point.
Okay, I don't know where you got your information. I'm wondering if you're the
Look
kind of
it
if
up.
you're
It is in the
no,
experiment.
you're
That
telling
is
me
the
to
whole
look it
point.
up. I've
You're
read all the
misinterpreting.
papers.
You can
I've
have,
read all the papers. I've read all the
okay, then,
writings about Einstein during the
yes, but
moment,
it's
after
easy
the
to
moment.
look
Stop
up.
interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. I've read all the papers from Albert Michelson, all the letters from him, all the papers from Edward Morley, all the letters from him, all of the papers from Lorentz discussing it. Hendrik Lorentz, who came up with the Lorentz contraction that Einstein then used, all of the writings of Einstein discussing the topic, all of the papers from Dayton Miller, not literally everything Dayton Miller's ever done, but all of the comments of Dayton Miller referencing the tests, and Einstein referencing the replications done by Dayton Miller. You're telling me just look it up. Oh, no. I know for a 100% fact that what you're saying is just completely fabricated. So if you want to cite it,
This is incorrect.
then you can do that. Otherwise, it's going to be rejected outright. I know for a fact it's wrong. And what you're
It is
doing is saying,
definitely not
think
wrong.
about
You
how goofy
expected
what you're
a
saying is.
continuous fringe shift.
Should there, no. Either there, relativity predicts that there should be no fringe shift.
No, because that is impossible.
So you see how we just now covered that. The room sees it, where I'm talking super slow and repetitive, and you're even complaining about the
No,
fact
you're
that I'm
missing the
saying it.
point.
Dude, you're complaining about the fact that I'm saying it over and over in different ways. And the reason I knew how to do that is because you were going to pretend to agree with it until we then get back to the conclusion, and then you were just going to contradict yourself. And
No,
you're saying
no, I
you said
agree
it's
with certain parts of it.
you said it's impossible. That is goofy. If I shoot a light beam and then I split that light beam so the light's perfectly in phase. So everyone, let's do a thought experiment. We're going to envision a light beam waving back and forth, okay? We're going to split it in two. It's going to keep waving. Both of the new light beams, right, that have been split from the first one, they're all,
Okay.
stop. It's waving together. It's all waving at exactly the same time because it's the same light beam, just split in two. So it's perfectly in phase. That's what that means. In phase means that they're perfectly in lockstep with each other because the two light beams are just split it's just the first light beam split into two. Are we on the same page so far?
Yes, and you clearly haven't read the, well, I forget the English word for it, but the controls of the experiment. Do you know, was it done in a vacuum?
Stop deflecting. Address what I'm saying. Because
Yeah, I
what your
agree, but the
tactic is,
whole point, like,
here's the deal.
that is not
Let
the
me line.
important
I
part.
have stuff to do.
No,
My
let
guy,
me
my guy,
respond to
my
what you
guy.
said, right?
No, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. I have stuff to do. I don't come on here and therefore I now have 7 available hours to talk in circles to anyone that wants to. I am trying to act in good faith and interact with you once you brought this up. Okay, that doesn't mean that I'm going to spend the time to say something and explain it, and then you can just avoid it and bring up other points you want to try to make, right? So that we just sit here for 3 hours and make no progress. So you're going to
Well, you're saying
engage
I'm
with what I'm
lying.
actually saying, or I'm going to I know. What did I just say? Can you still man what I just said?
Yeah, you want to continue the point. I understand. I'm not going to interrupt.
No, still man the part about the light
Yeah,
beams.
yeah. If you split it perfectly and it bounces back, because of the fact that you split it, you should have a continuous face that would end up without interference when you collect it at the center again, right?
And let's just think about this for a second. What is an interference pattern? Just so that the room understands it, right? This comes up in the double slit, for example. An interference pattern is where if you envision transverse motion, which is like a wave. So if you envision a wave, okay, the light's moving like a wave. If you had 2 light beams that are both moving like a wave, right? If one of them is, say, a little faster than the other, or you shot one like half a second later. So say you shot a light beam and then you shot the other one just after that. Because the second light beam's a little behind the first one, they're going to begin to overlap and intersect with each other because the waves aren't perfectly in lockstep. So they're going to start to cross, 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 cross. That's what an interference pattern is. It's where the waves of the light beams are intersecting with each other because they're not in lockstep. That's what an interference pattern is. A phase shift is the amount or distance between one point on the wave and the other point on the other wave. The distance between the intersections, the shift between the 2 light beams. That's what a phase shift is. That's what a fringe shift is, right?
Correct.
It's the spacing between the 2 intersections of the light beams. Okay, so if I just
Hills and
shoot
valleys.
one light beam, would there be an interference pattern?
If you shoot one light beam and there's no interference along the way, no, there would not be.
Right. Now, if I shoot one light beam, and we just established that what causes an interference pattern is that if you have more than one light beam, so let's say you have 2 light beams, if they're not moving perfectly in lockstep, then they're going to start to intersect with each other.
Correct.
Right? Okay, so if I shoot one light beam, or let's just say if I shoot 2 light beams, it's practically impossible to time it in such a way that you shot both of them at the exact same moment. It's
Right, and
impossible
that's why
to
you
do that.
split a beam. Yeah.
Right, because so it's impossible to do that because you'll get an interference pattern no matter how hard you try to time it perfectly because light is so fast, quote
Yeah,
unquote.
you're never going to be able to do that.
I colloquially am using the idea that light travels from point A to point B for those people that are disingenuously going to chop this up and say, "Look, Austin contradicts himself. He's talking about light travel." Okay, for people like Q in the physics world. Okay, so now we're going to think about what they did in order to avoid that problem, which is that if you shot 2 light beams, you can't ensure that they're perfectly together. It's impossible. So they needed both the light beams to be perfectly together, though. That's what they needed. So what they did was shoot a single light beam. They used a beam splitter, which simply just causes the light to go in different directions. It splits that one light beam into 2. So once it splits it into 2, both of those light beams are perfectly in phase. Meaning, if we split the light beams and then we brought them back together, it would just look like like it originally did. No interference pattern, just a single light beam, right? Because they're perfectly in phase. So if I drew 2 waves on a graph, they would be identical. It would be like drawing a wave on a graph and then duplicating it and dragging it down below, right? They'd be perfectly in phase because it was just the same light beam. I'm being super redundant because it's insane that you're
We're
pivoting here at
agreeing
the
on
end.
everything. You're focusing on every
Okay.
detail now. Like, I understand all of this. Like, we can
Well,
move a little
what's
faster.
goofy is if you understand this, then you making the point about how, oh, there is an expected fringe shift. It's just about if it's continuous or not. Literally makes no sense in the context of the test at all.
Okay.
So we're
Can
gonna
I
shoot the
explain
light
what I
beam.
mean by that?
Wait up, dude. We're gonna shoot the light beam. It's gonna split into 2. Okay. Then what happens is one light beam continues straight. The other light beam is going to go perpendicular to that. Right. So we're gonna have like an L.
Yeah.
Right. An L. Okay. Then the light beams get down to where there are little silvered mirrors and it reflects the light beams back. So now it's there. Now we split it. It goes into an L. It hits mirrors. Both of them bounce back towards each other, right? And then they meet in the middle, and then they're redirected straight to the receiver. Okay,
Mhm.
so if the test is just sitting completely still and the light beam was completely in phase with each other, and you shot the light beams and there's no motion anywhere, then both the light beams would be the light beam would be in phase, be split into two, and both light beams are in phase. They're just going to be reflected back, recombine, and they'd be perfectly in phase when they recombine and go to the receiver, because they were originally the same light beam, perfectly in phase. There was nothing, no motion to change anything. Both light beams went the same exact distance. They went the same exact speed. They were shot at the same exact time. They're going to be at the receiver at the same exact time because they're perfectly in phase. The purpose of the test was to do that, and then having the Earth orbiting the sun at 30 kilometers a second, right, through an ether. The Earth is moving through an ether. What they expected to see was that one of the light beams would be behind the other one based on which direction it went while the Earth was moving,
Yes.
right? Okay, so the Earth's motion is going to cause one of the light beams to have to travel further. In really crude layman terms, it's going to have to catch up to the Earth. One of the light beams is going to be moving into the same direction
One
as the
moves
Earth. The other one's going to
along.
be moving against the direction of the Earth.
No, one is along,
Yes.
one is perpendicular.
Right.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So against
No,
it,
there's
not
no
like not.
against.
It is against. If I fly, it's like swimming across the stream. I'm still
Yeah,
going.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. So we have a stream of water. One of the light beams was effectively a swimmer jumping in and just swimming with the stream. The other light beam was like someone jumping in the stream and swimming to the other side while the stream was
Right.
going right. Okay. So the stream is flowing in one direction, and this light beam is trying to swim across it to the other side. So they're going against it, not directly against it, sure. Like they're going across it.
Yes.
Okay. So because that's happening, that light beam is going to take longer to get to the receiver.
hmm
Okay. So because it's going to take longer, right? That means it's going to get to the receiver later, which means once you recombine them, they're not going to be perfectly in phase anymore, because the other light beam is
Right.
behind the first one. So once they recombine, they're going to start intersecting. Okay, now
Yes.
the separation between the waves, the fringe shift, the amount between those intersections, you can predict what that separation will be based on the speed of the motion that's causing them to separate, based on the distances and times that are going to vary relative to the motion introduced. Okay?
Yes.
So, because speed equals distance over time. Okay, so when they did the test, they had a prediction. They used the velocity of light. They used the velocity of Earth, 30 kilometers a second, assumed orbital motion. They use these components, and then they get the predicted result of what the separation should be. They went and did the test. They did not get that result. They did not detect it, right? They did, however, see a fringe shift. Okay, so the
Yeah.
fringe shift was only 1/6 the value of what the predicted fringe shift was. It's only 1/6 of it, right? So now they needed to explain how that could occur. Now, this is where the Globers and the anti-flat earthers and some like PopSci or Wikipedia, what they will say is, oh, all it proved is that there must be no ether. As if to imply, if you throw the ether out, then that was the expected result. That is untrue. If you
Yeah,
throw
it's
the
the
ether out,
motion.
exactly, it's the motion of the Earth. So throw the ether out, doesn't matter. It doesn't fix the problem. We still have to explain why there wasn't a fringe shift. So say you throw the ether out, we still had to figure out why is the motion not being detected with these light beams. Okay, relativity comes in to save the day. And relativity explains that all motion is relative. The only thing absolute is the speed of light.
And we can
Because
prove that, by the way.
actually, the constancy of the speed of light has been disproven, but we're not even talking about that right now.
I mean, I could explain it. I can do that in 30
No.
seconds maximum, if you would
What?
like me, sir.
You wouldn't even know
Like, if we
what
could,
evidence I would
yeah, I
invoke.
understand. No, but what do you mean?
Yeah,
I feel like the only
we've
reason we
managed
started this
3C. We've
argument
managed
yesterday.
3C propagation before.
Well, the reason we got to this argument yesterday was because I talked about time dilation, and I don't know. Did you agree with my argument for time dilation then?
No, please don't deflect. I know I'm talking a long time. It's because
Okay.
I'm basically teaching the thing that you're misrepresenting. We're almost
No, but
there
I'm
though.
not
Don't go off
misrepresenting it.
don't
Yeah.
go off the rails right now, right? Like, yeah, you are misrepresenting it because you're saying when I say relativity would predict there would be no fringe shift, and you say, no, that's not true. It would just predict that the fringe shift would be constant. That is wrong. Okay. So the fringe shift was not okay. Originally, it was supposed to be there. Doesn't matter if you throw the ether out, doesn't fix the problem. We still got to fix the problem. Why is the Earth's orbit not being detected? Relativity comes in and says all motion is relative. The only thing absolute in the universe is the speed of light. And this is, of course, because on its face, you need something that is constant, unchanging to measure against. You have no standard to measure against if you don't have anything absolute. Okay, so the speed of light is used as the absolute. I'm almost done, bro. Okay, so they say all motion is relative. The speed of light's the only thing that's absolute. In all reference frame, the speed of light is absolute. That's a primary postulate of special relativity. And that what happens is based on the motion, on the speed of whatever motion there is, time dilates, meaning that in the word dilate, like when your pupils dilate, it actually invokes some type of physical stretching. You can laugh and act like it's different. It's not different. It's actually claiming basically time stretches out and it slows down.
I can explain that part pretty intuitively, but
okay, please do. Explain how time stretches out intuitively.
Yeah, I could do that. But just to make it very, very clear, we both have to agree on just one thing: that if a light beam is moving at a constant speed, perpendicular in the Morrison-Mickley experiment, whatever the names are, right? Then you expect a constant wave at that rate. If you have a wave moving at a different speed, then you are not going to be stuck on one fringe, right? It's going to if the light beam is moving, scrolling around along slower or faster, then you're going to always see a shift, right? It's not going to be stuck at one point.
What?
What do you mean what? Do you not understand what I just said?
No. Like, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
At a different
how
speed,
is this relevant
it's not
to the
going to be
point?
stuck.
How is this relevant to the point that's
you,
being made?
Well, yeah, it's not to the overall point, but that is a key
Right.
part of the experiment. The fact that it
No.
should be a continuous fringe shift.
No,
That is
there should
where
be
we
no
started
fringe
this whole-
shift. So, okay, you were that patient, and I laid it all out, and then right when we're about to get to the conclusion, you
Only on the
interrupted
part
just to
if we
reassert
were-
the conclusion, that's in contention, and it's actually just you contradicting yourself, and you don't know it yet. You just keep saying it, and you're like, you don't know this? Look it up. How do you not know this? This is so obvious. No, you're wrong, brother. You are incorrect, okay? I'm explaining what relativity said is that because all motion's relative, when you're in the reference frame of the Earth, it is identical, indistinguishable from a stationary Earth. While you're on the Earth, in terms of the orbital motion or any other motion, so the orbit, us following the sun through space, us going through the galaxy, and the galaxy going through the universe at over 1 million miles per hour, all of that completely undetectable. You'll never be able to detect it when you're on the Earth, right? It's undetectable. Okay, so relativity claims that even though the Earth is orbiting the sun, when you're on the Earth, it will be identical to a stationary Earth.
But only if you take light relativity into account and you don't combine the constant c, which is intuitive with time stretching, and then if you can build a model where orbits are the most likely thing, which it looks like it is, then special relativity is kind of proven in that experiment as well. If you can prove an orbit and other means, right?
No. Okay, so if it's identical to a stationary Earth, maybe this will work. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's say that you do Michelson-Morley. You shoot a light beam, you split it in two, you send them perpendicular to each other, they bounce back, they recombine in the center, they go to the receiver. They're perfectly in phase. The Earth is completely stationary. There is no motion whatsoever. If I shoot those light beams, would there be a fringe shift?
No, there would not be.
Okay. Relativity claims that when you're on the Earth, it's identical to a stationary Earth.
Well, only if you take that into account. Yeah. You cannot determine one way or the other that way. Just by that way, you cannot.
Okay. No, the only way that your paradigm can claim to quote unquote detect some actual detection of Earth's orbit, it's now you make observations of the sky, you presuppose the orbit, and you claim that it's the cause of the variation of observable phenomena in the sky. Okay, that is not what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about affirming the consequent and just assuming you know why stars precess over time, or why there's aberration, or why there's retrograde, or we're not talking about that. Yeah, I understand that you guys, and in fact, Einstein explains these as the quote unquote evidences of Earth's orbital motion, stuff like stellar aberration, which is just begging the question. That's all it is. Okay, but we're not doing that. We're talking about a real physical test, actual measurements, right, on the Earth, an actual real life test in the lab. So you just said that if the Earth wasn't moving and you did that test, then there would be no fringe shift. And then you just agreed that according to relativity, when you're on the Earth, it's identical to the Earth not moving. So according to your own acknowledgments, relativity would predict that in Michelson-Morley, there is no fringe shift.
Well, it doesn't match a fringe shift that you would expect otherwise. Yes, but you did have some atmospheric differences, right? It wasn't in a vacuum.
That doesn't matter. Both light beams were in the same ambient environment.
There's no such
So that
thing as
doesn't.
the same ambient environment on that tiny of a scale.
Dude, both light beams. It's not like one light beam's in a vacuum and one wasn't. So the
Well,
speed of
if you
light is going to be.
count
Wait,
things
did
like
both light beams travel
amplitudes
the
in a
same
light wave.
speed? Did both light beams travel the same speed?
Well, we can. Can I like? Could we go? Or do you want to Want to jump away from this? Like
No,
extend
no.
that idea?
I want you to acknowledge what you originally said was you came in here saying that I was incorrect when I said that according to relativity there should be zero fringe shift, and then you've now conceded that there would, according to relativity, be zero fringe shift because on a stationary
There
Earth,
would be zero continuous fringe shift. Is what I'm saying, dude.
dude, does the room hear this? It's like this is my whole point. You just go back to just basically asserting it after I take the time to lay it all out as elementary as possible,
understand.
and then you agree to all the constituent parts of the conclusion, and then you just baselessly deny it.
No, I agree with your conclusion overall of the experiment, but you're getting that very key part wrong, I think. Like anybody could look the experiment up. It's very clear they are looking for a continuous fringe shift. I don't know why you're attacking this so hard.
That isn't relevant to my point, dude. That's why I'm attacking it. When I say
you're
that
denying it.
according to relativity, in Michelson-Morley, there should have been zero, none, no fringe shift detected.
In a
That is a
vacuum, yes.
fact. No. It's not in a vacuum, yes, because even in the atmosphere, both the light beams are in the same atmosphere. Okay. And this test was replicated, by the way, and done at different times of the year. And then it was replicated in different environments. So the implication of what you're saying is that the reason there was a fringe shift is one of the light beams was slowed down by the air and the other one wasn't. That is
Not really slowed
asinine.
down, but it can be
That is
slightly
asinine.
angled. But that's not the whole point. There wasn't continuous fringe shifts along the different experiments. It wasn't the exact same value, was it? But it doesn't
It was
really
damn.
matter. If
That
one
was
is
damn
slowed
near the
down,
same value. Yes.
but if one was slowed down, I mean, I think even, well, you deny time
The
dilation,
value is
right?
consistent.
I mean, you don't want to. I mean, if you don't want to, I don't think we're going to agree on that one point. I feel like
No, there is no
that is something
agreeing.
you
This is
could
just a
look up.
fact. It's just wait. You just tried to say that because it wasn't in a vacuum, that's why there was a fringe shift. So what you're saying is that one of the light beams was affected by the atmosphere, but the other one wasn't.
No, if
Yeah,
they're
that's stupid, right?
slightly moving through a different medium, if all the air molecules are not aligned exactly in the same way all the way there, you expect some interference. You do. I don't know
So
why that's
one,
funny. That
so
is
one of the light
refraction in
beams.
a nutshell, dude.
Oh, so one of the light beams experienced refraction in the atmosphere, but the other one didn't.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Can you not can you not imagine these like wiggling about the same way, but not exactly, and then bouncing back into a receiver?
Because of the atmosphere?
Is it not traveling through it?
Oh yeah. So answer the question. So you're
Yeah,
saying because
that
of the
is.
atmosphere? Okay. So then why
But the
would it
point is,
always be, wait? Why would it always be the same then? How come with all the tests and all the
it doesn't.
replications, it would always be no? You do realize that one of the light beams is behind the other one. Can you agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. And that it's always the same light beam that's behind the other one. It doesn't matter
Yes.
how many times you do the test, what time of year you do the test, where you do the test. It's always the same light beam that's behind the other one. Okay, so just arbitrarily claiming that it's based on like slight fluctuations of the atmosphere is ridiculous. Not to mention,
But
like
it does
both
fluctuate
light
all
beams
the
are in the
time,
same,
though.
both light beams are in the same medium, right? So it's like just goofy. And this is why the part of stuff like this that's frustrating is I'm sitting here still manning your side. Like meaning I'm presenting the strongest possible argument. You're not. I guarantee you can't cite what you just said. I guarantee you that Einstein never for a second said, oh, I think the reason that there was a fringe shift detected is because of atmospheric refraction. And that just coincidentally coincides directionally. So the atmospheric refraction is anisotropic, has a preferred direction that just so happens to be perpendicular to the orbit. Coincidentally, no matter what room you're in, what the atmospheric conditions are, where you're at, if you're in a room, if you're outside, if you're not, no matter where you are, somehow the atmosphere, the little particles, little gas molecules in the atmosphere are conspiring to affect the light more so, and the light will experience more refraction anisotropically, meaning with the preferred direction, but preferred cardinal direction. That's the most asinine idea I've ever heard. It's totally irrelevant. That's why no one ever within on your side trying to explain this would ever say something like that. Okay. They would never say something like that because it's ridiculous, because it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't be
Well, it's
consistent.
not really ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
You would expect. I don't know. We're never going to agree on that point, right?
Well, you can
But you used this as
disagree
a way to
with
say
facts, but
relativity
that
was
doesn't matter.
incorrect and time dilation was incorrect
No, no,
yesterday.
no, 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 no. This is the point. According to relativity, there should be no fringe shift. Okay, and this is because originally they expected to see a fringe shift that was proportionate and relative to the velocity of Earth's orbit. They did not see that. They measured about 1/6 that predicted value. So relativity comes in, right, and says, basically saves the day, ostensibly, by saying, oh, well, the reason you didn't detect Earth's orbit, that doesn't mean that there isn't an Earth's orbit. That doesn't mean there isn't orbital motion. It's just because we didn't properly understand basically all of physics, and we didn't understand the nature of light. We didn't understand the nature of motion, etc. We didn't understand 4D space geometry, okay? Because space and time operate within a fabric of a 4D space geometry, and they're relative to the observer within specific reference frames. So in very simple terms, relativity comes in and says, the reason you didn't detect Earth's orbital motion is because when you're on the Earth, it's identical to being stationary. You can't detect it. It's impossible. And if in reality, say, so all motion is relative, so Earth's orbital motion is relative to what? The sun. Okay. So Earth's orbital motion, when we invoke orbit, a motion within an orbit of the Earth, that orbital motion is relative to what?
Yeah, the sun.
The
Right?
sun.
So
Okay. Yeah.
should you not expect the fringe shift in that case, right?
According to
Simultaneously
relativity,
disproving the orbit while disproving, I mean, the fact that relativity predicts no fringe shift. So you're saying the fringe shift predicts what exactly?
okay, so relativity predicts no fringe shift because we're on the Earth. Okay, so the point is
Mm-hmm.
that if we actually step all the way out, if we take this orthographic view for a second, we're going to see in your paradigm, we're going to see the Earth rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun, which is literally by definition of rotation because it's moving around the central axis, but whatever. So we're just going to see the Earth moving around the sun. Okay, and so if we were to shoot light beams in different directions, one light beam is going to go with the motion of the Earth's orbit around the sun, and one light beam is going to go across or against it, right? Just like swimming across the stream. So what that means is the Earth is effectively going to be moving out from underneath one of the light beams. So one of the light beams is going to be moving in the same direction as the stream, and one's going to swim across it. The light beam that swims across it is going to have to travel a greater distance. It's basically going to have to catch up to it because the Earth is running away from it. So you're going to have to, basically, it's like swimming across the stream, turning around, swimming back, and then turning and swimming with the stream. You're going to get there later than the person that just swam with the stream the whole time. Okay.
Well,
so what relativity? Yes. So what relativity says is that, yeah, even though that one light beam did have to travel a greater distance, thus take a longer time, because speed equals distance over time. If we assume that the speed of light is constant, so s never changes, as we change the distance, we change the time because the speed never changes, right? So the distance and the time are different for one light beam than the other because it's having, so since that light beam is having to go travel further, but it's staying at the same speed, it's going to take longer to get there. This is very simple, right? We have Usain Bolt run 100 yards, and then we have Usain Bolt run 200 yards. If he runs his top speed consistently in both races, it's going to take him longer to run 200 yards than 100 yards because he kept the same speed, but had to run a greater distance. So it takes longer, right? I'm not trying to talk down to you if you don't understand that. The point is that
we've been through this. Yeah.
But yeah, but somehow you just like drop the ball and short out at the end of it. So, okay, so what relativity came in and did was say,
Not really.
okay, yeah, you do. So relativity came in and said, okay, yeah, technically one of those light beams did have to travel further, thus it took longer. But when you're on the Earth doing that test, you're in the Earth's reference frame, what happens is that the distance, even though it's technically greater in terms of its orbit, it contracts. It gets shorter. So that 100 yards or that 200 yards becomes 100 yards. It's technically 200 yards, but when you're on the football fields or whatever, it becomes 100 yards. So it becomes
I know, and they
identical to
never
the
matched
first
the
race.
value.
Okay, and then the
never
time,
matched what they expected.
and think about how insane this idea is. So insane. The distance got shorter. The ruler was 12 inches. It contracted, but if you went and measured the ruler, it would still say 12 inches. But it did get shorter. Trust me, bro. Okay, so it went from 200 yards to 100 yards. It went from 12 inches to 11 inches, but if you measured it, it would still say, I went from 13 to 12, it still say 12. You get it. Okay. So now, now that the distance has gotten shorter, you have to also explain time. So what they said, right? And this was after the fact, actually. This was like this came a little bit after the original postulation of length contraction. But Lorentz contraction was first. time dilation is just a necessary implication. And so if the distance gets shorter, that means the time is going to have to also change. So they said that time dilates, time stretches out, and then slows down. And this is exactly what Einstein said in his paper. He said that he doesn't understand how, basically. It's very perplexing and very convenient. But I mean, I'm just going to use
I
Lorentz's
can explain that
contraction. I'm going
intuitively.
to just use Lorentz contractions because his math does work, where it just so happens that the distance contracts the perfect, precise, sufficient amount needed. Just so happens to contract the exactly sufficient amount needed to make it look as though that light beam didn't travel a greater distance, thus take a longer time.
But that happens in all reference frames when you take time dilation into account.
Just that's just dogmatism. You're just like reasserting the the claim. You're just
I
asserting
understand
the
your point.
claim as though it's a fact. Okay, so this is the
Well,
point, bro.
this is okay. We
Okay,
never
so
got
then
to
you
this. Can
agree
I
that
explain
wait,
time
last
dilation
question here. Like, here's the whole question. The reason I had to do this painfully redundant thing here. Okay, so then you
You don't know
agree
what.
according to, yeah, but it's just it's not my fault. So according to relativity, then there should be no fringe shift because the distances are now the same. Well, for you on the Earth, the distances are identical. The time is identical, even though they're technically different. When you're on the Earth, because the distance got shorter and the time slowed down, both times and distances are identical. So both light beams went the same distance, taking the same time for the observer on Earth. Therefore, there would be no fringe shift. Correct?
You do. Yeah, we are on the same page pretty much. This is where we hang up, and this is where you say, "Oh, you agree," and then you don't understand, and then we keep going back on this. Okay. You would expect a fringe shift if relativity wasn't true and you were moving, right? Yeah, we agree on that part. We also agree that relativity would be true if you see no fringe shift. This is incorrect.
No, I don't agree. Relativity would be true if you see no fringe shifts. But okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, but it would definitely be in its favor, right?
I mean, yeah, it would match the actual relativistic prediction because relativity predicts there would be no fringe shift.
Right. But let's say relativity wasn't true and we were, in fact, in an orbit, then you would not see a static fringe shift. Because if you're moving and the light beam necessarily moves at a different speed, then when it goes into the receiver along with the other beam that was perpendicular to the sun, you would expect a continuously changing amplitude interference that would be of continuous motion. Because the light beam
wait.
would be
You're saying
moving
because
either
it's
stretched
changing?
out or contracted. Because it's either constricted or it's elongated, right? So the light beam would necessarily be moving at a different speed because of the contraction. So you would expect
Well, you said you started by saying if relativity wasn't true, and then you invoked contraction anyway.
Well, do we agree on that? If we were in an orbit and relativity was not true, then this is what you would expect, right? Because C wouldn't travel at the same speed at all reference points.
What if the speed of light does travel at the same speed in all reference frames? We expect or just in general, because all reference frame is just bullshit fairy tale physics. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Now can I please explain time dilation then in a reference frame? This is not bullshit. Okay, so just let me explain this.
Here, I'll give you the full floor.
Let me do this now.
Listen. Stop. I'm gonna give you the full floor to explain whatever you want to about time dilation. Right after you acknowledge the whole reason I had to do this incredibly painful process in the first place, which is that relativity predicts that there is no fringe shift in Michelson-Morley. If relativity is correct, then there should be no fringe shift, which is why Einstein said that there must have been an issue with the instrument itself. There's some type of error. Even though we are detecting a fringe shift, that's 1/6 the predicted value. That's not really there, according to my theory. So there must be some error that we're not understanding, that we're overlooking, some intrinsic flaw within the setup or within the instruments that are causing that fringe shift to take place. It's not actual motion. It's not actually detecting motion because relativity says there is no motion to detect effectively when you're in the reference frame of the Earth. That's why he said it must be an instrumental error. This is why he later writes in a letter, right? He says this a couple times. Beast looked up the quotes for us a couple days ago, where he says, if there isn't some type of fundamental error within Dayton Miller's experiments, then my theory collapses like a house of cards, right? He explains that experiment reigns supreme. If people can't come up with and prove some actual instrumental error that's giving us this faulty reading of a fringe shift consistently over and over and over the same way, repeatedly, consistently, over and over and over, it happens every time. If someone can't come up with some actual instrumental error that's causing that, right? Then my entire theory of relativity collapses like a house of cards. Okay. So that is the point that you need to acknowledge, which is relativity predicts there is no fringe shift, there is one. So what they try to do to get away with
Justin,
it
that's
is to
where we
say there was an
disagree. Hold on,
instrument.
that's important.
So you disagree with
That's where we
Einstein?
disagree. No, just that specific point. Like literally, that is the tiny like pin in the whole argument. We agree on like everything else except for fringe shift versus continuous fringe shift. This is like an extremely important detail, and if anybody looks that up, they will see it is about a continuous changing fringe shift, not a static one.
That how is that distinction? You're saying it as though I don't understand the distinction. No. What I understand is it is completely irrelevant to the
No,
point.
that is extremely important to the point.
No, because what your implied claim is that relativity does predict a fringe shift, just that it's continuous, and that is incorrect.
No, that's not. You are misunderstanding me now. If relativity is correct, you might see a fringe shift, but it would never be changing. You would not see a continuous in that. That is what the experiment disproved. There was no continuous orbit through a luminous Earth ether, although you can nitpick on that. Specific part, it could be one or the other, either through medium or not, depending on if relativity is true or not. But the fact that there was no continuous shift means you're not moving through a medium that transmits light around.
Dude, once again, if you're assuming relativity to be true, there's no fringe shift continuous or not continuous. Period. There's no fringe shift because there's no motion to detect to separate the light beams in the first place.
No, yeah, exactly. But that's where we disagree on the atmosphere. If you do this in a vacuum, it will completely interfere perfectly.
Okay, so for one, again, you are making a new claim that was not invoked by Einstein. It was not invoked by any of the people from your side over the last
Doesn't
almost,
have to be invoked.
Wait, time out. I know that. I'm making a point. You're pretending as though we just overlooked like the very easy, obvious explanation that's been known about this whole time, and we're misrepresenting it. No. Just to clarify for the room, you're making a whole brand new claim over 100 years later as to what caused the fringe shift, and it's really simple and obvious. And somehow, all these people touted as geniuses like Einstein, who devoted his whole life to trying to explain it away, just overlooked this. And I've already debunked it anyway, though. All that aside, because it doesn't matter what
you're denying the main point.
Listen, it doesn't matter what people think. It doesn't matter what consensus is. Blah blah blah. You could, in theory, be right, but you're right, and I explain why you're
correct.
Can you still man what my refutation of the atmosphere claim was?
Sorry, say that again.
Can you still man what my refutation of the atmosphere claim was?
What your refutation? Oh, refutation of the atmosphere claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can run down the whole way you explain this because I think you've gone over this like 6 times by now. Should I start from the beginning of the argument, the whole way through?
Acknowledge it now.
Nah, don't come on, man.
Or we suggest
dude. You're not listening, dude.
I am listening.
Well, dude, you're not because you're not even representing your side correctly, bro. The speed of light's constant.
The refutation
regardless of motion, regardless of medium. Hold on, dude, bro. Regardless of the medium that the light is traveling through, whether it's the vacuum or the atmosphere, according to relativity, light should be constant. There should be no fringe shift at all.
That's not true.
I understand, but hold on. Can I just say his refutation real quick? His refutation was that one arm, the one moving along with Earth, as opposed to the perpendicular one, was always the one with a consistent fringe shift. Is that not the refutation you had?
Yeah, the fringe shift is consistent, and if the claim is that it's just because extrapolate it out, explain the reasoning as to why that refutes your point.
So the reason you think that refutes my point is because when you're moving along with the Earth, you're swimming against the stream sort of thing. So you should have a shortened distance. That is what you're saying, right?
No. The reason that refutes your point is if what you're saying is the reason there was a fringe shift is because of the atmosphere, right? So you're basically invoking refraction. You're saying that one of the light beams, or you would have to say both of the light beams, because they're both in the atmosphere, right? So you're saying both of the light beams experienced atmospheric refraction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that because the refraction isn't identical, because there's so many little fluctuations. Notice how I actually still man your case, meaning I make it better than you did.
That's correct.
I make it better than you did. Yes. Because there are so many fluctuating variables within the atmosphere, the exact refractive effect is not going to be identical. So that's all you need to show there's going to be a fringe shift, because the light beams aren't going to be perfectly in lockstep when there is any difference. And so because there's atmospheric refraction affecting both light beams, it's going to separate the light beams, giving you an interference pattern.
Right, except for when you turn the light beam on, you are directly at an average of what that fluctuation already is. The error is always moving. You're not expecting this crazy interference you were talking about now, where it would fluctuate like crazy. The atmosphere is relatively stable. It's just going to have a different starting offset. And this is part.
Straw man. I never said that it would fluctuate like crazy because of the atmosphere.
Well, that is
the
the
effect
implication,
of the atmosphere on the light in this situation would be completely negligible. Period. Much less what it calls a great friendships. But the actual refutation, notice how I still man you, straw man me, but it's all good. The actual refutation of it, that you don't seem to be able to still man, and now I've wasted 20 minutes of my life, is that if that were the cause of the fringe shift, it wouldn't be consistent, meaning the atmosphere has no bias. It doesn't care which light beam is which, it doesn't care which direction it's moving. It isn't going to always slow one of the light beams down more than the other one based on cardinal direction. That isn't how the atmosphere works. The atmosphere isn't sentient and hand selecting which light beam it's going to slow down more than the other. And by the way, in terms of refraction, within a matter of meters, for there to be a significant difference, and yes, it does have to be significant for there to actually produce the fringe shift that's
It
observed.
was a 1/40th of what they expected, and a random little wobble you're talking about here.
No, it was 1/6.
I'm pretty sure it's 1/40th.
No, I'm positive it was 1/6. It says that in the paper.
Okay, let's look this up. I'm pretty sure it's.
It says it in the paper, bro.
Yeah, but I think I remember one. Maybe I'm mistaken. I could be. If so,
Of course you are, dude. Okay, so it's 1/6. Okay, cool, man. So it's 1/6. The point is that isn't a sufficient explanation at all, right? Like, because it would have to consistently affect one light beam more than the other one based on direction. That makes no sense. And by the way, yeah, there have been similar type of tests done in vacuum chambers. Okay, the effect is still there. Anyway, the effect is still there. It's been done within like the last 15, 20 years in a vacuum chamber. So now the issue here, and by the way, of course, that's why no one ever proposed this as an explanation. And let me let you in on a little secret. It wasn't for a lack of trying. They were willing to accept anything someone could come up with to explain the assumed error, instrumental error. They were looking for anything and everything, right? And the main one that they went with at first was temperature. That the temperature, the ambient temperature of the test was affecting the apparatus, and the heat would cause it to expand just a little bit, but for the purpose of the test, just a little bit's a lot, right? Because it's a reminder, we're talking about incredibly precise measurement. We're talking about using light and interferometry. It's very, very, very precise. Okay, so yeah, so they were like, oh, the temperature would affect it and cause it. For one, that doesn't make sense on its face because we have the same problem, right? It would have to be that the temperature is consistently affecting it the same, which makes no sense. But doesn't matter. Dayton Miller went the extra step and actually took radiant heat sources and introduced them to the test and proved that it does not fluctuate the fringe shift. So the temperature argument is no good. It doesn't even make sense on its face anyway because that doesn't explain like a consistent discrepancy. Whatever instrumental error is going to be invoked is going to have to be anisotropic. It's going to have to explain the anisotropic error, meaning the preferred direction. The error has a preferred direction. To claim that it's an instrumental error, you have to claim that the error has a preferred direction. That is very difficult to do. You're going to zoom all the way out. What can we invoke to say that it caused an error in Michelson-Morley and all these subsequent tests, right, that has a preferred direction? Now, there's a very obvious solution to all of this. There's a very obvious answer and solution to all of it that makes perfect sense and explains
but it didn't
all
have a consistent. I'm pretty sure that actually wasn't, and I also looked it up. It was 1/40th. Upon the only thing with the 1/6 is that he estimated, like under ideal conditions, what the apparent shift might be. So it was a predicted thing, and analysis shows 1/40th of a random wobble, and that is not consistent directionally upon retests. I mean, I believe
you just totally conflated the two. Wait a minute. You just totally conflated the two things. You just said 1/40th of a wobble. Dude, no, I said that expected. No, dude, no. The Michelson-Morley, dude, Michelson-Morley, okay? Michelson-Morley found a fringe shift that would be consistent with about 1/6 Earth orbital speed.
I'm finding less than that, and what I'm finding is it says like 1/100th in one paper.
It's 1/40th. He estimated it might be as large as 0.2 in a certain case, and then he said 1/6 if optimal conditions. This was never achieved, and all analysis shows 1/40th. What I can find.
It sounds like you're all bolstering with this argument.
About time dilation for some reason. No, but I mean, I didn't. I believed you on parts of this. I didn't know about Frost tests because I only read the one paper.
I don't need you to believe me on anything.
It to be the same armor over time, but.
Okay. But, see, I mean, this is disingenuous, right? Where if there's slight fluctuations, you're going to say that it's not the same when I've already said that, right? I've already acknowledged that. Very disingenuous. And this is the thing, bro. Like, basically, the implication of your argument, I don't get this. This is why people like, because like all the Globers here are like, in a way, they're like cheering for you because they want it to make sense for your side or whatever. But it's like, on the one hand, we talk about how we're all about Einstein and what he came up with was genius, and that's what's true, and it's the most tested theory of forever, right? And then on the other hand, it's like he's so fundamentally incompetent that he didn't even think about the atmosphere that the light was in. It's like,
No,
no,
that's
you
not.
just, or the other
No,
option is
because
you
then
have
we're
a
looking for a
fundamental
continuous fringe
misunderstanding of
shift.
light and how it interacts with mediums and how
How do you
incredibly
not
negligible
understand that
that point
point?
is. What?
The fact that we're never going to agree on the continuous fringe point, are we? Like ever?
That doesn't
Because you
even,
say
no,
it's
it's
not
not
relevant.
relevant.
Yeah, there we go. It's not relevant. But do you understand how that is majorly relevant to the other point about relativity you keep claiming? About how time cannot be intuitively stretched because of it?
What? No, that doesn't explain that.
No, but that's a major part, right? This is why
No.
you even brought this experiment up when we were talking about time dilation. This is how this started.
What?
This is how this started yesterday. Do you not remember? When we started this whole argument about the
not true.
Morrison. What do you mean
What?
it's
No,
not true?
I was actually making the meta point about how what consistently happens is the evidence matches the prediction of a stationary Earth with an ether, and what your paradigm has done is just changes their theory and belief to match the predictions of the stationary Earth. And
yeah, this is about not measuring the orbit. Like they didn't, you didn't measure, you made a measurement that should have been able to measure the orbit, and it wasn't there, right?
Yeah.
Is that it? What's it? That's what this is all about.
Yeah. And then they make up just insane, unfalsifiable nonsense. Like to distance contracts, but you just could never tell, and you won't be able to tell. But just trust me, bro.
But the fact that if we assume an orbit in the heliocentric model, then time dilation must be true in special relativity. The fact that you cannot measure a difference that is continuous, that is like why that is a key part, right? That is why that is so important. Why you say it's not relevant to the point at all.
Okay, but the Earth doesn't orbit the sun. But the Earth doesn't orbit the sun, though.
Yeah, but okay, so now we've gotten to a point where
we
can discredit relativity by denying the orbit, and I understand why you don't believe in the orbit, but if I can make a positive claim for relativity and time dilation being true, that gives at least one credence point to the results of that experiment as well.
No, what the results show. Okay, once again, the prediction of relativity for Michelson, once again, relativity predicts that in Michelson-Morley there would be zero fringe shift, none, but there was no zero fringe shift, period. Okay, cool. Go write your own paper and explain how Einstein didn't understand the fundamental parameters of his own theory and how you better understand it because you're fundamentally incorrect. I've explained it 7 times. You haven't directly engaged or rebutted my point. You just keep basically reasserting your conclusion with no substance or specificity. It's just dogmatism. I'm not going to be here for another hour. I already told you I'm not going to do that. Okay, cool. Well, let the room decide if you've actually somehow substantiated the claim that relativity doesn't claim there would be no fringe shift. And then all they can do is go read, they can just go read Special and General Theory by Einstein, and they can read where he specifically states exactly what I'm saying, that there is no fringe shift, should be no fringe shift in Michelson-Morley. And in fact, he just goes as far as to treat it as though there was none, because they just assumed the validity of the explanation of instrumental error and then proceeded forward accordingly as though there was no fringe shift detected at all. So you haven't read the paper.
I have read the paper, and we're not just going to agree. I mean, if relativity wasn't true, okay, do you understand, or do you agree that it would lend a lot of credence to an orbit being possible to begin with? And I know this sounds like excuse making, but it's to a broader point. Do you understand then if you can prove time dilation in that instance, along with that experimental result, that would give a way bigger point towards an orbit being possible?
But no. The fact that we see some phenomena that affects different types of mechanisms that we use to quote unquote measure time, which is goofy and stupid and wrong, then it changes and you just assume and reify and affirm the consequent of your own belief system. No, that doesn't then somehow extrapolate to evidence that the Earth is moving, because what is very easily proven is that the interferometer was sensitive enough to detect the Earth's motion, that principle works in all other scenarios. It was built upon proven principles of physics in terms of light interacting with the medium of water. That when we use that same exact principle of physics and interferometry, we're able to accurately predict and detect and measure the sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy and confidence every single time. The fact that all of those things are true it gives us the avenue for a very obvious explanation which is the reason you didn't detect the Earth's orbit in Michelson-Morley, is because there is no Earth's orbit to detect. The reason that we do consistently get a friend shift, in Michelson-Morley and all the subsequent replications, including in modern times with radiometric interferometry that's incredibly precise, is because there is a drift in the ether, and that the reason that we get the prediction of the sidereal rotation rate accurate with the 98% is because the sky does in fact rotate at a predicted rate. And the reason that that friend shift increases the closer we get to the sky is because we're getting closer and closer to the source of the motion that's detected within the ether. And I'll ask you this question, and Jeremy wants to give him. I'm going to ask you this question. Maybe you can think about it, let Jeremy make his point, and then you can say this, because think about this question I'm about to ask you. Do you concede that if the friend shift does in fact change relative to altitude, that completely eliminates the possibility of the claim that it's because of the Earth's motion?
I would expect latitude. If you can really show a consistent friend shift based on latitude, then yeah, then I would agree with you.
You mean like the Sagnac effect?
Wobble. No, I mean, I don't know.
Let's just think about the Sagnac. Think about the Sagnac effect. Okay, you have like the ring laser gyro. You have the ring laser gyro, right? You know what that is?
Yep.
Okay, so we have the ring laser gyro, and it's using interferometry, right?
3 little mirrors in it.
Okay, a ring laser gyro uses interferometry. Okay, and it's the Sagnac effect is also called Sagnac interference, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what the claim within your paradigm is that the ring laser gyro is giving us an interference because the Earth is rotating.
That is correct.
Which
you get a 15 degree per hour.
Okay, and just to throw this in as like a little issue for you here again is that we use the same exact principle of interferometry in the Michelson-Morley, and it didn't detect the Earth's orbit. Okay, but we know that interferometry can reliably be used to detect and measure motion with insane precision. But
Not absolute motion.
It doesn't detect the Earth's orbits. Okay, but set that aside for a second.
But when a gyro rotates, isn't the two counter propagating laser beams? It's inside the loop. It's loop travel. It travels slightly different path lengths, right? So it causes like a measurable interference shift to proportional to the rotation rate.
Uh-huh.
And that is why it senses rotation, right?
So if they're claiming that the friend shift that's detected or measured within a ring laser gyro is because the Earth is rotating, then that's the claim. Do you agree that if we detect a friend shift that is proportionate to altitude, so you maintain latitude, but you don't increase altitude, that if that effect increases proportionate to altitude, that it would completely debunk the claim that the cause of the friend shift is the Earth's rotation?
Maybe it sounds logical, not necessarily. I mean, latitude, I feel like it's pretty important here. But also, just to bring up about the gyro, it's kind of funny because it kind of proves my whole point about friend shift and continuous friend shift. Because literally, what a laser gyroscope does is it measures the rotation by detecting a phase shift, right? A continuous one in opposite directions around a closed loop.
Yeah, Jeremy, go ahead.
Just real quick, if what you're saying is true and they're supposed to get a friend shift, then all the other Globers I've ever heard Witsit debate on this is completely wrong, because they'll say we're all the other Globers say it's so close, we're getting it so close to zero right now, like they're trying to get it to zero. And if what you're saying is true, why would they be trying to get it to zero? We're expecting something.
Exactly. Like
Well, I mean, now we know we're not
like
supposed
every
to
other
expect
Glober has
something
been
because
wrong.
time dilation is the thing.
not only every other Glober, like all the people that created the very paradigm he's in here defending.
But do we agree that a laser gyroscope works on a continuous phase shift?
Yeah.
If anybody can look this up, and that is the same principle we're talking about here, right?
Okay.
Right. So can I please get to the point about time dilation? Because this is a major part of relativity at all. I mean, it's not to the broader point of that specific part of the argument, but it's really hugely tied into this. Because if we are in an orbit, then time dilation is also necessary, right? It sounds like making up an excuse for a model, but it's not. It's just part of it. Because otherwise,
No, it
time
absolutely
dilation
is.
didn't happen. No, because hold on, if we are in an orbit, and the Michelson-Morrison experiment was still the same, and this is where we disagree on continuous phase shift. That is why you say it's not relevant to the point. It's like kind of a key
It's
point
literally not.
here.
No,
Well,
it's
because
literally not
if the
relevant at
light
all.
hold on, if the light
Literally.
wave is moving slower or faster because it's going downstream or not, then you would expect that to be constricted, or I mean elongated, right? So it's going to move continuously. It's going to be continuous phase shift in the receiver, and it's not going to be a constant stuck thing. We can talk about the direction thing, but if we are in an orbit, you would expect it to continuously changing if the speed of light was not constant for all observers. And that is why
every
time dilation.
Okay, look, I gotta step away for a second. Okay, this is I'll be back here in a few minutes, but this is all very simple. Okay, relativity predicts that there would be no friendship. There was a friendship detected. The still man of your position is that still man of your position is that there was like a friendship detected, but it was just because of instrumental error. And over time, we've gotten more and more precise with our measurements because technology has improved, and we're getting closer and closer and closer to zero. We're never going to get near perfect or exactly zero because there's always some type of error margin within all science, all experiments, all measurements, all instruments, etc. Okay. Yeah, so that's like the official position of your side. The issue with it is, though, that actually doesn't just keep getting closer and closer to zero unless you cook the books. Like one of the things they do, because Dayton Miller showed that the higher you go, the greater the effect. They're like, okay, well, then I know what we'll do. We'll go underground. And then they take a little crystal, they shoot one of the light beams through a crystal so that it effectively slows it down. And your paradigm doesn't literally slow down because light never slows down. It just increases the path, right? The distance of the path. So it takes longer and can look like it slowed down.
Not necessarily through refraction.
No,
you do have phase shifting continuously going on.
Your paradigm claims that the speed of light is constant, right? And so if I shoot a laser, through a fish tank, and then or shoot a piece of glass, and then it appears to slow down 33%, and then pop out on the other side. They say it appears to slow down, but actually it doesn't. The light beam just had to basically travel in a bunch of zigzags to get through the glass, so it traveled a much greater
Not really.
distance.
It excites atoms and reappears in different. It lags behind, and it travels at
the
the same
official
speed.
explanation is that
that's a good steal, man.
Yeah, the official explanation is that the distance increases. Okay, so the point is though that is just a cool story, bro, because when we actually went and independently investigated it, we found this test has been done in modern times with radiometric interferometry, for example, and tests have been done in vacuum chambers, and it shows that there is consistently a fringe shift detected. So when we look at the two tests using the same principles of interferometry, right, what Michelson-Gell-Pearson actually matching this ideal rotation of roughly 15 degrees per hour consistently within 98% accuracy, and we look at Michelson-Morley replications all the way into modern times consistently showing us a fringe shift, the only viable explanation is that there is only one motion that is being detected. That is the motion of the sky, effectively translation of motion through an ether, causing an ether drift because the light beams are going through this substantive medium akin to a stream or water, the way we know that light interacts with water, for example. So there is only one motion. It's rotational motion of the sky itself, which is why the effect increases as you get closer to the sky and is proportionate to altitude. There is no orbital rotation. That's why you don't detect the orbital motion. And that's just the end of the story. It's factually the only objective or the only viable explanation. But I gotta step away for a second.
Consistency in the fringe shifts. Yeah, I agree. If you had that, and I would just like to conclude as well by saying that everybody in here should do their due diligence and look up if a key part of the experiment was a continuous phase shift or not, because he's very good at arguing, but that is extremely important to the experiment.
You're literally saying every Glober I've ever heard Witsit argue against on this matter has been completely wrong on their understanding of it. That's what you're basically debunking every Glober out here almost.
Well, I mean, the whole point is, okay, can you imagine if you have light going one direction through a luminescence ether or not, and you're in an orbit, you would expect a continuous fringe shift. I don't know why that point is so.
You're disagreeing with every Glober. Go ahead, Gally.
Well, he brought up the point. No, that was me. He brought up the point that you wouldn't see a fringe shift at all.
Yeah, that's what every Glober that's ever argued against Witsit has said, is that we're getting it closer and closer to zero. There's not supposed to be a fringe shift. There isn't. Our instruments are getting better. We're better at measuring it. It's getting closer and closer to zero, implying that it should be zero. He did an excellent steelman. Witsit did an excellent steelman. But you're saying no, there isn't. You're saying there's supposed to be one. You're saying there is supposed to be one.
No. I'm saying if there is one, relativity cannot be true. I'm saying they found no continuous fringe shift. Then he says, hold on, that's not relevant. They found a fringe shift. They shouldn't be able to find a fringe shift at all. That's his whole point, right? Do we agree?
Do you not agree with that?
So now you're saying there's not supposed to be a fringe shift at all. Because it sounded like you were arguing against the Witsit.
You can't have it both ways, bro.
No, he's not. Let him explain. I'm not clear exactly on what he's saying.
I'm saying the key, like he says, it's irrelevant to the point when I say the key part of this is if there should be a continuous phase shift, right? Not a static interference. And also, the fringe that they did measure was a random little wobble that is, on further analysis, been measured to about 1/40th of the expected result, right? The 1/6 thing is BS. It was speculated it could have been that, given the right conditions. It never was. And you are right. It gets closer and closer to zero because it looks like it's nothing more than just atmospheric differences making this happen. And there was no. This was a key part, that the one arm moving along with the Earth should have always been the one that had the specific fringe shift. That is a key part of Witz's argument here, that he said that was consistent. You can look this up. It is not consistent. You don't have a specific shift on one arm through experiments.
You're dancing around the issue here. Do you agree if there should be a fringe shift or no fringe shift?
There should
Which one is it? Because
there should be no continuous fringe shift.
He said that about 5 times now.
A fringe shift doesn't matter if it's static. The point is, if a light beam is slower due to moving in a different direction or not, it's going to be either elongated or constricted. So it is going to move at a different speed for a whole wavelength, right? So you're going to have continuously scrolling interference. Because when light moves, if relativity is not true, then you would expect a continuously scrolling interference. This is why, I mean, a continuous phase shift is how a gyro works, right?
I'm confused. So you're saying you're saying things that would disprove relativity are irrelevant.
That's not what he said at all.
That's not at all what I'm saying.
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I mean, anybody could. I mean, I know this. I mean, I don't know why this would sound dumb, but anybody could look up if it's a key part, if there is a continuous phase shift. I'm sure you could get a TLDR because I suck at explaining it. Apparently, why that would be the case.
Can you cite where you're getting that so I can read it?
Yeah, I mean, there's. Do you trust a wiki on summaries of the experiment, or do you want some?
I'll take whatever paper because I just don't. Apparently, I'm not grasping what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh well. I get it. Get it in 1 second here. I'm pulling it up on my phone out in the forest.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
There it is. See if I can copy this.
How is there so many people in this room and there's no conversation? What's going on?
Okay, so if you take a look at this direct source here, direct source, and I link Wikipedia, not wiki source, right? So here you have an explanation of all the key parts. What's going on? All right. You have it open. Okay, here it says, it was expected that on rotating the apparatus through 90 degrees, the displacement of the interference fringes would be continuous and measurable. No displacement of the fringes could be detected. Therefore, meaning a static fringe has no relevance at all to the point.
That's on the Wikipedia page. It says it was expected.
Yes, if the Earth was orbiting
in that Wikipedia page does it say that?
This was expected. If the Earth was orbiting through a luminiferous ether that was a medium for light, then you would expect a continuous.
Well, I'm looking on that Wikipedia page, right? And you said the two words was expected. You're reading it, right? What does it say?
Yes, it was expected.
That's
Meaning
not
the
on the
fact that it
Wikipedia
wasn't.
page. Did you get a quote from the Wikipedia page from ChatGPT, and you're reading it from ChatGPT and not the Wikipedia page?
No, it is on
No,
the
I posted the Wikipedia page. I just opened it. It's Wikipedia.
I clicked the Wikipedia page. I hit Control F.
Hold on,
I typed in
let me
was
see.
expected.
I have two. Hold on. Hold on. Let me. How do I text? Hold on.
All right, so I just want to clarify. I clicked the Wikipedia link. I typed in Control F and started typing in was expect, and no phrase not found.
Well, let's see how I can.
How about just searching the word expect?
There's a couple expected. There's the telescope is now adjusted for distinct vision of the expected interference bands. The displacement was the displacement to be expected was 0.4 fringe. The displacement to be expected would be 0.04 of the distance between the interference fringes. But he was claiming to read something that said was expected, and that has to be a different page than this page. Sometimes people will search ChatGPT and it'll say that Wikipedia says something.
It is odd if you do not ChatGPT. If you do Control F, you have it right there, right?
There is no was expected.
Well, then we clearly not have the same link. We should. This is the wikisource.org, right?
It's wikisource.org on the relative motion of the Earth and the luminiferous ether, right? The phrase was expected is not showing up for me. Do you want me to stream?
Oh, hold on. I am actually dumb. I see it's not on this one. I do have two tabs open. Hold on, let me give you the other one. It is one that has the citation from page 341 of the AGS original printing. And it is, hold on. Yeah, I do have the wrong link. That is kind of embarrassing, actually. Hold on. This is the link that I have open on my wiki source.
Yeah, left lane.
What is left lane?
Oh, no, you just assumed I was wrong. I was trying to read along with you.
No, you are actually correct. That is very embarrassing for me. I usually don't make mistakes like that. Right.
What was you saying me for?
It was wrong. He gave us the wrong link. So you white knighting, if I was wrong, is stupid. Stop default white knighting.
Page. It's a Wikipedia page. It's a Wikipedia page that his link brought up. He's reading from a different page.
Wrong. It's a wiki source page. So wrong again, Batman. We're waiting for him to get the right page so we can read together.
Hold on. Yeah, it is.
You just thinking you get a willy for that one.
Left lane, you were wrong twice. Don't get
verbatim from the paper, right?
Prize, y'all. Somebody gave him a prize. He got me.
Yeah, just stop being wrong all over the place.
But that is
Varvin, you get the link, let me know.
Just running your yo-yo for no reason.
Did you jump in to say I was wrong? You didn't even know what you were talking about. I'm trying to have a conversation with Varvin.
No, I didn't. You're lying about me. No, you're lying about me. I said it is the Wikipedia page because I opened it, and it's on the Wikipedia page.
On the Wikipedia page, it does not utter the words "was expected." You're wrong, and you're just reiterating what you were wrong about.
He was reading from another paper. Nothing about me being wrong.
Trying to figure
he was wrong, and he admitted he was wrong.
That's what we were trying to figure out.
You just called it the Wikipedia page, so you're wrong on that.
Okay, so the wiki source page.
I have 1 point.
He linked.
It's -1, but he got 1 on left lane, and left lane's -1.
The wiki source link that he linked does not say was expected. I was trying to read along with him. We're waiting for the link so we can read along because the man's trying to make a point.
I'm just razzing you, dude.
The man's trying to make a point. We're waiting for him to post the link.
I couldn't find it.
So I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna do something that is going to be a nuclear thing in this voice chat. Okay. This is going to be absolutely nuclear. Okay. The main, if you look at the wiki source page, right, and you take a look at the whole experiment and the conclusion of being a continuous phase shift, that is accurate. I'm going to do something no other person has done before because it was very embarrassing, right? But it was a TLDR of the whole thing by ChatGPT. I admit it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And you lied about it too. I asked you if you ChatGPT'd. I asked you that, and you said no. I asked you that if you ChatGPT'd and it gave you a quote, and you said no. You lied about it.
That is true. But I did the honorable thing. But it is also the key.
I appreciate that.
I already understand, but I understand these points. And that if you look at the paper, the point is a continuous phase shift. I did use ChatGPT to summarize that point in an eloquent manner that I could not. But it is, I mean, this is the whole thing I've been arguing the whole time, right? So it's not like I got that from just a ChatGPT just now. But that is eloquently
no, this
summarizing.
matters. This matters.
That matters. Yeah, that matters.
Well,
sure, it definitely does.
because your input, right? If you're using ChatGPT, what you're asking it matters a lot. Because when I look through this link you gave us for about this continuous shift, I can't even find that. So what is it TLDRing?
No, that is definitely. I mean, you could look up that on. That is the whole point of the experiment to begin with, right?
No. You're making up a point. You're citing us a paper to make a point, but that point isn't in the paper.
Yeah, the whole experiment was looking for a continuous frame shift.
That is literally the point of it. That is literally the point of it. And also, this wasn't the point of it though. He thought that I thought this was the point of it. The fact that relativity, like that, this has something to do with proving or not of relativity. It just has implications for it, right? Get an exact part of the paper for you. That would explain that. That is definitely part of it.
So just a question: if you just had a large interferometer and you turned it on inside of a gaseous medium like the atmosphere, you could potentially read some degree of an error due to the refractive effects of the atmosphere, right?
Hold on, are you talking to me?
Yes, sir. That's you.
Oh, sorry. Say that again. I'm looking at the paper here for.
And like if you use a large interferometer like they use, and just sitting still in an open atmosphere, you might expect some fringe shift just due to the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But you wouldn't expect a continuous one with consistent continuity, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't get what he's saying. I'm looking for the paper to say what he's saying, because you guys are just saying, "Oh, you would expect this," but I'm saying, where's the source for you guys saying that?
Well, it's also inherent to how light would move at that point, right? If you have a contracted or elongated light wave, it is necessarily going to be a continuous frame shift.
So there is or there isn't a source.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Hold on. There we go. See displacement goes on.
So just to be lower, I've ever heard debate this has been wrong, and there is supposed to be a fringe shift. We're not trying to get closer to zero or getting closer to zero because our instrumentation is getting better. That's all wrong.
But the continuous part of that is still important. Hold on, I'm getting the exact. There's over on page 332, right? It should be between 333 and 345. Why that is important. I'm literally reading the pages here.
You're about to debunk so many globers in one fell swoop right now. I can't wait.
Sometimes ChatGPT hallucinates stuff on pages.
It's crazy that we had to wait.
No, I don't.
Because like one day I was trying to look into fossil records and also carbon dating, and ChatGPT was hallucinating stuff on different papers and different textbooks and pages. It was really bad.
And I haven't. I didn't get this from ChatGPT. I mean, I did summarize the thing. That was just kind of bad of me. I shouldn't do that. Pretty bad at it.
I think in using ChatGPT in arguments or debates, I think it should be a requirement if you're going to post a response from ChatGPT that you should also have to post your prompt and what you asked it to give it context.
That is good. Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, let's also just be good faith that we used it in the first place.
Yeah, that kind of goes back.
So yeah, I have it here. It is on page 341. Do you guys have the paper with the from 333 to 345? I don't know if that was on the wiki or not. Just a link to more pages of the experiment. So they basically say the displacement should
link what
be.
you're reading.
Okay, hold on. Oh, yeah, this is. I'm sorry, guys. This is another ChatGPT summary.
Okay, so it's not going to matter to us unless you give
Link
us
the
the
paper,
prompt
bro.
and the source.
I'm linking it.
Yeah, just screenshot the paper. Exactly where it is.
Here you have it. It's on history, right? So you go to page 341. You guys have it?
Is this something ChatGPT wrote?
No.
I gotta be honest, this is really, really awkward for me. I feel super awkward.
I mean, no.
Yeah, bro.
We
I
can look
clicked
at.
the link
it
and
was
I'm
awkward.
not seeing the page you're saying.
Like awkward how?
341.
341.
You don't see page 3. What?
Yeah, 341. I see it.
Yeah, this is this.
Okay. So
okay. I got it.
Yeah, is this the actual paper itself?
This should be pages directly from the paper. I guess you can verify it if you want. Seems to be.
Yeah, it looks familiar.
300. What paper's that long
41.
though?
It's in a journal. This is the original MMX publication, and it's in a journal, so that's why it's.
The distance.
Yeah, this is the MMX paper.
Or 2 to the times the 9th, or 2 times 10 to the 9th power wavelengths of yellow light. Hence, the displacement to be expected was 0.4 fringe. The actual displacement was certainly less than the 20th part of this, and probably less than the 40th part. But since the displacement is proportional to the square of the velocity, the relative velocity of the Earth and the ether is probably less than 1/6 of the Earth's orbital velocity, and certainly less than 1/4. In what precedes,
let me
only the orbital. Hold on, this part is this is the last part. I'm not going to do the whole. In what precedes, only the orbital motion of the Earth is considered. If this is combined with the motion of the solar system, concerning which but little is known with certainty, the resultant velocity at the time of the observation was small, though the chances are much against it.
Okay, that's what they expected before GR, though. That's from the official MMX paper. That's before GR, right? So after GR, they were expecting 0, like Witsit was saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. You're trying to say every Glober Witsit's ever debated on this has been wrong. Like, it's possible, and I wouldn't doubt it, but.
Well, Jeremy, you keep
1/6 is mentioned there. And the fact that this doesn't mention anything about continuous.
That is, if you have an arm moving in one direction and a light beam is shot out, and you're moving against the stream because you're moving along with the Earth. This is what I was talking about Witsit with forever.
Yeah, but that's not the point of where we're at right now. We don't need a rehash. My point was, what are you sourcing that from? And then you source this, and it doesn't say that.
Dude, it doesn't matter. This was before GR, right? Like they had to break out GR to fix this. They brought out GR and Lorentz contraction to fix this.
No,
after GR, there's no expected fringe shift. You don't expect a fringe shift at post
special
GR.
relativity, I think.
If I just add, we still now have to substantiate the 1/40th claim, or did you substantiate that, or is that also ChatGPT?
It's in 9th. No, that was later determined. I mean, it's 1/40th wobble. Nothing at all of the continuous shifts you would be expecting, and that is literally just due up to atmospheric conditions and thermal imbalances. That is, and it doesn't even matter.
Dude, you're citing something that's expecting it. Dude, you're citing something that's expecting it before relativity, before Einstein came through and fixed it. That was the expectation.
No, I'm not
after
saying,
relativity.
I'm saying,
after relativity, there is no expectation of a fringe shift because you're not supposed to be able to detect it because of the Lorentz contraction.
I'm not denying that point.
You were arguing with Witsit for an hour just now on it. Dude, you were arguing with Witsit on an hour for now, just on that exact point, and now you're not denying it?
Yes, but the key part is continuous or not about a static fringe shift. I don't know how many times we've gone over a static.
Jeremy, you're correct. Shift. But where we're at right now is the continuous part. And this part you just laid out doesn't even say that. It doesn't say that.
It is inherent to the fringe that they were looking for. A static. Can we all agree that a static fringe shift plays no relevance to this experiment? Would you expect a static?
It says it says the experiment. I mean, it's understood that they were trying to detect it through like a static fringe shift through the motion of Earth.
Var, are you coming up with these questions using ChatGPT?
No, I
crazy.
haven't. No, I have not. When you asked for the paper, and I asked for a summary on continuous phase shift, that is the only thing I've used that for. This whole time I've not been using it. Can we all agree that you would expect a continuous phase shift though? Where does it say static?
Where does it say continuous?
Well,
because
I'm curious.
the motion of Earth's motion through the ether.
Okay, but can we all agree that if one light wave is X length and the other one is stretched out, those are constantly going to be interfering in a predictable manner? And they couldn't even get a 40th of that predictable fringe shift. Like if you understand the way light waves interact, you understand that it is a continuous fringe shift you're talking about. Because if one light wave is longer, it is necessarily moving longer as well. So you're going to have interference, you're going to have brighter light, lower light, brighter light, lower light, right? At a set speed of which they were not able to measure.
With GR and the Earth's orbit and relativity and all that, there is supposed to be zero fringe shift. They're citing shit from before they made all these fixes. They were expecting to get something because they thought Earth was going in a curving path and not a space-time bendy geodesic. Like you're reading all the shit from before.
No. I agree with you. They thought that they would find something. I'm not saying they expected no fringes. They were looking for fringes.
But after GR, there's not supposed to be a fringe shift at all.
Not a
Constant, not constant. No, dude. What?
That is the whole. That is what we've been talking about for 1 hour, right?
Hey, bro, I got some information for you. Their observed fringe shift was actually 6 to 10 kilometers a second, not 0. And it was sinusoidally varying. So
it is a random wobble.
Yo, Witsit tried to explain it to him, dude, for like hours, bro. He doesn't understand.
It's not random, buddy. Here, I'm putting it in the chat right now. Give me about 15 seconds and it'll be in here.
It said it was random within the margin of error, right?
No, the margin of error was 4 1,000ths. The margin of error, the precision. Okay, the precision was plus or minus 4 1,000ths of a fringe. When you look at this chart with the actual fringes that you're reading, you're getting 70 thousandths, 84 thousandths, 62 thousandths, 50, 91 thousandths. It's 4 1,000ths is the precision. So you're getting readings that are like 20 to 30 times greater than that margin. So we're well beyond trying to explain it by instrumental
They're
error.
incredulous. They think they think no result means nothing. No, they received something. There was a fringe shift.
Yeah, no result means that the experiment was a failure.
Technically, no result means that it did not yield the expected results. That's one meaning of the word null. But since the word null can also mean 0 or nil, people try to conflate those two and treat it as if it was a nil or 0 result, and it actually was not. It was reported as such, and so that's why we strive to inform people that the truth is they had a real fringe shift. It wasn't 0. At no point was it ever 0, ever.
Well, I don't know. So instead of like picking this thing apart, but instead of like going through all these papers and coming up with all these some accurate, some inaccurate opinions, subjective things, somebody needs to do their own experiment and demonstrate what they're talking about, and then you could debunk it. All these words are not going to debunk anything.
It's not words, bro. These experiments have already been done. We're taking the data from the experiments and talking about it.
The science.
Yeah, that's crazy to say that words. Like, okay, buddy, I guess you just can't talk about
So now we're at the top level of physics that isn't sure what null meant.
But yeah,
Left Lane, you have to participate, bro.
They presupposed, right, a moving Earth through a static ether, right? Static. But that's not what reality is. I don't believe that. We don't believe that. We believe in a dynamic ether.
What does it do? Can we detect it?
It has effects. That's ether drag, which it was talking about it.
Show me your experiment that detects the ether.
That's what the fringe shift is ether drag.
No. Don't refer to that. Show me your experiment or someone else's, anybody's experiment.
Date Miller did hundreds of experiments. He did hundreds of experiments. He messed with temperature. He controlled temperature. He did everything that the skeptic. Hold on. He did everything that the skeptics wanted him to do, right? Because he was his experiments were scrutinized. Oh, the temperature is. He controlled for that hundreds of times.
But I want to see the one that in the conclusion says we have a swirly ether.
We're still waiting for the paper that says all that continuous shit he was talking about.
I just put 2 papers in chat which have statistical analyses of Michelson and Morley's data and demonstrate that it's 6 to 10 kilometers a second, not 0.
No,
So,
you can't use somebody else's data. You need to get your own data.
Okay,
oh
let's
my
say then by
god.
your
Yeah.
standard, you do not believe in the moon landing unless you land on the moon.
Yeah, I figured that was good.
Yeah, because
I mean,
you're being
the
inconsistent. That
absurdity
makes you a
of you.
liar.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was fake. I'm not challenging it. I'm going with it. So I don't need to be proving anything.
Yeah, now
It's
you
just
now you're
ridiculous, though. You
skeptical of the moon landing because you didn't personally land on the moon. If you're consistent,
If I said that, if you presented it to me and said, here's the moon landing, I would say, nope, that's fake. I'm going to have the burden to prove it's fake.
no, now you're skeptical of it. You do not believe people land on the moon until you've landed on the moon. If you're
Well,
consistent.
you can be skeptical, it's fine. Everybody should be skeptical. But, I mean, to take an absolute position, it was absolutely fake and there was nothing to it, it's just words.
Great. You're also skeptical of the globe because you haven't measured the curve yourself. You're tossing out all of the appeal to authority that you do all the time. You're throwing it all out.
I don't appeal to authority generally.
You can't now to be consistent. You can't. You no longer can.
Do you really want to die on that hill, left lane? Like, no, you got to do your own experiment. Like, that's
Well, I mean,
ridiculous.
that's a true debunk. That's a true debunk. When you if you're going to debunk a scientific theory,
What's up, brother?
you're going to have to do some experiments to demonstrate how you debunked it.
Yeah, by your own standard, you have to do your own experiments to know anything. So
Yeah.
you'll be held to your own standard now.
Have you done any experiments left lane yourself? If not, then it's just
I've got a
words.
filing cabinet. I've got a filing cabinet full of all of my science stuff I did in biology in school, but that's irrelevant, really.
Okay, well, you can stand by that then. So anything that has to do with physics or astrophysics or, any of the sort, then you can't contribute. Otherwise, you'd just be saying words. Do you understand how ridiculous that is when you say that?
No, we can talk about it, but I mean, to go with these absolute claims of inaccuracies. I mean, you read the Michelson-Morley, it doesn't say that it proved Earth was not rotating. It says that it disproved the limit FRS ether. That's what it says.
You just defended his absolute claims for over an hour, and then he posted 2 papers that didn't even say what he said.
I didn't post any papers regarding that.
No, he did. You defended his position for over an hour. You were white knighting the whole time for his absolute claims.
I just understood what he was saying. I think he was being misunderstood.
No, he was wrong, and he was being misled by ChatGPT, but he was speaking with confidence as if it was true, and when asked if it was ChatGPT, he lied to the whole room. And it was extremely awkward as we went on an Easter egg hunt in October to figure out what he was trying to say.
So you think, have you ever made a mistake and someone called you a liar because you made a mistake?
Hey, Left Lane, I didn't call him a liar. He said that he lied.
No, you just no. He said he made a mistake. He
said that he lied.
No. He said he lied.
And he admitted to. Well, he admitted to his mistake, and he. So what
You
did he
see how
say?
you change it? You see how you try to change it? You try to gaslight the whole room.
The way that you're gaslighting him is what I'm grappling about.
No, the man said that he lied.
All you got to say about it is he lied, and you don't even say anything about him owning up to it.
He lied, and he said that he lied, and you're saying that I'm just accusing him of lying.
Yes, that's all you were doing. You said nothing about him owning up to it.
Well,
I
you didn't
did.
give us a chance because you just kept saying, "Oh, he made a mistake."
This is such a tactic, Left Lane. You know that he was wrong, and then he lied.
You're the one on the tactic.
Extremely awkward. Stop talking through me. It was extremely awkward as we tried to prove his claim for him after he lied, after he was wrong, and then he admitted to lying. He didn't just admit to it. He admitted to it because he was saying something that was untrue. He had to admit to it.
That's the only reason. He was cornered because he couldn't even find what he was saying.
And he repeatedly lied, by the way. I went to the site that he said. He said, yes, it's on that site. Yes, it's on that site. And I said, I can't find it on the site. I said, it's on this site. And then you said it was on that site.
No. There you go again. All I said was, this is a wiki link that he posted. That's all I said.
Whatever, Left Lane.
It's all right, bro. We all saw what happened. Like,
defending liars.
I think you guys are a little embarrassed because of a little Easter egg hunt, and your ego's got a little bruised, but we can move past it.
Yep.
Well, another little shot of gaslighting there. Thank you.
Yep, and we're going to keep using words. You guys want to keep using words? I want to keep using words. What about you, Anchovy?
No, y'all say I'm gaslighting. I've not accused anyone of doing anything. I've been in defense the whole way because you're gaslighting.
I didn't gaslight anyone. I just repeated what the man said and admitted to. But I was trying to help the man make his point for him. I was trying to aid him in making his point. So now we can see the harm of what lying does.
Well, I mean, if we could go back and listen, this is the most aggravating thing for me in this community, is I'm poised in defense of this situation. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, except And y'all say that I'm the one gaslighting. It's disingenuous as crap.
If this is a continuous problem for you, Left Lane, maybe you should stop defending people and defending their arguments without actually looking into what they're saying. Instead of just saying, "Oh, he's on my team. I'm going to defend him. I don't care if he's wrong."
It ain't a him. It's standing up for what I see is happening.
Yeah, well, he was wrong. You should say he was wrong. He lied. You should say he lied. That's that.
Yeah, I was genuinely intrigued by what he was saying. I said, "Can you source where you got that from?" And then we went on a wild goose hunt for a paper he never read.
I think it was a learning experience.
Yeah, you learned to stop defending people blindly before you look into their claims.
Oh, I love how Left Lane tries to sugarcoat the situation. Why
See, there you go. Calling me a defender. I'm not defending anything. I'm just saying what I saw.
You know you're sugarcoating. You know what you're doing. Everyone sees it. All right, we can move on.
Oh, good. We can move on. What was the point you were making? Sorry, just absurdity.
Oh, dude, I was just saying it wasn't a null result. I mean, null. If what you mean by null is that it failed to show 30 kilometers a second, then of course it was null. But it was not 0 at all, not even close. It was a real velocity that was measured, but it wasn't the one they expected. It was 3 to 6 times smaller than the one that they expected.
Just so I'm clear, the reason why it's significant is because it's past the error margin, right? Considered
well
an
beyond
instrument.
20 to 30 times past the error margin.
Right. And on top of that,
right.
it can't be.
I literally gave you the references and the receipts, bro. Like it's in the chat.
But real quick, I just want to make sure I understand this.
What was the value in the uncertainty?
Oh, sorry, I didn't tag John. I tagged VAR. It was 4 1,000ths of a fringe. And we're dealing with plus or minus 4 1,000ths, and we're dealing with fringes, most of them between 30 and 90 1,000ths.
So you're saying that the result was 4 1,000ths of a fringe plus or minus 4 1,000ths?
No, that's
I just heard you say?
No. I just answered you, and you instantly got what I said.
I heard
wrong.
you say. So tell me.
Okay, so listen harder. Stop interrupting me while I clarify. You're literally doing the stuff you always do. You dishonest faggot. Stop.
All right, easy.
It is 4 1,000ths of a second is the error margin.
And the actual value was?
Between 30 and 90 1,000ths was the average of the fringes recorded.
So you're saying Michelson and Morley measured 30 to 90 1,000ths plus? That doesn't make sense.
Dude,
it's usually expressed.
It's in the paper, John.
As a number.
753. Go to 753 in the chat.
Okay. Okay, that's before MA 53 after the previous hour, I guess.
He tagged you.
I just tagged you.
Okay. Let's see. Still not seeing the tag, but okay. You mean the? Okay, I see it. Oh, okay. Thanks. I'll take a look.
Yeah, I agree with Tora. Let's keep the insults to a minimum, Piezo.
Oh, so this is Miller's data, is that right?
No, this is Michelson Morley's and Miller's data. It's all Michelson Morley's data. The graph in the first picture with the yellow thing is simply a comparison from Michelson Morley and Miller, showing that they had the same results, the same magnitudes. But it's Michelson Morley's data.
Okay.
Right. So I was trying to make sure I understood. It's way past the error margin, and way under the predicted value of Earth's velocity. Right? It's supposed to be like 30 kilometers a second. It has to be.
Yes. So sorry. The statistical analysis computed the mean as 16 plus or minus 6 1,000ths, which correlates to 8.5 plus 1.7 minus 2.2, or in other words, between 6.3 and 10.2 kilometers per second. So I just said 6 to 10 because it's close enough, like 6 to 10. But 6 to 10 kilometers per second was the mean.
Gotcha.
And they.
Yo, Beast, did you watch my video debunking TFE and Witsit's whole life?
I skimmed through it. I skimmed through it and I saw the same lens flare argument.
Did you see the square cropped out different background behind this quote unquote lens flare?
No.
Right. Yeah, skimming videos can be good if you want to avoid learning.
sure.
It's not just like possibly fake. It's so crazy that I'm curious why they left such a bad mistake there on purpose. Like it's great. Like it's
John, you're
crazy.
hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
And you guys won't even look at it.
Am
You
I?
don't
I
even
don't
look.
think. Can you hear me? I don't think you.
Yep.
We do, but
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted here at home. Sorry.
Entirely audible.
Muting up.
Yep. Confirming that now. Yep.
Snacks.
So QOP, just because I don't want anyone to be accused of running away from anything, I did watch it. I haven't really thought much about it, but can you steelman for me these lens flares 24 hours apart looking similar? Why that is a like a big deal?
If you watch my video, I said lots of times in my video, it's not a lens flare. It's a repeating cloud.
I know.
It's a layer.
Yeah, it's a repeating cloud pattern.
Layer.
Yeah.
It's a layer that demonstrably doesn't exist in the beginning or the end. It doesn't have the same background as at the beginning or the end. You would assume that if they like copied and if there's a layer that was attached to something on the sun that they repeated, that it would match one of the backgrounds. It doesn't match either of the. There's a square cutout that doesn't match either of the backgrounds at the beginning or the end. That means that it came from somewhere else and was just added there for almost just to like laugh at us. And like I show it to everybody, and you guys are like, "Oh, you can pay to go there. Witsit is my daddy," and you know.
No. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm asking you genuinely, like, what makes it for sure a cloud and not a lens flare, since it appears at a certain point in time as the camera pans.
I zoom. It's so zoomed in. It's a misty cloud. Lens flares are geometric, usually like either like a circle or like a line. It's not going to be like a misty dissipating cloud. Like if people don't know the difference between dissipating clouds and lens flares, that's their problem. And if they just want to claim it's a lens flare because they're defending TFE, that's a different problem.
Well, to be fair, in your video, it's like very sped up, and so it just like kind of pans across for like a few frames or whatever. Like, what is the?
You skimmed it? Did you skim it? Like if you're
No, I watched it.
Don't say I did. I literally zoomed. It's like it's shown like 20 times in different like lightings and slowness, fastness.
Bro, I'm not doing what you think I'm doing. I'm actually like genuinely asking you questions. Like, I'm not attacking you or denouncing your evidence or anything like that. I'm just asking you questions.
You didn't watch the whole video.
Dude, I did watch it. I'm trying to ask you if you can still, man, based on me watching it, what it seemed to me that your claim is that these cannot be lens flares because they repeat exactly the same way on separate days at the same time, 24 hours apart.
There's lots of reasons why it can't be a lens flare. First of all, the main thing is the fact that I had to basically tilt the image at the beginning. Like one of the image, they both, to line them up, it had to be tilted, which means that either the tripod like slowly like moves, or which happens, or something else. But so if it's a lens flare from the sun going into the lens and causing the same lens flare on the video, that's a perfect and it's a very suspicious. It's a cloud. It's the most unique, like strange looking. If we're gonna call it a lens flare, it would be the weirdest, unique lens flare ever. And for it to happen in the same spot, you'd have to have the exact same geometry, like of the light going in and then.
It's like almost like someone adjusted it, right, to check to see if it was still recording.
Okay, I understand now. I think I get it. So I get it. So because
I just posted a picture in the chat.
Because from one day to the next, the camera has apparently changed position at least a little bit, whether it's orientation, angle, tripod has slipped a little bit, whatever, like it's moved slightly. Therefore, if there was a lens flare, the lens flare is determined by the angle between the camera and the sun. Therefore, whatever the lens flare was on the first day could not be the exact same as the one on the second day because the camera's not in the exact position.
Yeah, and it literally
is that true? Wait, am I correct? Is this a stillman?
Yes, it's perfect. And the lens, whatever this thing is, it's literally pixel for pixel on the same spot, and like it lies right on top of it.
You just said you had it tilted though, so how's it on the same spot?
Once you tilt it, it's the same. Once you tilt the mountains to line up with the mountains, the sun, the lens flare, it's all the same except for a couple clouds. That lens flare, or sorry, that's a repeating cloud. It's not a lens flare. Whatever.
So QOP, hold on. This one right here, this is from your video. These are different. You're claiming these are the same? They're different. So.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess you haven't I don't know what you think. Like they can't adjust a little bit of brightness.
Well, this is from your video.
It's a little bit dimmed.
You said they were the same, but they're not. That's all I'm refuting.
Even if they were the same or not the same,
look at the one that
it's not a cloud.
You've said they're pixel for pixel the same, and they're just not. I'm just refuting that one. And I pulled those screenshots from your video. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you look at the one that Anchovy posted, it has all the same little divots. It's got so it's a little bit like the brightness is a little bit reduced. I could technically raise the brightness of one of them on its own, but I didn't really want to change either of them independently because that would maybe I could do that and say that I did that just so I can make them look more similar. But really, it's just the one on the right is just a little bit brighter. But if you see all the little misty things, like if you just track the sides, it's all the same little indents and stuff all exist. That's not a lens flare. There's no way for a cloud to do that.
I agree. There is no way for a cloud to do that.
Yeah, because the clouds don't
Because
repeat.
it's a lens flare. Yeah.
Okay, good one. That's what the Glober's saying. Very good.
Dude, it's literally like, all right, logically think about it. It's the next day, right? And it's tilted a little bit. Do you think that maybe they actually checked it to see if it was still recording to make sure everything was okay, and they tilted it like a tiny bit? Oh my god, it's fake now. That's the brunt of your argument, dude.
If you guys watch the whole video, this is all not even relevant anymore, because I found like there's a square cutout for each of them around them of a different colored sky background. Like you can go to the next part of my video and you can screenshot that and post that. I dare someone to do that. I dare you guys to say that there's no square background around these, whatever you want to call it. Go ahead.
So real quick, look, dude, I'm not saying anything about the position as a whole. I'm just asking questions. Is it possible? Because we know that the camera was ever so slightly moved, and basically said they probably checked it and they bumped it just a tiny bit, and it just ever so slightly changed it, right? Because they were checking it. Okay, so that's probably why it's slightly different, the camera angle. Is it possible that the amount that they changed it by was so small, because it was small, it was tiny. I mean, you can see how much you had to tilt it by. It was very small. Was small enough to where the diameter of the lens that was taking in the sunlight was greater than the angle change from touching the tripod, from looking at the camera to see if it was still working, so that it still produced the same lens flare, because the lens flare is dictated by the type of the lens and the angle to the sun. However, it was oriented slightly different because of that slight nudge. And that's why once you reorient it, it looks the same, but it doesn't actually look the same in the raw footage because it's oriented slightly differently. Is that possible?
I think you should defend your fucking sanity. I think that's what you should do.
What?
Sorry, what? I
just think you should defend your sanity.
That's a really weird.
I know.
That's a weird.
I know. I just think like you failed
that
at this.
doesn't make your guys' side look good when you
Dude, don't insult him, bro. Don't attack him for having that opinion.
Snacks, continue. No, Snacks, continue, Snacks.
I'm done. That's it.
Show your true colors.
QOP is not being dishonest or anything. He's being genuine. He just has a different opinion, bro.
I was screenshotting the thing that I know no one was going to go look, because you guys want to cherry pick. Gio wants to cherry pick one of the screenshots that doesn't look like they're identical. So I'll just show you guys the freaking square that I put in my video.
Hold on.
QOP, can I get an answer though?
Hold on, QOP. You have said many, many times that it is pixel for pixel identical, and I have clipped out, I think 3 or 4 I have saved in my folder of the same lens flare that are not identical. I clipped those from your own video.
Okay, but you didn't watch the whole video, right? Did you watch the whole video, or yes or no?
Yeah.
Just say it. You did.
What's
the clip at the end? Say it. What's the clip at the end of my video? The last clip I show.
Kai
Who's talking?
Truthers. Kai.
Oh, very good. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, now respond to this picture. Now, what you guys? I want you guys to respond to the picture I just posted, because I showed this in my video, and if you guys think that there should be a square outline on this, what looks like a repeating cloud in the sky, like you guys, I don't even some copium or something. That's like this is definitive.
Well, it's like the brightness dynamic range of this camera. It's causing all that banding.
Brightness dynamic range makes a square cutout.
Do you see all the banding? Also,
everyone just look at the picture.
It's because that's like an internal reflection inside of the lens. Like there's a caustic to that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
No, the square.
If you don't know about lenses or anything.
Yeah, no, that's dope. Hey, SC Montreal timed.
I don't want to call you an F word,
absolutely no reason. So he wants Wish wants to be unmuted. Thank you.
That was not for no reason. That was completely justified. This is.
He said we were attacking people. It's not
this
even.
is not the
close to being
place for
true.
that. File a ticket if you have an issue with the moderation.
No, it's on
Are
the
you talking
live
about this
stream.
square? You're talking about this square QOP? The one that Anchovy posted that I just tagged you at.
No, I just posted a picture. What are you talking about?
Oh, I don't. Well, I see a square in the one that Anchovy posted. I don't see a square in the black and white one you just posted. Where's the square in that one?
Bro, they are both surrounded in a square.
That's just brightness around it.
Which squares?
Oh my god!
Well, the reason I think for the squares is because like it's an internal reflection cast by the sun that's hitting the inside of the thing. That's hitting the sensor. That's what you're seeing. I think is like a part of the sensor like smudged into the flare there. That's what I think it is. But
I don't think that, I think that what you just gave, not to side with QOP, but I think the explanation you just gave was a complete like pseudoscientific. You made it up on the spot.
Yeah, he's just making it up. He's a government shill. He was in the same military school as Issa. They both defend
What are
Witsit.
you
It's not.
talking
These
about?
aren't coincidences.
You
Like
don't
it's just,
understand
he's just making up
cameras.
excuses like Globers, like Omnivore or Left Lane. It's the same level except for Flat Earth. It's really
What would be the
adjustment.
reason for doing such a thing like you're saying? Like that doesn't even make sense.
I don't know. You get paid. You get manipulated. Or you're military. You signed
No,
in.
you found like two identical glints of light maybe in your mind, and then you think that that's like somebody would. You think that somebody would do that,
Bro,
but then
square- like, if anyone
secondarily,
doesn't
you
know
wouldn't.
why-
You don't understand you don't understand like cameras, lenses, lens flares.
Yeah.
Can we stop with the like the meaning equals intellect?
My
see
photos
everyone-
also have squares in them when I crop stuff bad, and I don't change the hues of stuff and blend it good.
So QOP, I'm asking you. I tagged you in it, and I basically replied and said, "Here, this one, 813, Anchovy sent a picture where it's the blue background and it's two side by side, and the one on the right has a square around it. Is that what you're talking about? Like, I'm trying to get clarification.
That squares from me just putting that one of them
Tilting
next to
it
the
to
other
the
one.
angle or whatever. Yeah.
No, what are you
Oh,
talking about?
that square's created by you. Okay.
Yeah,
So where's
it's
the
not-
square? Where's the square?
They're both surrounded in squares. The one I just posted.
It's in the gray image he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't see like. Can you like put
don't
another
see
one with like paint and like trace the outline of the square so I can compare it and try to see it because I
Yeah,
genuinely don't see it, bro.
I'm literally raising the brightness on it right now in a different thing.
I think.
Okay, but are we just moving past the pixels though? Because it very clearly isn't the same pixels.
Yeah, well, real quick, I just want to ask QOP. QOP, do you see what Sam was talking about? And I know, people on the outside can have their opinion, etc. But dude, we were there live in Ether Cause, watching Sam painstakingly compress this 24-hour live stream or live footage or whatever. Like we saw the raw, we had the raw footage.
That's beautiful, man. That's a beautiful story. I'll take that and just
It's dude, like we skimmed through it for hours looking for
Yeah,
any
you can- you're-
inconsistency. There wasn't any.
I really trust you guys, bro. You're like a
I
hacker.
have it, dude.
I can corroborate this. I'm not part of any kind of plot or anything, dude. Like they do have now. It wasn't our footage. It was their footage. Like it's the Glober's
Will
footage.
Duffy's.
Yeah. It's Will Duffy's footage. Don't get me wrong. Like all of our footage got destroyed by Jaren, but it is a raw video file.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
all
huge.
the footage came from the Globers. It's so strange. It's almost like they're all gonna work. They're gonna work on it, and then they're just gonna take flat earthers so that the flat earthers say that they went. You guys don't take
dude,
a video of the 24-hour sun. It's great.
Your point is valid and fair. Like it is. I hate the fact that we don't have any footage and that Jaren suddenly spazzed out and broke a camera and then his battery died on the other one. He says, and then he just refused to provide the infrared at all. Just that one. Just never speak about it. I get it. All I'm saying is this footage here. We do have a raw file. Now I'm not saying that there's no technology in the world that exists that you can't just like make a manipulated camera footage and then turn it into a raw file, export it as raw, and then give it to somebody. I'm not saying that's not a thing. All I'm saying is the footage that we have, nobody here manipulated it. So like, if you want, you can still retain whatever position you have about the footage as like being weird. I'm just saying like nobody from our camp manipulated that footage. It was given to us by Duffy's team in raw format. And then in order to get it on YouTube, we compressed it into a usable format from raw and uploaded it. It took like how many days did Sam? Did it take like 3 days for Sam to do that?
3
Maybe
days,
a week. I don't even,
lack of sleep, a lot of coffee. I felt bad for him, to be honest.
Yeah, because Sam has like a really good computer, so he volunteered to do it.
Yeah, I have the actual raw on both parts. It's 64 gigs, dude. It's insane.
None of this is proof of anything. You guys have footage? Wow, cool.
Is that still 1080p though, right?
No.
That's what you're telling me that's 4K, 64 gigs for the whole entire thing.
Oh no, yeah.
I have a
probably
10-hour.
1080p.
Yeah, I had to compress it myself.
And this is like this is like a GoPro Insta 360 or something like that. What is the camera?
So I have the part 1. Hold on, let me see if I have the part 2. I don't know if I kept it. Oh yeah, I do. Right here's part 2. So part 1 is 10 hours. Part 2 is 9:59 or whatever. I can stream it if you guys want.
Well, real quick, Peter. Can I get an answer to my question about the lens flare thing though? Like, is it? Remember, I asked you, is it not possible?
Now? Can you look at the picture I just posted? Do you see the squares now? Like,
Yeah, 1 second. Give me 1 second. The square. You mean like the edges to the left and to the right, but they have like round bottoms? It's the actual squares. I see.
Bro,
Can you use paint and draw an outline around what you are saying is squares, and I will compare
Bro,
it to
the
not
repeating
paint.
clouds are in squares that have different backgrounds than the sun than the background behind it. Like what is going on, dude? Is this
It's
a
just
joke?
like
Are you
it's just
trolling
about
me?
how video works, man, and you don't know
Okay.
about it.
So he's making up excuses and someone else doesn't see it. So I feel like I'm
I'm
going
not
crazy.
making up
Like I'm
excuses,
done.
bro. I'm
I
literally
showed
asking
you.
you.
There's the proof. It's fake. Goodbye.
In order for me to see the squares, I'm asking because I don't see them. I'm being honest with you. Please just take 5 seconds and draw the outline in paint. Okay, he left.
But it can
Ridiculous,
very well
dude.
be that like the internal parts of the camera can reflect out into these things. Like if you zoomed in like really crazy, you might see that at an
Well,
angle. Like if there's a square, because that's how a sensor looks. It's like a little square thing. It's really tiny.
yeah, but I think what's actually okay.
Oh, you want to tell me what's actually happening? Cool.
Presuming it's a lens flare. Presuming it's a lens flare, right? Which I'm gonna go with that, right?
What is it if it's not that? If it's not a lens flare, what would it be? I don't even know.
Well, dude, I mean, if it's not a lens flare, then it's some like schizo conspiracy thing.
Then they
like,
put it in there intentionally. You're saying like to emulate a lens flare?
I'm not saying, bro. I'm not saying that that's what it was. You asked me if it's not a lens flare.
His Steelman. I don't understand. What is he trying
He
to say?
doesn't know. That's why he asked him to steel man it.
What do you?
What do you think? What do you think I'm doing right now? I'm trying to give you an explanation of why the lens flare would do this. Like, well, who do you think? Like,
I already know more about fucking lenses and cameras than you do. It's fine.
Okay,
you
bro.
You tell me. It's fine. You come up with your own theory. It's fine.
You're asking what QOP is saying? What you're trying to steel man what his claim is? Isn't he claiming that it's like a looped video and it's a fake layer or something? And
yeah, he's claiming that they layered like a little wispy cloud thing there, or whatever it is, like a mist or cloud or something, like, and made it nearly identical 2 days in a row. And he's like, I don't know why they would do that, other than they're like, doing like the occult thing where they put some kind of clue or truth in plain sight to laugh at us. That's QOP's position.
That's strong.
Okay, same reply. The raw files are 792 gigabytes. There we go. So like 800 gigs. Yeah, it's a whole hard drive.
Yeah.
But
okay, that's why I only have a couple parts of it compressed.
Anyways, I think like if you just truly overlay the two different 24 hours apart like lens flares over each other, one is oriented slightly tilted compared to the other one, and QOP acknowledged that, which is why he reoriented the video in order to have everything line up with like the background, because he acknowledges that like the tripod was bumped or whatever. And he's like, once I reorient it, you can see here that they're nearly identical. He said pixel per pixel, but he pulled back on that and said, almost identical. But the thing is like the lens flare is created by the light source and its relationship to the sensor / lens. So if you have the same light source in the same position on one day, and then the same light source in the same position or 99.99% the same position the next day, and the camera's in 99.99% the same position the next day, the only difference is that the tripod has been ever so slightly nudged when they went to check the camera, then you could expect, as long as the adjustment that they made to the tripod was not greater than the diameter of the lens or the sensor, that it would still produce the same type of lens flare, or very, very close to the same type of lens flare, just oriented differently with respect to the angle change in the tripod from the bump. That's what I would think. I'm not saying that that's absolute, but like it seems like a good explanation to me.
Hey, and real quick, I would think that the timing, if it's 2 separate days, has anyone checked that? Are they the same exact time the lens flares happen?
I think so. I mean, within plus or minus a second or two, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, like, because the lens flares are not
credence to it being a lens flare, because it's the camera that's causing
that. Okay. Well, I'm just curious. Yeah. I got you.
I don't know, dude. It's exhaustive.
I mean, dude, let's be honest. We have to operate by trust, ultimately, like both sides. We can use probability in order to influence our decision on what to trust, but we don't have this like omniscient knowledge of the trip and the recording footage especially. We can just say what's plausible and likely, and that's what everybody's going with. I don't think he's crazy. I just think that he's a little bit too deep in like trying to find something wrong with the footage.
Gotcha. Hey, I was curious. Go ahead.
No, go
well,
ahead.
just because like it seems like they went, bro. Like it seems like it's real footage. It seems like they went. I don't have any evidence to point to anything otherwise, right? Like I would have no reason to take any other position. I'm not claiming absolute omniscience that it couldn't be possible, but based on everything that I know, everything I can prove, everything that I have seen, I have no evidentiary reason to make any other conclusion other than this is just the footage that they took. So if someone wants to present evidence to me, I'm always open to evaluate whatever you want to put forth, but I'm still going to try to do it objectively. Like,
Yeah,
You know, I don't have a dog in
hear
the
you.
fight, right?
Yeah, you just consider the source.
Me,
You know,
me either.
I think that's what
Me
you do.
either. Well, I think with Jaron and a lot of things, he kind of sabotaged a lot. But I do want to ask this: have you guys seen the footage of Neil deGrasse Tyson? You know, it was claimed that him and a bunch of people went down there on the day that there was supposed to be a big storm. What Jared and them were saying about a storm rolling in, they had to go. I'm sure y'all remember that. Well, on just a couple months later, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he has this kind of sideshow that he does with another guy, and so he was like, yes, and everything's so beautiful. They were talking about space and the sun and how the sun sets, and you know how sarcastic he is. He's like, and if anything was fake, it would be this, and then he was like, here's real footage, and he started rolling the tape of them in South or south of South America, supposedly in Antarctica, right? But here's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says: here's a perfect example of a 24-hour sun. Roll it, and it starts rolling and blah blah blah. And he's like, now this is in the North Pole. Get it, guys? It's a circular globe, 24-hour sun in the north. Get it? Like, and he was like being straight up asshole. And I would love to provide that if you guys would like to see it. But he claimed that the footage of them in the shot. I don't know. He's saying it was in the north though.
Saying a 24-hour sun in the North Pole, that makes you an asshole just for saying that.
But it was December when they went.
No. He showed their footage in Antarctica.
You're saying he showed TFE footage, like the final experiment,
Yes.
like Philadelphia's footage, and said it was in the north.
Yes.
No, maybe he
That was his
made a
claim.
mistake.
Could you just
No.
post
What
that?
do you
No mistake.
think about the Wikipedia page for the final experiment saying the wider group or the larger group of flat earthers believe it's faked? So I used to think that it was like a small group of them, but apparently Wikipedia is saying it's a larger group.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that what I've seen. I'm not saying it's fake or real, but he
Did somebody
seems to
from
think.
GeoServer adjust that? I mean, like somebody that's in here that has Wikipedia edit rights. Like, I mean, where's the community to take a vote from? You know, like this is the biggest Discord I know of.
It's pretty much everyone outside of EA says it's fake.
So, like
But is it-
collectively, all the other ones, you mean?
Like you're saying Flat Earth Fridays, and then you're saying like any other Flat Earth room is that way? Is that what you're saying, Left Lane?
No, it's just my observation. I mean, you know, Gio and Jeremy and some of the regulars that are here. Everyone else besides them says it's fake.
Says what's
Well,
fake?
when Alan did his dig on like when Alan did his Prezi and did his dig and his Prezi on the Chinese and Chinese, the history of astronomy and how they were, you know, back in like 300 AD, created their 200 AD or whatever it was, and then based on stuff they knew before that, created their own like astrogeodetic system and traversed the world, and they had longitude like on their own independently and all this different stuff. Back while they went to the southern hemisphere and tracked the stars there. They went close to Antarctica or to the like somewhere within the coastline and saw the 24-hour sun, like a bunch of different stuff like that they had written apparently that they knew about in the South, and they were still, you know, flat earthers.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Don't take my word for it. But I'm not saying it's fake. I'm saying what the show told me, or the link. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the biggest asshole, right, of the globe, like, or
That's the
most
greatest
popular
science communicator of
So-
today, man.
but what I'm trying to say is, if he mistaked it, then no one of his producers would let him live that down. They would be like, "Hey, bro, you said that's the North. It's the South. Wake the fuck up!" Right? People would be in his inbox all the time. You would think. You would think.
Well, I mean, it's possible for him to say the wrong thing, but either way, bro. Like, I mean, as far as I know, ancient civilizations knew about there being a 24-hour sun in the South like a long time ago.
Easy for them to know that just by the stars themselves, right? That's the interesting part. I'm kind of with you, PH. I don't think it's the wider or larger portion of flat earthers that think it's fake. I think someone like is putting that on the Wikipedia page nefariously.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole, seems like PSYOP agenda is to either show that there is a 24-hour sun to get everyone who believed in the AE map kind of thing to either just give up on planar stationary Earth cosmology, etc., or to try to disparage and say, oh, they just think it's all fake and there is a 24-hour sun. Those are like the two angles that they're trying to like eradicate.
Like the Flat Earth Society controlled like opposition to make us look stupid.
And exactly. They're painting that picture right now. It's on Wikipedia. It's official.
I mean, let's. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say from before, Left Lane, you were saying everyone else out there thinks it's fake. I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, I know there's like Flat Earth Banjo and some of these different channels that do. I guess I don't know exactly where everyone stands on it, but I mean, my understanding of it, like, you know, let's say beyond this server, I mean, it seems like maybe 40%, maybe 30 think it's fake. That's what I would guess if I had to put a guess.
Well, like I'll cut some slack, right? Like here's what I'll say from like the conspiracy minded person point of view. Like if I didn't know that there like, is a 24-hour sun like historically documented from like other cultures and it was just already known about, for a while, right? If there was no corroborating evidence anywhere else and, there was nobody that could prove it. I mean, because this is like where we were, a lot of us were last year when this happened, right? Like I had personally, like me individually, not just the videos I'd seen those too, but me individually, like I went and looked for, southern polar research station cameras and stuff and seen all kinds of weird, crazy stuff going on in these footage. They'd cut it for like 6 hours a night, or they would have like, there was like some obscure random Russian ones you could dig and find like almost like Windows 98 looking web pages that would like have video feeds where it looks like you have getting to darkness when it's not supposed to get to darkness and stuff, but you don't know exactly the latitude of the research stage, like stuff like that, right? Like all this weird stuff, right? So it was kind of like a question, like, well, I think there's supposed to be one, but like, is there? Because it doesn't seem to be any video footage of it, right? It seems so weird that there's so much footage in the north, but there's none in the south, even though there's a million research stations and all the footages are cut. And there's even footages that we do have that we can prove were manipulated and edited. Like, why are they doing that? So if you just operate from that standpoint, which is a valid standpoint, and then you go into this like thinking it's already suspicious, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that people could go to one of those I don't know what they're called. There's like indoor stadiums that they have that are like a full 3D environment green screens that there's like a dome that you're in and like the whole ceiling and the walls and the floor and everything is greened out so that they can put like a fully immersive augmented reality / Hollywood studio types thing going. Like those exist. So it's not outside the realm of the possibility that someone could create a fake footage. I'm not saying that that's not a thing, but like when you have people from both sides going and then you like see, footage that just doesn't have any evidence of anything directly damning of other people groups and civilizations doing it, and then you even have like people taking 24-hour sun flights in Antarctica on planes. They do plane tours. You can do that, and then we have video footage we find of around the same time people posting that up. It's like there doesn't seem to be a compelling reason to think that it's fake. Not saying it couldn't be.
Does Witsit think that's what happened?
No, Witsit went there, bro.
Well, I know, but I just wonder what he's saying. Well, he's here.
No,
so Witsit,
he was there in
Was
Antarctica,
it a green screen? Was it a stadium?
Obviously not. He hasn't said that. Why would you think he?
Well,
said
I just wanted. No, I didn't know. I didn't know what he's saying.
I'm not saying it was that either, bro. The point all I'm saying is like I don't fault people. Like, okay, if you didn't know Witsit personally and you didn't know any of these facts about like Chinese people or like other people groups having seen a 24-hour sun and writing about it in old books or old manuscripts or anything like that, if you didn't have any of that and all you had to go off of was the word of a person that you don't know, and then you have like controversy surrounding the thing, I don't fault people for not default trusting it. But I have reason to trust it because I have the references of knowing the people. I have the reference of having the historical records of the writings of other people groups seeing it. I have other video footage of people in planes doing the 24-hour sun tour showing it.
There's a difference between being skeptical and making up a bunch of evidence.
Yeah,
correct.
so
There's a difference in just saying that I don't believe it or like questioning it, and then what a lot of these people are doing, which is saying that they know for a fact that it was a studio and that we faked it all and that we're agents and masons and blah blah blah. Because what happened was a bunch of people saying, "Oh, this doesn't add up." I never had an issue with like the questions, right? And I I expect that. Like I think it's even reasonable to be like skeptical and ask questions if something doesn't add up. But then we were taking all the time, to like listen to each person's claim or issue or whatever, and then showing the evidence that it was wrong. And then they just kept saying that it was all fake anyway. That's the part that's gay. At least just step back and be like, I don't know, man. I can't verify it myself, so I still don't know. That's totally different,
Yeah.
Hey, wait, real quick. Hold on. I said 30 or 40% off the top of my head, maybe of the overall sort of flat Earth. Is that too high of people you think it's fake? Is that low or high?
I think that's high.
That's too high. I know. I kind of after I said it, I was like, that's pretty high. It's like it might be more like 15%. But I mean, yeah.
Do you guys think what's the consensus in the flat Earth community about Amundsen and Scott? Did they not go to the South Pole, or because if they went to the South Pole, I think it's pretty obvious they had to do it during daylight. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's not obvious either. I wonder if you know how they got to the South Pole.
Well, I don't think that there is a one South Pole. I mean, they could have went to really close to 90 wherever they were in orientation to the center.
Well, they went to the same place within a kilometer, right? Because the second team saw the flag that the other team had put at the South Pole.
Are you saying like a group went from South America and a group went from Africa and both just went straight
They went
south
from
and saw each
south.
other's
Yeah,
flag?
they started in different places, and they got there at different times. One got there after the other had already left, and they saw the flag that the others had put at the South Pole. And nobody had ever been there before, and they had no stars. They had no cell phones, no GPS.
What year is this?
I don't know exactly what year. Early 1900s? I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure.
I don't know
But I just
anything
wonder
about
if
it,
you've
bro.
ever
I
thought
don't.
about how they got there, how that could happen, how they got there, how they went to the same place, a place nobody had ever been before, with no navigation other than the sun and the
1911,
sky.
by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak on. I don't know anything about Amundsen and Scott.
Well, it's a good story. You ought to look into how they did that. It's kind of fun.
Witsit, to be clear, can you clarify for us? Did you ever say that it's possible that you could have been in a studio and they had deceived you? Did you ever say that?
No,
Okay.
no, it's not possible. It's not even remotely close to possible. It's absurd. I got on a plane. We flew for hours over the ocean. We had this huge expanse of ice. We flew for like hour and a half, 2 hours over the ice. We then land on ice runway. Right, we're watching the whole thing the whole time, taping most of it. Huge expanse of mountain and ice and snow. I got out. I walked on the ice. We got into like this huge vehicle. We then drove. I don't know the distance, but a good way away from the runway to the camp. Like, how am I in a studio during these things? Was miles and
It
miles
could have
long
been like a
studios,
Truman
most
Show
absurd
style,
thing.
like a Truman Show style studio, maybe. Like well, that's like
And the windows were real windows, and then at some point transitioned into fake LED screens that looked like windows. No, it's just ridiculous, bro. It doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, dude, like it's okay if there's a 24-hour sun. It's okay, bro. It's I mean, like what? Wouldn't you rather like want to know how to figure out how it works rather than denying it exists?
Nah, here's
That's
how
how
you do
I
it.
thought. That's how I looked at it.
Here's how
I'm
you
like,
do it. They fly you in, right? It's the Truman Show thing, but they got a little retractable thing so that they could fly a plane through, and then you're in it, and then they fly the thing up, and then they put the screen up after you're in it. I mean, it just has the sun where it was. Like, I don't know.
damn, how
Bro,
high is this studio? How tall is this studio? Freaking tens of thousands of feet.
Did you ever try saying computer and simulation? Did you ever try saying that?
No.
What?
That was a
I mean, dude, have
structural
you guys
joke for
seen?
you non-Trekkies.
No.
You should. So there's a Brenner comp from Brenner. Like you guys know Brenner on Quora.
Mhm.
Anyways, he actually this was back in like the spring of this year. I want to say something like that, spring summer. He posted a comp and it was showing the coordinates, like the actual lat long coordinates of these different research stations mapped on a globe and mapped on an AE map, and then comparing that with the like actual local solar noon time and like sunrise and sunset time at these different stations. And he was showing how some of them were only like between 30 and 100 miles apart on a globe map, but were like almost 90 degrees offset on the AE map. And then in the actual times, they were like 6 hours apart in solar noon time. So which would make sense on an AE map because they're 90 degrees offset. And it's 24 hours, 360 degrees. So 90 degrees would be about 6 hours. But on a globe would make absolutely no sense. You guys should look into it. It's on a video. It's he shows it's like a forum thread from Quora because Brenner's on Quora.
Oh.
Yeah.
By the way,
problem-
the citation. Oh, sorry. Hey, that
No, go ahead.
citation Wikipedia article that says that most flat earthers think TFE was fake. It's Will Duffy who they're quoting. That's who said that.
I will say though, Jaren, the way that he like did what he did. Look, bro, you can't just quote unquote accidentally destroy cameras and then have your batteries die 1 hour short of a full loop of footage. Say you weren't able to recover it or the company wasn't able to recover it, and then also never share the infrared footage, which is entirely separate, and just never talk about it as if it doesn't exist. And then get mad at people for, questioning you about stuff and act like a little girl. Like, look, bro, you messed up. You did not provide anything you promised you'd provide. You destroyed the footage that existed, and then you want to get mad at people because they're suspicious of you.
Yeah,
Like,
and then he also
flipped to the globe Earth side.
Yeah, I mean that's a separate matter. Yeah, that too. But I'm not even addressing that part. I'm just addressing the fact like how you're going to do all this stuff and then think people are absurd questioning you after you did. Like, dude, if I was to go to Antarctica and then I smashed a camera and then like didn't provide footage from the other camera and then didn't provide footage from the third camera with infrared and never even talked about it, and then people were suspicious of me, I wouldn't question that at all. I'd be like, I'd be suspicious of me too, bro. Like, and then he wants to like cry like a little girl and be like, people are mean to me. That's why I left the community, because they're mean to me. He never even addressed the existence of the infrared sensor footage that they took down there after they came back. And that's the one I wanted to look at most the entire time.
But don't you think the fact that he flipped makes his actions even more suspicious, almost like he was an agent the
of
whole
course.
time?
Of course, it makes it more suspicious from like a I mean, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't know Jaren, so I can't default trust him like Witsit knows him, right? But like, it seems retarded to me either way. Even if it was a genuine accident that he broke that stuff, and then for him to say that broke it on accident, it wasn't on purpose, but then get mad at people for being suspicious of the action and claim because you guys are being mean to me, I'm not going to give you any of the other footage. Like, that is like what? That's like
so
a manipulative
truth seeker. Not today.
That's the way that like if you've ever been with like a narcissistic personality disorder female, when they like do something wrong and then you point it out, they like try to flip the entire thing on you as if it's your fault for mistreating you. Like that's exactly what he did there. He's like, oh, this thing that I did, this like really terrible mistake that I did that basically ruined the whole point of us going. That wasn't.
I don't know.
You're going to get mad at me for that? Okay.
I don't know. Just from another perspective, I mean, I was watching pretty close, kind of lurking. They were they were awful to him because he changed his mind. I mean, there was stuff they were having to delete comments in his live chat. They were going at him in his emails. They were going at him hard, man. And I don't know. Putting myself in his position that, he just had a realization and changed his mind on something that was significant. And they went at him pretty fucking hard. I don't know. I kind of felt sorry for him.
Yeah, but people were going at him from the globe side before he ever flipped just as hard and calling him a retard for how many years? And he didn't care?
Well, somewhere. I actually have always had a lot of respect for Jaren, even as a flat earther, because, he just, I don't know, he just had a thing about him that I kind of liked him,
Dude, he deleted all the video. So here's the thing, Left Lane. Here's the thing, right? Jaren posted dozens, I mean, maybe hundreds, I don't know what the number was, but dozens of videos over the years of explicit arguments for FE against the globe, right? Some of them that had nothing at all whatsoever to do with Antarctica, okay? And then, once he flipped, it was like he had magical amnesia, selective misremembrance, and acted as if he never had heard of these other arguments. And anytime anyone tried to... Hold on,
go ahead.
Let me finish. I'm almost done. Once people brought these things up to him, like, hey, Jaren, falsification is independent of replacement. It doesn't have to be a physical sun and moon, like actual orbs in the sky. They can be projections. It doesn't change the fact that there's demonstrably no curvature, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all the other arguments, right? What he did was sidestepped those entire conversations and say, yeah, but can you not explain this one thing? And then acted as if the one thing that people didn't know how to explain just made all the other stuff disappear as if it never existed, and he still won't even engage with the stuff to this day.
No, he obviously understood that he was wrong about all that.
Yeah, the 24-hour sun observation has nothing to do with those arguments, Left Lane. So either he was dishonest in the first measure, or he was dishonest afterwards. Because you cannot
could have just been wrong, though.
Please don't interrupt me.
Why was he dishonest? Why was he dishonest, though?
Please do not interrupt me. So either he didn't have a justified belief in the first place, or he doesn't have one now.
Heaven forbid a man change his mind.
You don't understand the thing I just said.
You're just going and calling him dishonest because he changed his mind. That's bullshit.
No, I didn't call him dishonest because he changed his mind. You saying that is dishonest. I said either he didn't have a justified belief in the first place, or he doesn't have one now.
Your opinion.
Right, you're just a tribalist. The only reason you like Jaren is because he's
just
a glober.
Yeah, that's all you got.
Yeah, can I just ask you one thing, Left Lane? Are there any recordings of you over the last years and years ever saying that, quote unquote, you had a lot of respect for Jaren before he flipped to Globe? Because you just said you've always had a lot of respect for him. I'm just asking. I'm not even trying to get too dramatic. I'm just saying, are there any recordings of you saying in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years anywhere on the internet of you saying you had a lot of respect for Jaren?
No, not at all, not at all. But I never went at him. I mean, I never dogged him. I mean, I would go sit and watch his live streams, and he would aggravate me with his moon stuff. But I never had any hatred or animosity towards him. I just kind of always liked him. You know, I mean, and I'm not trying to take up for him. I'm just like, I'm just giving a different perspective of his situation versus, oh, what about all this other stuff and everything? He just changed his mind, man. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, he just heard all the arguments.
I don't think Jaren actually. Well, what's Jaren's position on the Apollo though? He doesn't believe we went to the moon, does he?
I'm not sure. I think he's still. I know that they've been kind of working on him about that stuff, but I haven't been over there lately, and I'm not sure. If I had to guess, I would guess he's still anti-NASA.
No, he did a big show with his the Globers that he went with. I forget his name. Professor Dave or Simon Dan. There you go. And he was sure.
No, Dave McKeegan.
Dave McKeegan. There you go. Yeah, he was 100% sure that it was real. So that was really odd
he has
to me.
flipped on the moon landing, or maybe it was that video that I've heard. I didn't watch it, but he either flipped or is flipping on the moon landing too. Yeah. He also made some comment about anyone who thinks the Charlie Kirk thing is not the mainstream story is crazy, or he made some comment like that too. So. Yeah, it's a complete change of person. Whatever's going on with him, not even.
Yeah, he did do a live stream with Professor Dave.
No, he did do one with him. Oh, did he say something? Oh, but I thought it was the McKeegan one that he was flipping on the moon landing. Did he flip on the moon landing and the Professor Dave one too?
I think so. I don't watch any of this stuff. I don't know. I don't like people who are inconsistent.
I didn't be there for a while, but I just wanted to really see what was going on with him. So I watched a few of his shows, and
I guess my main position.
Totally different person, or let's say totally different personality. Yeah.
I understand your question too, Gio. I mean, I understand you're pinning me down on that. I do understand that. My position on it, I just feel like he just kind of changed his mind, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he was dishonest that he did so. And I guess that's my main point altogether.
I could prove he was because you're refuting my claim.
I mean, you and I may or may not agree on some of the components of what's going on with Jaren if we went through it all. But yeah, I was just pointing out, I was kind of holding your feet to the fire because you were saying I've always had this deep respect for him kind of thing. And I would imagine over the years, you probably never expressed that at all. You probably thought he was a liar, flat earth, this and that. And I've just noticed that a lot of the Glow folks now are all of a sudden Jaren is honest and he's amazing. And and it's like, wait a minute, dude, like before this trip, you guys thought he was the devil. He was terrible, a liar, all that stuff,
That's not true. That's not true.
So it's just this flip thing, which flips happen. There's other people who have flipped too, maybe, but or whatever in their perspective on. Go ahead.
Well,
it is true. It is true. Bernard, I've heard you talk reckless about Jaren for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. It's like all these people used to say Jaren was incredibly stupid and was a liar and was dishonest and etc. And to sit here and act like you guys never did that is so.
Oh, I did. I'm just speaking to myself. I'm not talking about everybody else. I'm speaking for myself.
So you admit it? You did that? That you called him a liar? You probably thought he was a liar and didn't have any respect for him?
No, I don't. I mean, you know me, Gio. I don't go around. You're a liar. I just don't do that, and I didn't think that of it.
Oh.
So here's the thing. I know Jaren, and I've talked to Jaren quite a bit throughout the years, right? And I'm very perplexed with what he's doing now. I can't even make sense of it at all. It doesn't make any sense for him to flip on stuff like some of the claims about going to space, especially the moon landing. Just absolutely insane. And then when I asked him about the Earth moving, he was like, "Seems to make sense." Seems to make sense, really, bro? That's your new standard? Because you sat here and talked about Mickelson Morley in depth before, so I'm assuming that you've now gone in depth the other way and somehow made sense of it, right? But no, he didn't do that, right? And I talked to him about this. I said, dude, what you're doing makes no sense whatsoever. And you're like, oh, here's an observation that I think can't be explained unless the Earth's a globe. And therefore, I'm like, okay, so what about all this other evidence that falsifies claims of the mainstream model of Earth? And he's like, oh, I don't know about those things. I guess whatever their explanation is true. I'm like, what? That's your new standard? It literally makes no sense at all. It just doesn't. It's goofy and it's lazy and it's fallacious. It's not a legitimate way to determine truth whatsoever, objectively. And then Galley's point is, this is the part that he really lost me, is where he is, and everyone knows, right? people have been begging me to like go at Jaren and bury him and all this. And I'm not going to do that really. I know him on a personal level. He's like had my back in different situations. I've had his back. I know stuff about his personal life, vice versa. Like I don't feel the need to do that. But I do think the way he's handled all of this was not cool. And when it comes to how he's approaching the subject, doesn't even make sense. And like now, basically, like all the claims are just granted by default suddenly. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make sense. And so the part that like he really lost me was where he was taking this approach of like, if you don't see that the Earth is a globe, and I guess now like spinning and these stories are legit, like you're stupid basically. Like it's just stupid and retarded if you have to be retarded not to see it. And he was like really cocky and arrogant about it. And he was presenting it as like how obvious it is, how incredibly obvious and simple and undeniable it is, and how you just have to be like stupid not to get it. And the Galley's point is, wait, how can you say that? How can you have that approach as if like now you're a legit, like trustworthy source? Now your discernment can be trusted, right? Like now you are able to determine the truth effectively and then come to a justified belief or a justified position when you were just now saying the opposite of all these things for 10 years. So clearly you can't just turn around and now act like your discernment is on point and anyone that's challenging it or not going along with it or not believing it is like basically crazy or stupid. How does that make any sense? Because basically what you're saying to us is, hey, my discernment is trash for the last 10 years. I took a trip and now I've gotten back, and now you should trust that my discernment is on point and reliable. That's Galley's point.
What's your explanation? You saw the 24-hour sun.
That is incredible.
That's a non sequitur.
Bizarre. Yeah,
it was a question. It was a question. No, it's a question.
There was a sky observation. Jaren went from flat Earth to globe Earth. So in his worldview, he has a justification for that. He went from geocentric.
Right.
Please don't interrupt me, Brenda.
We can get you in a minute. Just stop, please. Just hold on. Okay, just hold on. We were finishing this conversation, and now you're clipping Galley. So I muted you for a second. Go ahead, Galley.
I'll be fast. I'll just reiterate real quick. He went from flat Earth to globe Earth. That is a shape claim, right, based on the sky observation. He went to geocentric to heliocentric. That is a motion claim. So he went from not moving to moving, and he had an argumentation for why he believed the Earth was not moving. He just abandoned that because of the sky observation. He had an argumentation for why he believed there was no curvature. He just abandoned that. And then the moon landing thing, he had so many argumentations for why we didn't go to the moon. And then he just abandoned that because he saw the 24-hour sun in the south. So to say that there's a consistent individual is absurd. To say that his position now is justified is absurd. To say that his position then, I mean, you could, if you thought it was justified, you definitely not think this is justified. Because you know now that wasn't justified.
And even if you agree with Jaren's conclusion being correct, his means of arriving at that conclusion objectively is absurd. Like the way, like fallacious and illogical. It doesn't matter if he's right about it or not, which we would contest that. But like even if he was right about it, the way he arrived at that conclusion is absurd and illogical and fallacious. And like Galley just said, these other things that he flipped on, are not in any way mutually exclusive or even connected to a 24-hour sun in the south observation. He could, if he wanted to only flip on the shape claim, he could have said, you know what? I'm not even gonna, think about the fact that it could just be a projection of a sun and moon, even though I'm just not going to engage with it, even though people have pointed that out to me, which is where he's at right now. He could stay there, even though that's still not really intellectually honest. He could stay there and then still say, but I know all these other arguments as to why it's not moving and why, space is fake, which are two separate, completely distinct things from the 24-hour sun in the south, and maintain that and still be logically consistent. But he said, no, I'm just going to give myself magical amnesia, forget I ever believed those things or the arguments for them, and then just believe the entire mainstream model. And if anyone asks me what about these other things, I'm just going to be like, only stupid people think that, and not engage scientifically ever again. That's where Jaren's at right now.
Well, you think he would flip and hold all those other things at the same time? That would be illogical.
How does a 24-hour sun mean that we went to the moon? Like it doesn't make any sense. There's no logical connection to that at all.
Or that
hours and hours and hours.
It's just incredulity. I wish Leflin would address the 3 points that were put on the table and not just say that don't make sense to me. That's ridiculous, man. We made
what I said. You're constantly misrepresenting me.
You said you think this would be the case. That would be illogical. So you did say what I said. You said
that ain't what I said either. I tell you what. Forget that I exist and don't comment on me anymore.
Hey, how about if you're going to join the conversation, address what's relevant?
You did basically say it doesn't make sense. You said what? You said that if he were to flip on the shape, like keeping the other stuff doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he can't hold. He's got to let go of all that. He can't flip on the shape. NASA is another thing, but all the other flat Earth arguments, when he flips, he's got to let all that go. He can't hold on to that stuff.
Motion has nothing to do with shape.
Yeah, how does the motion, like, this is why I was so confused in my conversation with him. I brought up the motion, and I had talked to him multiple times and brought that up, and he said for sure, 100%, that it wasn't moving. He's like, he would just be a geocentric glober. He said for sure we know it's not moving. And then all of a sudden, I asked him. Now he told me this. I have receipts, and he's told me this 17 times during, leading up to, and after the trip. He said he was just going to be a geocentrist. And then all of a sudden, in my conversation with him, I mentioned the motion thing because he started to see just what he was saying was just sounded so progressively absurd. And he said, "Oh, it makes sense. Now he thinks we're moving all of a sudden." He didn't say, "Well, these are the pieces of evidence that I used to come to the conclusion that we weren't moving. I've now re-examined them diligently and found out that these were the flaws, or here's the evidence, or here I was misunderstanding." No, he just said, "Oh, seems to make sense. Must be moving." After he told me, I know for sure it's not moving no matter what. And I just think it's a globe. I think the globe makes more sense now. So it must be a geocentric globe. Now all of a sudden he switched on that and the moon landing conveniently with people that have big channels that push these narratives. That's pretty interesting.
Bringing him on and giving him airtime.
Displaying no justification for any of these
things. He told me that multiple times. The best thing that Jaren could do right now is make the argument that my discernment was absolutely trash for the last 10 years. And every single process that I used, all the parameters that I used to come to my conclusions were completely flawed, infallible, and inept. I had terrible discernment. I wasn't able to decipher truth at all. I didn't have truly justified positions. And now I do. And you'd have to say, and here's why. Here's the difference in how I'm coming to them. Here's like the difference in justification. Here's difference in logic. He can't pretend as though he's been a reliable source of discernment the whole time. Makes no sense. That's Gowie's point.
Yep. I mean, you have motion, you have curvature, and you have moon landing. And you have the 24-hour sun. These are 4 distinct things, right? Motion, curvature, moon landing. So
if I was to flip, if I was to go say I was all right, and now I think Earth's flat, would you expect me to hang on to all the other stuff that I've got like ingrained in my existence and understanding of reality, that I could hold on to some of that, but now I think Earth's flat? Would that make sense?
No, that's different, and you know it is, because if it is flat, then obviously those other things can't be true. But but the Earth could be a globe and stationary, left lane. You do understand that, right? The Earth could be a globe.
It could also be orbiting too.
Questions in good faith. Now,
it could be flat and orbiting. It could be flat and spinning and orbiting, and flat and contained, but they went to the moon. Like, and how does it being a globe mean we went to the moon?
Well, I mean, they're just.
If you're not being dishonest, left lane, then
no, I'm not
being dishonest right now.
I'm not at all. It's just a logical flow of acceptance that some things go with flat Earth and some things go with the globe.
Wrong.
You realize that all the people that originally made documentaries and brought all kinds of attentions to the moon landing being fake, they were all globers.
Yeah, like the majority of them, like almost all of them.
Practically all of them. All the big documentaries, like a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, right?
And I could be completely wrong. I could be completely wrong.
The moon landing was fake before I ever even heard of flat Earth. I didn't even know people believed it. I didn't even know it was a thing.
I was like 14, and I thought that I knew the moon landing was fake. I didn't hear about flat Earth until way after that.
Did our parents' generation believed it was fake? I got people in my family that work they work in government work and believed it's fake for a long time.
Yep. So this is why we're saying, dude, if anyone's going to be honest and look at the situation, something's not adding up. Something doesn't add up, and like, I don't know, bro. Like, I'm just saying, it just doesn't make sense. Like, it's like he's like a different person. All of a sudden, he's making the same arguments that him and I used to laugh at for hours on Globebusters, going through them, and like, how does someone with a straight face make these claims? How does someone claim that doesn't prove that at all? That makes no sense. And then spoke in depth about it. And he's even done a good job still manning our position based on MMX. So at the least, what you would have to do to turn around and claim that it is spinning and orbiting is now acknowledge that evidence that you once acknowledged to show that it wasn't moving. That's the point. And of course, this actually, what it has done is it's shown how disingenuous so many people on the other side is as well. Dishonesty on both sides. A good portion of people on both sides. Yeah, but like these people that are claiming to be globers, they all of a sudden wide open arms, except Jaren, and they're pretending that now his position totally makes sense. But it doesn't. He hasn't addressed it. It's just so good. You can't help but you guys love this idea that there was a flat earther that was a bigger person in the movement that knew all the arguments, and now he flipped. So you can say, look, this guy finally realized it. He understood all of the mainstream or the main arguments of flat Earth. you guys can't resist that like asset. So you have that bias of him now being that asset. So you're just gonna, with wide arms, open arms, accept it. That's realistically what's going on. But it doesn't make any sense. And like I said, everyone can go watch my debate with Jaron. I ask him about motion, and he just says, seems to make sense. And I'm like, what? What are all the evidence that falsified it? No answer. I've talked to him in private about it as well. He's just like, I guess whatever their explanation is true.
But that's the thing,
Like, okay.
Austin, like, because like he wasn't just someone who like kind of like followed other people who talked about, like, he was able to pretty properly steelman most of the stuff that, we talk about. Maybe not all of it, but like a very large portion of it, right? The fact that he was able to steelman it and like actually lay down the argumentation for it and the logic behind why. You can't do that and not understand the position, right? Like, demonstrating that shows you at least understand the position in a basic manner. So he clearly understood it to a decent degree. So after understanding it, not just parroting it, but understanding it and then flipping and having no actual substantive argument on the flip after having an entirely substantive one on the previous one, that shows me that he's being very disingenuous at best about it.
I think he's being controlled somehow by a group of people. I have no evidence, but I guess speculation on the part of what everyone's pointing out here and what I've seen and heard myself from Jaron, like, watching his stuff.
Yeah, dude. He went on Professor Dave lately and did a whole ridicule-based, just ripping on all this stuff, the way Professor Dave does, and laughing with Professor Dave. And I didn't actually watch that whole thing. I did see like little parts of it, but I don't even know if it's worth the cringe to go through to watch. But yeah, he's like a completely different person. I understand some of the points Left Lane is saying, like, a lot of ideas could be batched in together when it goes to like certain ideas. But I think like everything that's been pointed out is been very accurate in terms of what, that there's things that are like what Witsit was saying and Piezo in terms of all of the and Galley, all of these components that don't line up with consistency, even just in logic, because if he's going to argue for something, and we all know a lot of these discussions are very complex, they're not just simple things. So if he's going to be on the side of actually arguing for, even if he changes his view, in order to be logically consistent, he should be able to debunk what he previously said. Essentially, he should be able to go back and say, okay, the interpretation of Michelson-Morley was this and that, or, there is motion because of this, or how about I found the curve, something to that effect. And if he can't do that, then it just shows that he's, at very least, just kind of flipping in terms of some kind of position, like in a biased fashion. At the very worst, like, yeah, there could be some other kind of motive involved, but it doesn't line up. Like, his whole personality is really not the same. His whole take on life, his perspective on things. I've met him 3 times in total in person and talked to him for hours each time. So I've never talked to him like online, so I don't really have any like further connection with him. And that was back in like 2000, what was that, like 17, 18. So I know him to that degree, and I've watched his channel over the years here and there. I kind of, the last few years kind of faded off a little bit watching him, but I used to watch all the Glowbusters and everything else. So, and he's just a completely different person. It is puzzling. Like his entire take on life, his take on all these positions, and then he doesn't have any actual, compelling way to debunk what he previously was saying, other than like what Witsit's saying, is just to be like, oh, my discernment was just totally off, for years and years. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean? Does that? Go ahead. Don't worry about it.
Best case scenario, he's a groupie. Like, worst case, he's a shill plus.
Did you guys see that?
Worst case, he's either like, either being paid or compromised or something's going on. I think it would take more than just paying, it seems, but who knows? Or, I've said the idea, I know I just went a long time, so I'll pass the mic talking, but I've also said the other idea. Well, I was just listening, and like, these are all building up. I wanted to share some of my thoughts real quick, but anyways, like, I have, just his personality maybe was a bit more of like emulating other people in a way. Like on Glowbusters, he would emulate what Bob would say, he would emulate what Witsit would say, he would emulate what other guys would say, and then he would kind of package it up. But he did have some new stuff too, like that he found, of course, with NASA and all that. But yeah, I'm just saying, if there's anything genuine, my only consideration of it is that he was always just kind of following other people's ideas, and then maybe there's other factors that made him feel like he had to change his channel, perhaps. But
as far as credibility goes, he only has one out. His out is to say that he sucked at justifying stuff for 10 years, and then he has to demonstrate he has the ability to justify stuff now, and that is his only honest out. Sorry, RG. Yeah, brother.
No, it's good. I think that what I said a minute ago about maybe being paid or controlled, right? But also, people really have to realize that I think the worst case scenario is he was never being genuine, and this was always planned. What happened, as far as flipping in, because that would be the worst case scenario to me, right? Because that's more daunting. Maybe realizing that there is a paid half or a percentage of people that we still trust now, right? Or people that can pull the wool over people's eyes if they just play the part well enough, right? That's scary to me. And that's all I want to say.
Well, there's just something that, like, at this point of it, that seems so inconsistent with any like integrity of logic and even of character in a lot of ways with it. So yeah, it just seems to be. I guess that's the question. Like, have you ever known someone to change this much basically, like their entire worldview and outlook. I mean, he even apparently somebody had said like that I didn't see it, but he was literally saying that anyone who doesn't believe the mainstream story of Charlie Kirk is retarded. That's what I heard Jaron was saying. And actually the retarded word is what he was saying. So that was like the quote that someone had said. I don't know if that's exactly what he said. I don't know what the reference was, but they were saying that someone said Jaron made a new channel called Interesting. Apparently it's like interesting ... I haven't, but that's what they said. And then he was saying that about the Charlie Kirk thing. So I don't know about if he did make a new channel or not, or whether, but anyways, or whether he even said the Charlie Kirk thing. But that's what I heard he said. Now, if he did say that, I'm just saying that's another example. Also, what he's saying, like, of course it's moving and moon landings. He seems to be doing that on all of them. But if he's doing that on the Charlie Kirk thing, that would be like I would need to I'd like to verify if he did say that for sure, obviously to know. But like that is dramatic because I mean that event is it's like of all these events as they unfold over the years, the amount of people that believe the mainstream narrative just goes down and down. Like maybe the JFK thing, there's a lot more people. 9/11, a lot less. COVID, a lot less. And then now, like any events they're running now, is like way less people. Now I know a lot of people do think he was assassinated. I'm not trying to shift it into that, but I'm just saying that. But the mainstream story is just, it's like hardly anyone is even believing that. So if Jaron is saying that just shows like not only a change on all these positions that he can't actually. It's not like he found the curve. He didn't find motion. He didn't find out how Mickelson Morley showed any. He didn't do any of that. But even outside of that, if he's even changing his positions at a huge world event like the Charlie Kirk thing, whatever you think on it, whatever one's viewpoint is on it, that he would be just going with the mainstream and then calling people, retarded if they don't follow that. That is even more dramatically like that starts to indicate like I definitely am questioning more and more as this is unfolding with him in particular. Did he just flip, or is something else going on, some kind of compromise thing? I find it hard to believe, like if someone really confronted him and said they give him money or threatened his family or something wild or however that all goes down. It's kind of hard to believe that would be the case, but it just seems like that's in my mind, like more possibly in the mix of it all just because of how completely different of a person he is. And I don't think in all these years I've ever known anyone to, flip in these ways basically. And I don't think anyone has kind of seen this. So it is kind of strange in a lot of ways.
What, Gio, you mean you don't believe that you can take a 30-06 shot straight to the neck and, just stop the bullet as if you're like Majin Buu from Dragon Ball Z?
Dude, bones of steel. Even though those 30-06 go through steel too, so.
Dude, 30-06, bro. 30-06 will go through most levels of plate armor. All except for level 4. And you have to have a plate carrier with level 4, and it's like inch thick ceramic and polymer coated plates. But yeah, I mean, it just went in his neck and just got stopped just under the skin, bro.
Yeah, but that's part and parcel for the globe, right? Right? I'm sorry, Gio, but that's part and parcel for the globe. If you believe in the globe, you got to believe in that, of course, right, Lovely? Like this is the absurdity.
Dude, anybody who's ever deer hunted or
Yes, I was about to say, yeah. Go ahead.
Even had any military background, freaking, any relevant experience in firearms. I mean, bro, you can just go right now. Just go to YouTube and type 30-06 and then like check the videos of them shooting stuff. Go to the comment sections on any random video on YouTube about 30-06, and the entire comment section is going to be filled with people talking about how, well, I guess that's not what shot Charlie Kirk then, is it? Because everybody knows it's absurd to think that would go in. I don't want to change topics. I'm sorry. That's hilarious to me. You're right, Gio. If he's pushing that it's a sign of a much bigger problem, most likely. Like everything has to be mainstream defense now. You know what I mean? That's an entire paradigm shift, not just a cosmology shift.
That's why I mentioned it. I would like to see that verified if that's the case. Because like I said, I only just heard someone had typed it actually in here. They just mentioned it, so I would need to hear that. But yeah, dude, that is like a complete shift. It's like beyond the pale, really. I would say, like in terms of like what is actually going on. I mean, I'd met him 3 times in person, and I mean, I would have never thought he would be this way in today, like in 2025. So yeah, man. I mean, and then just to also become that like. Okay, when it first happened, I thought maybe it is possible that he just because his argument was that like the AE map, doesn't allow for the 24-hour sun there, and I actually agree with some of his arguments with some of that stuff. That in terms of, especially you guys have heard me talk about the GP of the sun, and the sun is always above one place on Earth at any one time. So for it to be on an outer ring and on an inner ring at the same time, you'd have to have 2 GPs of the sun, and if that doesn't happen, then. But there's a couple caveats to that. There's a way in which you could have like an edge of a dome that could actually reflect it, but you couldn't get to that GP. So that would mean like if they were in Union Glacier, if they had walked towards the sun in the south, there'd be some kind of limit or barrier. That's actually one way that you wouldn't have to have 2 GPs and you could see a sun on the outer edge. But that's
caustic
kind of a whole
reflection, you mean?
Yeah, but you would have to not be able to get to the GP. Some kind of a caustic or reflective effect, but there would have to be a limit where you couldn't actually get to that GP. Because if you could, then you'd be able to prove there's 2 GPs. But the thing is, when the sun's in the south, it's like above, Australia kind of thing. So it's not, it's not like people don't know where it is.
All Jaron had to do was say, okay, well, I now could be intellectually honest and analyze the alternative. Maybe what I see is not a physical sun; it's a projection. Dude, he didn't even take 1 microsecond to entertain that, right? Like he's like, I'm for sure that it has to either be a physical fireball above my head or it's a globe. Like there was just no middle ground or any other alternative option. Like he bought into this, like, not obviously. I mean, obviously, none of us think it's an actual physical fireball we can touch above our head. We think there is one probably somewhere, but like what we see is a projection of it. But like, yeah, I mean, if you have where I've come to right now is in a caustic model, right? A caustic model means that every light source has the ability to have a caustic reflection on the other side if it's at the proper inclination and if the other side's far south enough. But only like when I say the proper inclination, it's going to be like below the equator or whatever. When the sun goes below the equator on one side, then it will have a caustic reflection mapped to the other side if you go far enough. Like when the sun gets to its outer limits, to south, it gets far enough south, it will have a caustic reflection on the other side. So that's why you're able to see the southern hemisphere stars that are far south enough and the sun far south enough at exactly 2 points on Earth, 2 GPs, and then the other people people are going to see either one of those two, and like when you go see the 24-hour sun, the reason you see it coming continually around is you see like one which we would call like the actual projection, quote unquote, and then the other one, which would be the caustic reflection, come back around, and you're like, oh, there's 24. But that's I'm not concrete on anything. I'm not dead set on anything, right? Like I'm comfortable knowing that the mechanics of the heavens are very intricate and still continuing to try to figure it out as I live my life. I know that the shape of the ground can be demonstrably shown to not be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, which means that that's been falsified. So whatever the sky is doing does not have bearing directly on the ground in this case.
How was that 8 inches per mile? Things falsified.
And Jaren didn't even attempt to say, oh, let me look into the idea that sun might be a projection. He didn't even stop at that moment. He just flipped immediately.
The intellectually honest thing to do, if you think you know something and you're proven that you don't know a thing, is to say you don't know a thing. It is not to say, oh, I know the opposite of the thing I thought I knew. That's called appeal to ignorance.
Yeah, he should be able to debunk every position he ever held before, right? If he's going to be intellectually honest.
But Jesus, I'm curious.
Yeah, that's true. That's the case. That's what I was saying before. If we're to tap back on that, exactly. Like that would be out of integrity. Like if somebody just all of a sudden, like for example, even if left lane right now, just as an example, I don't know if he's even still in here, but or just somebody who has been debating for the globe. If you all of a sudden were like, it's flat, you would have to have answers to everything you said for your arguments of why you said it was a globe to be in any level of integrity in terms of the actual logic. I mean, do you agree, left lane?
Yep.
And all the flat earthers would literally be super critical of you and be like, okay, provide your best evidence the earth is flat, and we would hold you to account. And like this has always happened. People come in and they would try to troll like a 24/7 and pretend to be flat earthers. So people are like, oh, okay, cool story. Then what's your best evidence? Like if some like person that has vocally been in support of the globe or has said that they turned to flat earth, then we would be like, I don't know if I'm buying it. Like, let's hear it. Like, what's your evidence? And we don't want you running around claiming that you did if you don't fully understand the argument anyway. Right. And that's not the way the Glovers approach it at all. They're like, oh, you're going to come back to the cult? Please come. I don't care what your reasoning is. I don't care. Whatever it is, just drink the Kool-Aid. And now we can make fun of flat earthers.
Hey, has anyone thought seriously about the theory of two suns? Because when I dug super deep into that, it was
were there two suns in Antarctica? Maybe you can clear that up.
I didn't say in Antarctica there's two suns. I'm saying maybe it's a different schedule than what we're used to, right? And they line up at certain points throughout history where people can see them in the sky. Multiple people worldwide have seen two suns. And yes, there is a possibility. There's a possibility that, of course, it could be a digital thing with technology and people fake it. That's possible. But the ones that aren't fake, you can run through AI and they say they're absolutely real. So, I mean,
where have they
you just got to think about that. Yeah.
Where have you seen two suns? Where have you seen these two suns at?
Random places around the world, bro. Different people.
You post something that shows two suns?
I could probably, go. I've got stuff that I saved on my YouTube.
Sun dogs is probably as close as you're going to get to two suns.
Yeah. I mean, there's not two. The only way you're going to see is what you think is the second one is if you go on the AE map and you have a person in Australia looking south and a person in South America looking south, and both of them seeing it. But that would just be two projections, not two suns.
Right. Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at is the reflective type of material that could be a firmament, right? and it's just lines up different than we're
Well,
used
yeah,
to.
look, I think the majority of FE believers, believe in a firmament. Not all of them do, of course, but the majority do. And so knowing that the majority view is that there's a firmament, and a lot of the people believe that the firmament is some kind of barrier, right? Like, even if it's not like, stone or rock or metal, not literally those things, something like that. Even if it's not something like that particularly, there's still a barrier, right? And so if Jaren was honest, he'd be like, okay, well, these people think that there's a barrier. What if the sun's behind the barrier and I'm seeing a projection? Since the people very close to me, like Witsit or Alan, who also is on hosting Glowbusters, that's what a lot of them think that we were seeing a projection. Maybe I should look into, could it be a projection? He's like, nope, not a fireball above my head, globe. And that's it. I mean, he's just exposed as being not intellectually honest. But I think we've talked enough about Jaren. It wasn't intended to go this far, because we were talking about Antarctica and TFE, and it kind of got onto that. So I mean, it's a natural progression of the conversation. But I think maybe it'd be more productive if we kind of did shift onto something else. Otherwise, I mean, we could sit and get to the point where it's just borderline gossip, and I'd rather not it turn into that.
Hey, does anyone else watch Darth News? Darth? Not Darth, but Darth.
All right. Well, hold on. Let me. We can shift topics. I hear you. We've kind of gone deep on Jaren, but I was going to say, but what you just last said actually kind of tapped into, because I was speaking, but then I kind of stopped, and then other people got in, which is cool. But because I know I was, but what I was going to say about Jaren, because I went into like could you have a reflection on the outer thing, and then see, that's the thing. So if there's always one GP of the sun, and the sun can be tracked for 24 hours, then that's it. One sun, one GP for every minute of the 24-hour day. Depending on, obviously, it's going to move a little bit throughout the seasons through the tropics. But anyways, but Jaren's saying, yeah, I hear what you're saying though, like whether he thought it was a fireball above the head or not, but just like one object above your head, and how that doesn't work on an AE map because you have an outer circle. And that's what he did. All those live streams of just every single one. It seemed like anytime I would like pop it on for a minute, I would just see him drawing the AE map and the circle on the outside. And so what I was saying originally about that though, in his position, like, although it seems like very few have even gone the position he has, but even that original position of like, okay, it doesn't work on the AE map. There's no other map. There's no other way it can be flat, is what Jaren seems to be saying, has said over and over. There's no other way, no other way. You have to have the continents laid out, coming out from the center, etc. And has said over and over, there's no other way, no other way. You have to have the continents laid out, coming out from the center, etc. And he hasn't considered any other way, or somehow thinks that it's just like this argument from absence kind of thing, where it's just like there's no other way it can be, and then just saying it has to be a globe because of that, and then just saying everything else is a globe, everything else goes with the globe because of that. The thing is, like, the one thing I in a way agree with him to a degree on though is that, okay, so from the perspective that it's not a globe and it's not an AE map, that we were fooled twice, essentially. So what it really is what we would have to get to. And it is a steep hill to climb, to all the work, research, everything that actually needs to be done. But so I can, in a way, understand, like originally when Jaren was flipping, like, okay, maybe he was like, you know what? I'm not going to climb that mountain. I'm just going to flip to the globe. Maybe he thought he would make more money, or who knows. Now, if there is something other nefarious going on that he's like compromised, that's a whole nother thing. And, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, other than that though, my point is to comment on his original sort of arguments with that. And my point is that it's a steep hill to climb. It's like, even with the 2-pole planar Earth layouts, I mean, there's a lot that would have to be solved with that. So I'm just saying that, like, no matter what the Earth actually is, in a way I can see what Jaren's, that basic concept of him being like, okay, the 24-hour sun doesn't work, and then there's no other way it can be. I don't agree with him that there's no other way it can be at all, but I'm just saying, like, I at least partly agree with his perspective on that, to the point at which maybe he would say, okay, there's no other way it can be, therefore, and then maybe he thought he would just be able to make his channel. He'd be an anti-flat earther now, and then he would get a lot more attention. Maybe he thought he'd become famous in the movie, maybe the documentary, if he did the documentary, and then, said he's the guy who flipped. Maybe he thought he could become famous or something. I don't know. I mean, there's speculations in terms of that. But anyways, yeah, I was just going to say some of that.
So we'll get off the subject of Jaren, but his biggest mistake that he's doing is he's throwing out the AE map, but he's using it as a flat 2-dimensional surface, and he's not accounting for 3D reality. And that's where the firmament comes in. And regardless of what's happened over the last 10, 11 years, we've proven extensively that the best model ever explained is the biblical model, bro. That's flat out. I mean, literally flat out circle drawn on the waters. and the land came up, right? So there
Yeah,
we go.
but with,
That's
yeah,
all.
but with the, I know, but with the South and with there being one South Pole and a southern rotation of stars that all have one GP and two 24-hour suns, it's only possible on a single pole circle. I mean, you can still have a dual pole circle. That's what an electric field is. But a single pole circle, you can't have a 24-hour sun in the South and a rotation of stars that all have one GP. So it would need to be shown that there's more than one GP of any star or the sun for that even to be
Right.
viable. And as far as I know, that's never been shown in any nautical almanacs, humans doing celestial navigation. Like there's one GP.
Well, I mean,
You know what I'm saying? So
have
they're
you
not
accounted
relative.
for a source
They're not
sun?
relative GPs.
If I could
Have you accounted for
reply,
a source
Geo,
sun
to if
showing
I could
through
reply to
something?
the GP
Go ahead.
thing though, yeah. So like the second GP would not be a true GP, quote unquote, because I mean, like we've got zenith measurements of like pretty much every star, but well, or at least ones that are over continents. That is, but either way, we've got zenith measurements of a good majority of them. But the ones that you would be seeing when deep in the southern hemisphere, looking far south, like near what would be treated as the South Pole, right? Those would be apparent GPs, like, oh, if I was at this latitude south, I should see this over my head, right? And I mean, I suppose if you were able to go that far, you would see it because it would be the same type of projection that the regular GP was, just like the sun, right? You've got in a caustic model, you'd have the actual projection at 23 degrees south, and then you'd have the caustic projection on the other side, right? And so, like, I guess you would have, quote unquote, two GPs, like one of the actual sun and one of the other one. But the way that the graticule works is if you wrap it all around the ball, you treat it as, oh, we're like one person has the sun over their head and everyone else is just seeing it relative to that. But in the AE model, you still have what you would say is one person has it over their head and everybody else sees it relative to that, because the one over the head is going to be the one at 23. The one everyone else is seeing relative to that is going to be the one that's like super far south, that's traversing like the walls of the dome.
Yes,
And
right,
so,
right.
And so like you wouldn't be able to get a second physical GP unless you were able to go to the edge and be under the dome, which I don't think anybody's actually doing that.
How does that make any
Well,
kind of
and-
sense? You can't have
And
two.
our eye converges, the convergence of things that are distant, right?
Yeah, I'm almost finished. And then the other thing, Gio, you were talking about the two poles, and so like I would present to you that we live inside of a toroid. We are situated above the North Pole. So like if you think of a disk magnet, right? If we're sitting on like a disk magnet, we're sitting above the top surface of it. So we are within only one pole. We're within the field produced by the North Pole. And at some point, it flips and goes south and comes underneath the ground and comes up from the bottom. And that's like the toroidal field lines. I think that's the type of field that Earth. I mean, we all know Earth has a toroidal field, whether you're a globe or a flat. Like that's just a fact. It has a toroidal field.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
All right, hold on. We don't want to debate you, Brenda. Just stop. Anyways, let me respond to this. Just please, everyone, chill. I want to respond to this specifically. Okay, so
or poloidal, whatever.
Yeah. Just let Piezo and I go back. I want a one-on-one with Piezo. If we could do that for a second. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be anything dramatic. I just want to go back with him. Hold on, Brenda. Just stay muted. Okay. So let me just post something real quick. I have a few of these, but are you talking about something to the effect of this? I just grabbed the first one, but yeah, that one kind of shows it.
Yeah, like in general, yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, and then you would have like the 24-hour or the 24-hour sun and the star rotations in the south. You're saying would be what? Okay.
Yeah, so the way that I've tried to theorize like what could make it work, and I actually came up with this independently, and a second guy, gosh, what's his name? He every once in a while he comes into is it Lanolin? He comes into Ether Cause and shows videos he's made in Alaska with laser beams out over the tundra and stuff, and video footage. Yeah, I found out that he has a very similar idea to me, even though we never really talked about it. But I think that this field that you've got, like that's a general picture of the field, right? So that's the way the field works. And then I think that there is basically like a celestial sphere, like a disco ball almost, like a disco ball of stars situated over the North Pole. and at any, like it's situated right in the center of like where these flux lines come out of, so that at any given time, there's like the bottom half of it is getting touched by the flux lines that come up from underneath and go out, and then like the top half of it is getting touched by the flux lines that come above from or come down from above and go out, and which is like the rotation and counter rotation, which converges at the equator line. So like if you think of it as a basketball, like the northern hemisphere stars would be on the bottom half of the basketball, and the southern hemisphere stars would be on the top half of the basketball, so that the flux lines that are like going from the bottom, from the North Pole, from the ground up into the sky and going out, like those blue lines in your picture, would be like touching the bottom half of the basketball, so all the stars from Polaris to the equator. And then it's not drawn in this picture, but there's like what if you drew the red lines like opposite as coming around and from the top and down, those would be the southern hemispheric stars, and that would be the counter rotation on the southern half of the world. And so that's why you can actually use a globe if you get a celestial sphere and like overlay it on a globe. That's why you can like start in the north and you can do your latitude inclination and your longitude inclination and tell somebody this is the star you're seeing, because that star is where the field line that touches the ground at that observer's location touches the celestial sphere. So like that's how I've like kind of I'm not saying that's just my theory, I don't have a way to test it, but I think that the star field is actually a spherical star field above us. Yeah. It's hard to describe with that picture. Probably make more sense, but it's a visualization thing.
Yeah, I am trying to understand what you're saying. So on this one I just posted, is it those field lines where you end up with like four sections of
yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna drop a video for you. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, I would actually need to hear that again. I would need to go back on the live stream because there was a lot there, and I'm trying to conceptualize and think about how you're describing it. But if you want to describe it more, I'll just say if you want
I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying.
Yeah, or if I could, if you wanted, I could listen to and try to understand it further. Let me ask one thing. Well, do you want to do that now or after? Because I was going to say about the GPs.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a video. I'll be right back.
All right, bro. All right, so like the thing about the GPs is that, okay, so Witsit and those guys were at 80 south. And, they were talking about how you can take a short airplane to the 90 south. I think Witsit was saying that, I don't know if he's still in here or not, but there was like a woman that they met who he's told a story about. I think he told it on here and other places too. That woman, that girl, I think she's like in the footage, like the body cam footage of Jaren's. I think she's in that. But anyways, it shows them all hanging out. And like she was saying that she was stopping through Union Glacier to go to the 90 South, because ALE has a camp at 90 South. It's called like Three Glaciers or something like that. Three Glaciers Camp or Three Rivers, I forget. But they have a camp at 90 South. So I forget the exact name. But anyways, so and then at 90 South is essentially where like Sigma Octantis is, in terms of the latitude and the position and all that. So if you can go to that 90 South, and then where they were at 80. Imagine like that whole rotation of stars in the south. Imagine 10 degrees from the center. That's where they were. You know what I mean? So if you see that huge rotation of stars and the Sigma Octantis, the whole thing, if you were just to go just 10 degrees, and point at that little part of the rotation, that is above where they were at Union Glacier. Now, if you can go to 90, go right to the Amundsen-Scott base station, now you're at 90. So if you were drawing concentric circles or like, elevation angles to Sigma Octantis, which is, they use like, there is a way to draw elevation angles. There's a way to do it with the Southern Cross and the Pointer Star, and you can actually find the center of the rotation that way. That's actually how they do it. They don't really use Sigma Octantis because it's not very visible. You use the Pointer Star, and then you use the Southern Crux, and then where they meet is the point you use. Now, if you use that point, you can do your elevation angles to that point, and you can go out from the south. So at 90 south, 85, 80, where they were at Union Glacier, 75, 70, going all the way out, there are GPs all around on the Earth. In Antarctica, in Australia, in New Zealand, and also in the oceans, of course. But there are GPs going all the way out in concentric circles. So, and there's one GP of each star. So there, you can get to that point without there being a barrier. Now the sun, which is kind of going on the other side, that's that one idea. Could there be like a barrier, and then you can't get to where the sun is to show that there's a second GP because it's like reflecting off of an outer thing. I guess that's a little different because you would have to go on the other side of Antarctica. But anyways, you probably know what I'm saying. So I'm just saying, like with the GPs all being, coming out in that fashion, and then there being one GP for that land that comes out, how could it be? Because what would have to be on an AE map is it would have to be like a circle of stars that like follows you as you go around the outer rim. Because that's what happens. Like if you go in the south, you keep traveling like that star, the southern rotation kind of follows you. So it would have to be like moving in some way. But if you can get to the GPs under all those stars, how could that be? How could both of those things be happening at the same time?
You see, I I tagged you in the chat 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you have rotation, you're going to have counter rotation as well, like the way that, those orange circles are. You get any rotation or vortex, you're going to get an anti-vortex effect. So I mean, okay, so if you have a southern rotation though, as you go around the outer rim of that flat plane in the middle of the toroid like that, do you agree that southern star rotation follows you in your south? It'll always be south.
Well, if you, I mean, I think the disco ball in the sky is probably rotating at sidereal rotation rate, and so if you rotate around the ground at that rate, you can match it, and yeah, it'll follow you. I mean, if you stand in one spot, you're going to see the like the rotate, like basically. Here's what I think would be cool, right? They should go to 90 degrees south, and at 90 degrees south, we should get some 24-hour time-lapse footage of, 3 different points: south of Australia, south of Africa, south of South America. Well, actually, that wouldn't even make sense because, yeah, never mind. On a globe, they'd just say, "Oh, it's one station. We're all there." So, I guess maybe I'd have to think about it. I have to think because the thing about the coordinate system is, right, there'd have to be an independent way to show that like they are on separate bands of Antarctica on an AE map versus on a globe, and they could easily just all go to one station and just say it's a globe. Like that wouldn't actually be. There'd have to be a way to prove that they're there on the map. So I'd have to think about it, like a way that it could be verified in a meaningful way. Because the thing about the graticule is anybody can just treat it as a globe, because that's literally how our map was made. It was by mapping the star, like the celestial sphere. We know we see a celestial sphere model. It was by mapping the celestial sphere into a terrestrial one and converting zeniths to points on the ground. Like that's what they did. That's how our map was made objectively. And so by doing that, if you're just using a projection, you can say like, oh, this is what the globe equivalent position would be. And, as long as everything's referenced to GPS, it's all going to work out. And so the only thing that's going to be a deviation is when you go really far south physically and you have 2 people that are physically at different points, right? Like you'd have to prove that they're there. So I don't think that this visual space would be the same. Like the picture I put in there, anywhere that you go that's 89 degrees south around the rim, you're going to look south and you're going to see, if you can see like on the like the right side of that picture, I've got like a little circle. It's an observer looking south. They're going to see what looks like a rotation on the wall, right? Like they're going to be looking
90?
pretty much. It looks like 90, yeah. It looks like 90. I mean, if you were to get to 90, you'd probably touch the dome, right? But like assuming that someone's at truly 89 and they look at the horizon, and the horizon is below. Let's say I'm trying to think of the orientation of this picture here. If you were to go to 90 degrees south at your zenith, which is straight above your head, you would see a rotation because that field line, as you see that line that's running through the ground, that line that's running through the ground, right, is going to be coming straight at them. So the direction that the line comes at them from, or comes to the ground from with respect to them, that's where they're going to see the axis of rotation as being at. So since that axis of rotation is right above their head, or where that field line's right above their head, they're going to see the axis of rotation right above their head. If they were to look at the wall, they would be 90 degrees offset from that. So they would be seeing the equator stars on the wall.
Yep. I dropped that video for you guys. And, it's got the disco ball, and it explains in high detail.
Yeah. Well, so Pietro, would you? Okay, so the thing is, like, okay, would you agree with this? If you were to get in an airplane and be at the Tropic of Capricorn, you get in an airplane at 23.4 degrees south, and you just start flying west, and you just stay
West.
on the Tropic. Yeah, you just stay on the Tropic of Capricorn. You just fly west, west, west. You just keep going. You know, let's say you go for 12 hours, whatever, etc. If you were doing this at night and you're looking off the left side of the airplane, so you're just looking at that southern rotation, you know, of stars with the Sigma Octantis at the center, the Southern Crux, all that. You're seeing that whole rotation, kind of like similar to what the northern one looks like, but obviously the south. Would you agree that if you were flying at night west on the Tropic of Capricorn, that that southern rotation would stay in your sights, looking out the left window the whole time? It would stay looking directly due south as you fly all the way on the Tropic of Capricorn?
If you're in the southern hemisphere and you're looking south, then you're going to see the axis rotation south. So as long as you're saying you're looking south the whole time, that's what you see. It'd be no different than being on the ground.
Yeah, but you're saying with this toroidal, with the kind of AE map layout, that would mean that southern rotation, let's say it's on like the outer edge of like a rim or a dome or something, that southern rotation while you're flying, you know, 700 miles an hour or whatever, that southern rotation, since it's staying due south, would also have to be, you know, visually following you essentially at 700 miles an hour in order to stay due south.
I mean, it'd be the differential between how fast you're moving and how fast the sky's rotating. But it'd be no different than the differential between how fast you're moving being stationary on the ground and how fast the sky's rotating. It's just whatever that differential is how fast you'd see it process. But it'd be the same thing as being on the ground.
But like the center of the rotation, I'm saying, like you would see the center.
Yeah, it would always be due south. It'd always be due south. Yeah.
Yeah,
because like if you look at this picture,
they would have to it would have to almost like if you had an AE with a dome like that, and then if you had something reflected on the outer rim, but it moved like it was like a flashlight that you were holding or whatever, and it's going, so it's moving with you. But see, the thing is
well, I don't necessarily think the stars are a reflection. I don't necessarily think the stars are a reflection. I think that the sun and moon are, but the stars might not be. The stars might actually be projections of the field. The stars are obviously at a higher point, like above us than the sun and the moon and planets are. Like they're way, like the stars are the highest thing, right? They're very, very high. And so like I think the stars are probably either above or in the center of the axis, or I don't know which one. I'd have to think about it. Like, you know, kind of a hard thing to visualize. But if you look at that picture, do you see how there's arrows on the blue lines, like there's like a band-aid shape for like the toroidal field, and where the equator is, there's arrows coming in from the outside and arrows going in from the inside, like they're both going down. And if you were to trace those in the rotation pattern, I've got orange circles drawn to show one's clockwise and the other's counterclockwise. So basically, the way that this is working is that the field, like those blue lines, are essentially carrying the light down, right? Because what is light? We know light to be the conjunction between the electric and magnetic components of the field. And so we've got Earth's magnetic field, right, which is rotating. We've got the electric field lines, which are coming down. So as those electric field lines are being carried down, of course, they're crossing through a magnetic field, and that's creating light. and so it's projecting the stars at wherever those field lines cross the celestial disco ball. So when you look south, right, you're going to see that outermost blue line. And that outermost blue line is the line, like it's not drawn in this picture totally, like it's not perfect in this picture because obviously the blue lines don't come all the way to the disco ball. You have to imagine as if the lines from underneath cross from the bottom of the disco ball, and the lines from outside across the top of it. This picture is not drawn. Like I'm using somebody else's picture and like retrofitting it, but the outermost blue lines that come to like the walls of the dome, so to speak, those outermost blue lines would be touching the very top of the disco ball, and they're crossing outwards at the edge. So for a person that's standing at the edge, right, they'd see them right above them, but for a person that's at the equator, blue line is at their horizon. You see? So that's why at the equator, you would see the rotation being at the horizon. And if you were to go 90 degrees south around the AE, you would see it above your head. Now, the only difference above your head that you'd see is the orientation about the center, right? So like on the left side of the map, they might see the Southern Cross oriented straight up and down, and on the right side of the map, they might see the Southern Cross oriented upside down. And then the bottom side, they might see it like flip to the right, and the top side, they might see it flip to the left. Like they'd still see the same stars, it would just be oriented differently because it'd be like instead of tilting the disco ball which is like a latitude adjustment, it would be rotating the disco ball, which is a longitude adjustment. You could plot latitude and longitude on the disco ball, which is actually that's how the graticule works. You have a celestial sphere, and there's a latitude and longitude plotted on it. So you just orient yourself to whatever you take the celestial disco ball, you orient yourself, like figure out whatever your lat long is, make that a point, you're looking straight at it, and the half of the sphere that you see on the disco ball is what you see when you look up at the sky. So if I was to take the disco ball and say 23 degrees south, 0 degrees east, and that's the center of the disco ball I have oriented towards me, now the half of the disco ball I can see looking straight on at it, that's what I see when I look up at the sky.
Okay. Okay. So do you agree there's a South Pole? Like one spot
Like
that's the
one
South
physical
Pole?
spot?
Yeah.
No. I think that there's a North and South Pole, then that's that stick in the center, right? So the reason that there's a North Pole is we are above the magnet disk, and so both poles are coming out of the center. In order to get to a physical South Pole, we'd have to like burrow through the ground and get below the magnet disk, like the inertial plane of the magnetic field, which is the center line, which is like a line bisecting the magnet disk.
Okay, let me. Yeah, I see. I hear what you're saying. So, okay, you know how with the North Pole with Polaris, like if we start going north from anywhere on Earth, you can get to like 80 degrees north, like legally. I don't know about getting to 90. You know, there's that question of actually getting under Polaris, but you know how you can go to 80, 82 degrees, etc. Do you agree that, you know, even on an AE that you would, if everybody was able to get to 90, that you would all be under Polaris in the same spot?
Yes, everybody would be in the center of the map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if we go to the south and we go to either we're in South Africa, South America, Australia, any of those places, they all see the southern star rotation. If, you know, some of those are, I mean, what, Punta Arenas, they were at 53 degrees, Australia's in the whatever 30, 40 degrees is, whatever it is. So if in all those positions, if they were to all go to the same 80 south or 90 south, would they also get to the same place the way they do in the north?
They wouldn't get to the same place on the ground. They would see the same stars in the sky, just rotated, like oriented differently, which is the example of the cross being right side up, upside down, flip to the left or flip to the right.
Okay, but if you were to go all the way, like let's say to 90 south, so you're in South America, you see that southern star rotation, you just start traveling towards it, you keep going, you just keep it going right in front of you, and it gets 1 degree per 69 miles, it gets higher and higher, and then you get right under it. And let's say now you're under it. You're saying people in South America that were to do that, and then another group is in South Africa, they're going to go directly south from them, and then another spot in Australia. You're saying that all three of those would be at different positions on the outer rim.
Of like a physical of the ground, you mean?
Of the ground, yeah. They wouldn't all meet at the same place?
Yeah, no, I don't think they'd meet at the same place on the ground now.
Okay, if they do meet at the same place on the ground, then you would say it would have to be a two-pole planar Earth?
Well, I mean, dude, if you had someone that was at the tip of Africa, you had someone that was at the tip of South America, and someone that was at the tip of Australia, and they all took a dead reckoning south and then just kept it and didn't look ever again at their compass, just dead reckon south and just traveled in a straight line.
They go
south.
right to the Sigma Octantis. They go right to the center of that.
Yeah, like they would, if they touched each other, they'd be wrapping around the bottom of a ball.
Or they would be meeting at a second pole on a planar surface.
I mean, if you had a two-pole model where they were actually all drawing like one person's drawing an actual line straight south of the North Pole, the other person is drawing like a diagonal line from the North Pole from the left, and the other person is drawing like a diagonal line from the North Pole on the right, and they're just creating like a triangle that converges at a point. And if you try to take a position like that, which would be a dual pole model, then you'd have to have like some kind of at some point, the ocean, the wrapping around of the ocean would become like retarded looking, right? Because you'd have to have the sun doing like one rotation during the northern hemisphere summer, and then once it flips at the equator, it just starts going the other direction as if it got on a separate track. And like the problem would be sailing, right? Because that center line, if you were to cut that center line and then just go due, I guess, west or east at the center line, you would very quickly run into like the edge of the world. If you took a dead reckoning.
No, I hear you on all these points you're saying. We could go through them because I hear you. There are definitely things that would have to be worked out on any type of dual pole planar Earth to make sense for sure.
Either that or be Pac-Man, which I don't believe in Pac-Man. You know, I'm not.
Yeah, well, I mean, even on that dual pole one though, just to comment on that real quick. I mean, if you had even an ice rim around that would not, it's not Antarctica, but like another ice wall of some sort or like a perimeter. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You would just, if you went directly from like, Ecuador or even Argentina, and you just went straight. What's funny though, on an AE map, if you dead reckon like from the like Ecuador on the equator, meaning you don't circle around in the idea that the equator is a circle around the Polaris, you don't do that, but you just go dead straight, like just straight reckon, like west, let's say. On an AE map, you'll actually run into sort of an ice rim, or if there's a claimed ice wall, or Antarctica. And actually on a dual pole, if it was a different ice rim that's not Antarctica, and if there was a rim and it's a physical barrier, then I guess you would also run into an icy region, but it would not be Antarctica. It would be like another rim. So I just kind of found that interesting. The only one you wouldn't do that on is the old globe, where you would just stay on the equator and go, because that's what due east is essentially, and then you could wrap
on a globe you could dead reckon and then like never look at it again, right? And then
stay on the equator,
always be on the equator. Yeah,
right. But I hear you on all these contentions with a dual pole. I mean, we could go into it, but if we want, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, that would be unpacking all that. I was more just sticking on just the stars, because I hear you on the issues. Once you have a dual pole, there's all these things that come up, like circumnavigation, east to west, a lot of these other factors. So I do hear you, and there's a bunch more that we could go through. But I'm just saying, if like what Witsit did, like they went from Punta Arenas, they flew dead south, they went to 80 degrees south. Well, with the money, we can just go from, let's say, we can take the trip from South Africa on that company called White Desert. Somebody takes that trip, or several people take it, and they also find that they go due south, and they're going directly south, and they go to those camps. And then I guess you can't really, like, civilians can't really go to McMurdo, but that would be sort of from the Australian side, if it was done from there too. But if we were to do that, and then let's say from Union Glacier, you take a little short flight where you continue going south the last 10 degrees, and you end up at Amundsen Scott Station. And then if the dudes that are in the South Africa side, like the White Desert side, if they also pay the extra money to take the extra flight to go to the South Pole, which is a couple hours, or they also just go, due south, then that starts to be a situation where they are meeting in the same place. If that's, so then it's just like, I hear you. It's like either globe or two-pole planar, and that's why, unless there's another argument as to how that could happen. Because I hear what some of you are saying, like in terms of the speculations of how like there could be a reflection off an outer rim, but then there's the South Pole thing, and this is another thing that was a whole sticking point for Jaron, which I don't necessarily disagree with part of his views on that either, that there is a South Pole, in terms of that. So
I think one of the problems with the dual pole model is like these field lines from both poles are going to extend past that. Like there's going to be an equator point. Like they just treat the equator as like equidistant, and they treat like one pole's field stopping at the equator and the other pole's field stopping at the equator, and they just like smush into each other. But those fields would actually overlap each other, right? And so like, because the field is, I mean, unless it was just designed where it didn't, I guess. I mean, I guess that would be your steel man, so I don't know. But
wait, you mean no, but it would have to be, you mean like this? Well, the way like electric fields, I'll post a few images. See, what has to happen though, you can't have concentric circles. So is this what you're referring to? If you have two fields coming out? Because I mean, the way like electric field lines and electric field patterns, where you have these rotations, but yeah, like, I mean, I'm just posting a few of them, but once it gets closer to the actual center, that's why like I took just grab it. I took that one image of an electric field, and I basically put, this one. I kind of just took a basic electric field drawing map, and then I kind of put a little line that says stars of the equator and 24 hours.
Yeah, but
you can't have that. Like if you kept those yellow circles concentrically going, is that what you mean by smushing at the equator? So they have to change their, like an electric field would, like they would have to like start getting wider lines until you get to the straight center, like the way an electric field is.
Yeah, so if you look at that first image you got, that center line, you see how it runs into the ceiling and the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that would be, you go to the edge of the world, and then the equatorial stars just like Pac-Man back to the other side. That's the problem there. Like you have the center line being Pac-Man.
Well, let me give a reason why they wouldn't necessarily have to Pac-Man. So they call this the electric Coriolis effect, but it's actually just like a magnet with these two electricals, lines that are in the water, and then these little metallic flakes. So that's two rotations with no Pac-Manning. But there would have to be a place in the sky where the stars split, and that's what's kind of hard to.
But like the ones that are perfectly on the equator, like right down the dead center, that aren't going to go either to the north or to the south, that just stay perfectly on the equator, like Orion's belt, for example.
It would have to split basically somewhere.
Yeah, like well, the one that stays in the center, right? Like they'd have to split. Like it can't stay in the center because it would just hit the wall and stop, and Pac-Man back to the other side. Like, and not only that, but it would have to like the ones that are very close to. Let's say that there's one like a 1,000th of a degree north of the equator line and 1,000th of a degree south, and they split. They're going to split and diverge and diverge and diverge. Like they're not going to stay the same orientation with respect to one another. Right, so you'd be able to just cut a bearing west and not have to travel that far before you saw them diverging.
Well, we were looking at it, like there's like, apparently like there's like, are there any stars on the actual equator at zero? So like New Perspective talks about how like the idea that like some stars would go to the southern rotation, some would go to the northern. And there would just be like, there would never be anything that would split. But one thing about a Pac-Man, like, so what I'm describing would not even require Pac-Man. Can I say one thing about Pac-Man though? Like when people say Pac-Man, like what actually is that? So it's a computer screen, and then you have, the pixels, like when Pac-Man goes to the left, let's say, the pixels stop illuminating, and then the pixels over on the right side of the screen start illuminating. So it's like electricity, and the way that like an electrical circuit, if you quote unquote send electricity through a wire, it can go from A to B, like you send it basically. So it's going through, and then what I'm saying is that, like, I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not even putting a whole argument for it. What I'm just saying, at least with the stars, if you're physically traveling, I hear you. Like, if you go directly west on a dual pole type thing, what's going to happen, right? You would have to either hit a barrier, there would have to be a wall or some limit, or there would have to be some kind of wild, like, warping thing. And then therefore, like, the link to Pac-Man, you'd have to say if the pixels of your body that is like your physical matter would stop existing on the left side of the world, and then as you go to the right, the pixels, if you're trying to make the link of pixels to the particles of that make up your body. So that's kind of one thing with the physically doing it. That's definitely like intense, and I'm not claiming there is any kind of teleporting thing. I mean, if that was happening, we'd have to really discover that and see that that's occurring and be like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to jump to that because it seems like totally outside of what we know, in terms of how physical matter doesn't just departicularize and reparticularize. However, sorry to be long-winded, but however, with the stars, I'm just saying that the way electrical circuit and the way that the pixels, stop illuminating on one side and then instantly illuminate on the other, with the sky, that technically could be possible. That it would be like an electrical circuit that, that the lines of the center there, unless they just make bigger and bigger circles. But if there is some kind of way, but just that the sun could basically, or anything could like instantly stop illuminating and re-illuminate without any pause, like it would be instant. The way that the pixels, I'm just playing out the whole thing. When people actually say Pac-Man is kind of what they're, and technically because the sky could be doing that in theory. A human body doing that, yeah, that's another level. But the sky doing it in the way like an electrical circuit, the way electricity would just be running through a circuit like that.
I think if you look at that first picture you have at 1014, right, you can see how through like the center, like 1/3, I guess, like the center 1/3 of the middle line, those stars maintain the same distance from one another. But as soon as you get above that center 1/3, like they start to diverge. And so in order for the center line to stay on the center line, what you'd actually have to have is like you'd have to have a horizontally flat rotation in the north and then one pole, a horizontally flat rotation in the other pole, and then like a vertically orientated rotation in the center. So you'd actually have to have like a northern star field, a southern star field, and then like an equatorial star field that's like perpendicular to those, like where the other ones are like horizontal discs up in the sky, and this one's like a vertical disc in this middle of the world. Because otherwise, unless you did that, you'd get this thing right here, which is the stars would diverge away from one another as soon as you got away from the middle of the world. So you wouldn't have to, if you dead reckoned, you wouldn't have to travel far at all before you realize that, these stars are spacing apart from one another. You could pick a star. You could pick Mintaka. Like, let's say, okay, Mintaka's right above me. It's at my zenith. I'm gonna sail due west, which due west to me might not be due like absolute dead reckon due west. It might be due west with respect to Mintaka, but that doesn't matter. I'll just treat it as due west with respect to Mintaka. If I just keep sailing and keep Mintaka right above my head, which is the center line on this map, at some point I'm gonna get far enough on the upper part of this map that the stars above Mintaka and below Mintaka are gonna start spacing apart from one another.
Yeah, no, I do hear you. That would have to be figured out. This one I'm posting right here, though. But so would you agree that like this one I posted, this basically shows the geometries. Like you have a sphere, you have the AE layout, which essentially is like the southern hemisphere of that sphere projected down all those coordinates onto a flat, azimuthal equidistant type of grid. And then on the vertical wall, that's like a stereographic projection of a sphere, a spherical coordinates, when you go sideways with it, and then you get the straight line equator, and then the two kind of poles, and the way that projects. It's just the coordinates projected onto, essentially a flat surface. So now you have it's like the coordinates of the sphere, but put onto a flat surface with two poles, that vertical one. So I do hear what you're saying, like those lines, if you look at them, you have the equator line, and then the one on the vertical wall there, you have the equator line straight, and then the one north of the equator has like an arc that's more of a wide arc than the next line, which is a tighter arc, and then the next line tighter, and then it goes into the actual circles. So I think that's kind of alluding what you're talking about, and I do hear you on that. Yeah, but it would be how a celestial sphere would be on a flat surface or a dome surface above a planar Earth if the sky functions like a sphere. Like they call it the celestial sphere, meaning that if we're on an actual stationary plane, and then you have this stereographic projection of spherical coordinates in the sky above, whatever the sky is, whether it's domed or flat, doesn't even matter for right now. You would have, well, it would make a difference, but you would have the two poles and that type of layout. But yeah, I do hear. I was kind of just trying to bring that in and mention that, but I also hear what you're saying, and that's the argument that PhD Tony and others have brought up, and I've had heard it before too, but it's just about the latitude lines coming out from each pole on a dual pole, meaning that there would have to be a way in which they meet at the center, which would then mean that like the whole 1 degree per 69 miles would either have to break down when you get closer to the equator, or I think even PhD Tony was saying there would have to be some different way that the geometry of the sky, and how it actually links to the ground. But the whole point, though, if it is anything like a spherographic celestial sphere on the dome or on the flat surface above us, or the flat field above us, then it would function enough like a sphere surrounding a globe Earth that they could have made the whole globe deception, with the actual two poles like this. But I know I went on, but basically, but it does link to what you were saying as well. I know I went on a longer thing, but in terms of the difference of those lines, and I do agree with you, that would have to be something that have to be figured out further.
Diverging. Yeah, figure out the diverging. Before I go, Gio, the picture that you posted at 10:15, the third picture you have, the one where you have like writing on it, like little yellow circles.
Yeah.
So here's a visualization for just try to visualize it this way. Use that picture, but try to see it a different way. The little black hole on the right and the black hole on the left, right? Imagine that is the tunnel of the donut. So the donut, right? Like the donut of like the toroid that goes around the Earth. So imagine that you're inside of the donut and you're looking around the tunnel it's wrapping around. Like imagine that's what this picture is. Kind of drawn a little poorly because obviously there's a thing in the middle, but yeah. So that's the donut. So like if you think about the donut like bisected through the middle, so you have like you have a circular tube that's wrapped around in a loop, and you were to go into the body of that tube and vertically bisect it, so you have like a semicircle on the outer part and a semicircle inner part. At the inner part of that semicircle, your northern rotation, and the outer part of that semicircle, your southern rotation, and right at the bisecting, the ceiling above you is flat, so that's the equator. So whatever part you go up to is the ceiling above you inside this little donut tube. If it's curving inward towards the center, then you're getting the northern hemisphere rotation. If it's curving outwards towards the edge, you're getting the southern hemisphere rotation. It's like another way to see it. It's just like a visualization tool. This like stereographic picture that you've got. So instead of imagining it like you're looking at a top-down view of the Earth with two poles on it, they see it as like you're on the interior of the donut and the ground's below you, and you're looking like you're seeing like a wide-angle stretched view, like wrapping around the tube, looking into like the tunnels.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about what you're saying. Hold on, is it linked to like this image where you like if you were to imagine, are you saying a tunnel going through that north to south as if that was like an actual?
Oh no. So this picture, this picture is a good one. If you imagine, zoom in a little bit so you can't see the outer part of it, of course, because that kind of messes up the visualization. But that stick in the middle, that's like the physical North Pole, right? And these little like what you have labeled N and S, you can't tell because you're in it, but that actually wraps like full circle around the center. If you were to see it from a top-down view, it would look like man, where's that picture? There's like a picture of like a glass, donut dome building. Hold on. It's got like panels and stuff. I should be able to find it pretty quick. Jeez. I'm just getting a bunch of regular domes instead of the donut, but yeah, well, I can't find it right now. But I was going to give it to you to help you like with the visualization, because it's sometimes hard to put words into mind, So like I was going to give you a visual aid, but I actually do have to go now because I got some work I got to do before I go to work in the morning. So
yeah, man. No, all good, dude. That was a great talk. I appreciate. I mean, it's all interesting components to think about, and yeah, I really appreciate you sharing all your views on that. And yeah, it's all good food for thought. I mean, I think there's the kind of perspectives we're sharing are. Let me ask you like one. I was just saying they're kind of a lot of the discussions happening in terms of what all the different components. Yeah, so I guess well, just like the one last thing, like if you could fly to the South Pole from all those different regions and get there, do you think and if you were able to verify that, would that send you on a path of having to figure out how it would be a two-pole planar? Would that be a thing that would be a deciding thing? And then if you were to either do those flights yourself or see them, would that be enough at that point that you would have to shift that into some kind of a two-pole layout in terms of the further research?
I mean, if I was able to somehow thought experiment, if I was able to somehow take a person in South America and they were to let's say the person was to be right on the equator in South America. We'll be right on the equator. So they look straight towards Polaris and then they flip 180 degrees and dead reckon.
Yeah.
And
go
dead reckon and fly.
Yeah.
Go straight 180 degrees from where they see Polaris on the horizon. Okay, they're going to dead reckon and not look at it ever again and go straight back. And then another person did that in Africa, right on the equator, or we'll say 1 degree north, just so they can see Polaris, But dead reckon 180 degrees away from it, go south, go that direction. Australia, do the same thing. If all three of these locations were to do that, look straight at Polaris, flip a 180, dead reckon, and fly, and then go to the ice, I don't think that they would meet. If they did meet doing this method, the reason I said 1 degree north of the equator is because if you did a dead reckon from there, you can literally see Polaris, and we all agree Polaris is in one place or whatever. So if they were to dead reckon 180 from there and go back, it would be a way to invalidate both the two-pole model and the flat Earth, because technically on the two-pole model, if they were to be south of the equator, then if they're pointing towards one southern constellation or one southern field line, then their magnets are all going to point towards a converging triangle. So it would be natural to you could dead reckon, it wouldn't disprove anything. But if you start 1 degree north of the equator by using Polaris as a visual reference and you just flip 180 from there, well, on the AE map, that's just south, so it doesn't matter. On the two-pole model, you're still referencing Polaris, which is 1 point. So you dead reckon from there, they're going to be diverging away from each other, and then on a globe, they're just going to the South Pole. So I think that would be the test I would do.
Yeah, no, dude, it's a very good point. That's an excellent point, because that is true. Even on the two-pole, if you were, in Guatemala or whatever, and then you're a little bit north of the equator, you're pointing north 180 degrees from that, because you're a little off center, you're not right at the center, would actually not be. That's why those longitude lines on that two-pole, they're not straight. So the globe guys have been using that argument, oh, they're not straight. On the two-pole, they're basically
bent about the center. Yeah.
Bent, yeah, at the center. I was just gonna see if I had one to post real quick. But yeah, if anyone doesn't know, it's they're
But the diverging equatorial star field is another reason I already don't believe in the two-pole model, besides other things. Besides trying to figure out what Pac-Man would be like or wouldn't be like, just there would have to be divergence, and I think it would become apparent without getting too far away from the center of the world. And I don't think the way we see divergence anywhere. I think we just have a equidistant equatorial star field. So that's that's one of the reasons I think that it's not two-pole per se. But even if we did
say that point again, I was finding this image real quick, just so everyone knows what we're talking about. See how those longitude lines, how they're not straight lines, they kind of bow out on the left and right. And if you were over in Indonesia and you're looking at Polaris, you're looking up that way, but then south is not 180 degrees. It's actually 60 or whatever it is. It's a different direction. So yeah, that is another thing with this. But what was the point you were saying again, if you don't mind?
I was saying that center line, which would be the equatorial star field going, east to west or whatever.
Yeah.
I was saying that in a two-pole model, that star field would have to diverge, the one half of it north and one half of it south, about the center line. So as long as you dead reckoned west or east along the equator and traveled away from the center of the world, you'd see divergence. like once you got over to, what is that, New Zealand or something? Like, by the time you're over there in New Zealand, there's the equatorial
God fuck
stars.
your ass. God will fuck your ass.
By the time you got over there to where New Zealand is, you'd be getting like major divergence in the star field. And
yeah, no, I mean, I think I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you have concentric star rings coming out from the center, you're saying like when they start meeting at the center line, it's kind of like similar to what you were saying before, that the stars would have to like separate essentially, or
like Orion's belt would separate. You'd have Mintaka going down the middle, and then you'd have like one of them going to the north and one of them going to the south, and they'd start spreading further and further and further apart as you went towards the edge of this map. You wouldn't be able to have them maintain equidistance all over the world.
But see, like the thing about it not being a 2-pole though, with the sky is like, I hear what you're saying with that point, but let's say you're in like you're in Punta Arenas. So on that map I just posted, just put your eyeballs like near the bottom of South America there, and they're like 53 degrees. So it's like 45 is halfway between 0 and 90, so 53 a little more than halfway. If you're there and there's a star, the GP of whatever star, like when they were there. Witsit was actually sharing his camera on here when he was in Punta Arenas. I think it was even when the sun was going down, so we kind of saw a little bit of the stars. I think even on his footage that maybe on the live stream from the past there, if the video was on there. But anyways, and so if you're there and there's a GP right there where you're able to be like, okay, I'm under this star, this GP, like that's at that part of the rotation, and there's that one GP. So I guess it just, again, with that idea of it being like a mirror on the outside of the rim of like an AE, there would have to be many, many GPs of that star. So do you agree with that there would have to be many GPs, and you should be able to find like 3 people? Like if you had 3 people on the outer rim and they all went to 53 degrees, like halfway through that rotation, that there would have to be GPs on every continent, basically, different ones?
I wish I could like Jimmy Neutron brain blast you. There's a word, and I don't know if anybody's in here. Gally might remember the word. Somebody else might remember the word. There's a word for the shape, which is, it's almost like a little heart shape at the caustic traces. It traces like a little heart, and I just can't remember the name of it. But if I treat like the edge of this heart, it's like a heart circle. It's like a circle, but like one end of the circle has like how a heart comes together with like little curves at the top and a point. When you make a heart with your hands.
This is one of the caustic ones I like a lot.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, so basically, at some point on the ground, on one side, those lines are going to wrap around the edge, and then meet at some point on the other side. And so, like these, like the field, like I'm going to call them light lines. It's not literally light lines. I'm just like it's imaginary. It's an imaginary circle that you plot from the ground to the sky. Ground on one side of the map, sky on the other side. And as it's the circle is not horizontal, it's like inclined. And so the circle that's starting, like, let's say one edge of the circle is in Antarctica and the other edge of the circle is like somewhere on the other side of the world on an AE map. That circle has an inclination. It's gonna, as you go out from the part that's in Antarctica and go outwards to the edges of the circle to go to the other side of the world, the edges of the circle are going to trace around the edges of the dome up to a point and then get to the other side. And so just like you have it kind of like in that little ring where you have that like hollow copper ring or whatever that is, it's going to like do that. So when you talk about like having multiple GPs or a continuous arc of GPs, it kind of is like that, but there wouldn't really be true GPs because you would just be seeing them reflected off of the edge. You're not actually going there.
Well, but at 53, like when you see that huge star rotation in the sky, like that a GP.
You mean like a zenith, right? Like it's right above your head wherever you are.
Yeah, like this. Yeah, the ground position. Yeah, exactly. Like, but like this one right here. This is from. Well, this is the South Pole rotation. I actually don't know if it says on here what the actual latitude, but that must be fairly far north. I mean, it's not at the equator. If you were at the equator, that rotation, the center of that would be all the way down at your horizon. So it's obviously much closer than that. But I would guess this is 40, whatever degrees this is. So, but like that whole rotation is from 0 to 90, although you can't quite see all of it. But, if you were to go to the outer biggest circles, that's the 90 degrees. So like where they were at 53 degrees Punta Arenas is like halfway in that rotation, or a little more than halfway. Like you could look at the star like between the center and the outside, about 53 degrees, so a little more than half. That's where they were just at Punta Arenas. And then if you were to go over to like South Africa, Australia, you know what I'm saying? So like that's within a region of that rotation where they're literally at that part of it, already. And so, yeah. And then if there's the one GP, just like the one in the north is like a real pole, because you're basically saying the North Pole is a real pole with GPs and it's consistent. We would all be the center, but the south one is not that, but it's, and so, yeah. But if the south one is that, then it would have to be some kind of a 2-pole planar or a globe. And I'm just wondering if you agree with that, like the tenets of that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think that. I think it's a projected. I'll call it a projected G. I don't like the term GP because GP literally refers to the ground, and like you're not going there on the ground; you're just seeing it in the sky. But like,
well, you're seeing it directly above you from that point on the ground. Basically, it's like directly above you from that point.
Yeah, but you're not going to see the southern pole, quote unquote, directly above you because you'd have to go be at 90 south.
And at that time of the year when it's freezing cold there, yeah, to see the stars. But you can see it in between, like in September. But yeah, like you'd be directly under that center there if you were at the South Pole.
Yeah. So I think that the test that I said was like the best one that I can think of to do. Because looking at this, right, like it's I would just simply explain this by the fact that this celestial disco ball is rotating in the sky, and we don't see like the place where they are right now is in the southern hemisphere, so the field lines that they're seeing being projected into the dome, along the dome or whatever, are going to be inclined at the same angle as their latitude, and they're seeing the upper half of the celestial disco ball, and it's just projected. And they're saying, okay, well, if I was to go 37 degrees more south, then I would have this at my zenith. But they're never going to actually do that and see it at their zenith, because I think the problem would be that if you ever did truly get to go to actual true 90, or like actual true 90 south, you would begin to see right at the horizon, stuff would get funky. I think stuff would get funky because I think right at the horizon, like exactly at the horizon at 90 south, I think you would see it would be like I'd have to think about like which of these it would be. It'd either be like an infinite compression of the star field being caustic reflected off the other side of the world, or it would be like some very, very nonlinear effect. And I can't really, I kind of have my hard time wrapping my head visually around which of those it would be. But if you were able to truly go 90 south, which in our model would be like you'd be able to put your hand on the dome, right? If you were to truly go to 90 south and look straight south at the horizon, I think there would be like something funky happening.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not like a lot of good star trail footage from 90 South. It's like freezing cold there, obviously, that time of year. But I guess there's some, like that Anthony Powell guy who some people have questioned in various ways. But yeah, like he's done them. I mean, essentially they claim it looks like the mirror of what it looks like if you're at 80 north. Where like you'd be a little offset to Polaris, like Polaris would be a little, 10 degrees offset, and then you would see all of the stars, the way they look on Stellarium, and then 80 South would be just the mirror of that, except they'd be moving the other way, and it'd be the southern star rotation.
I think you'd actually have to get to 90, because I think until you got to 90, you'd be seeing, the equivalent of whatever your disco ball orientation is in the north, just at what your respective number is. I think once you get to 90, which would be the extreme edge, then you would look straight south at the horizon, and I think the horizon line at 90 is where you'd see it freak out. Able to somehow thought experiment. If I was able to somehow take a person in South America and they were to, like, let's say the person was to be right on the equator in South America. We'll be right on the equator. So they look straight towards Polaris and then they flip 180 degrees and dead reckon.
Yeah.
And
Go
dead
straight
reckon
to
and
the
fly.
Yeah.
Go straight 180 degrees from where they see Polaris on the horizon. Okay, you're going to dead reckon and not look at it ever again and go straight back. And then another person did that in Africa, right on the equator, or we'll say like 1 degree north, just so they can see Polaris, you know. But dead reckon 180 degrees away from it, go south, go that direction. Australia, do the same thing. If all three of these locations were to do that, you know, look straight at Polaris, flip a 180, dead reckon, and fly, and then go to the ice, I don't think that they would meet. If they did meet doing this method, the reason I said 1 degree north of the equator is because if you did a dead reckon from there, you can literally see Polaris, and we all agree like Polaris is in one place or whatever. So if they were to dead reckon 180 from there and go back, it would be a way to invalidate both the two-pole model and the flat Earth, because technically on the two-pole model, if they were to be south of the equator, then if they're pointing towards us one southern constellation or one southern field line, then their magnets are all going to point towards a converging triangle. So it would be natural to just, you could dead reckon, it wouldn't disprove anything. But if you start 1 degree north of the equator by using Polaris as a visual reference and you just flip 180 from there, well, on the AE map, that's just south, so it doesn't matter. On the two-pole model, you're still referencing Polaris, which is 1 point. So you dead reckon from there, they're going to be diverging away from each other, and then on a globe, they're just going to the South Pole. So I think that would be the test I would do.
Yeah, no, dude, that's a very good point. That's an excellent point, because yeah, that is true. Like even on the two pole, if you were, you know, in Guatemala or whatever, and then you're like a little bit north of the equator, you're pointing north 180 degrees from that, because you're a little off center, like you're not right at the center, would actually not be. That's why like those longitude lines on that two pole, they're not straight. So the globe guys have been using that argument, like, oh, they're not straight. You know, on the two pole, you know, they're basically
bent about the center. Yeah.
Bent, yeah, at the center. I was just gonna see if I had one to post real quick. But yeah, like if anyone doesn't know, it's like they're
But the diverging equatorial star field is another reason I already don't believe in the two-pole model, besides other things. Like besides trying to figure out what Pac-Man would be like or wouldn't be like just there would have to be divergence, and I think it would become apparent without getting too far away from the center of the world. And I don't think the way we see divergence anywhere. I think we just have a equidistant equatorial star field. So that's like that's one of the like reasons I think that like it's not two pole per se. But even if we did
say that point again. I was finding this image real quick, just so everyone knows what we're talking about. See how those longitude lines, how they're not straight lines, they kind of bow out on the left and right. And if you were over in Indonesia and you're looking at Polaris, you're looking like up that way, but then south is not 180 degrees. It's actually like, you know, 60 or whatever it is. You know, it's like a different direction. So yeah, that is another thing with this. But what was the point you were saying again, if you don't mind?
I was saying that center line, which would be the equatorial star field going, you know, east to west or whatever.
Yeah.
I was saying that in a two-pole model, that star field would have to diverge, like the one half of it north and one half of it south, about the center line. So as long as you dead reckoned west or east along the equator and traveled away from the center of the world, you'd see divergence. Like once you got over to, what is that, New Zealand or something? Like, you know, by the time you're over there in New Zealand, there's the equatorial stars.
God fuck your ass. God will fuck your ass.
By the time you got over there to where New Zealand is, you'd be getting like major divergence in the star field. And
I mean, I think I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you have concentric star rings coming out from the center, you're saying like when they start meeting at the center line, it's kind of like similar to what you were saying before, that the stars would have to like separate essentially, or
Yeah,
have to change?
like Orion's belt would separate. You'd have Mintaka going down the middle, and then you'd have like one of them going to the north and one of them going to the south, and they'd start spreading further and further and further apart as you went towards the edge of this map. You wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
have them maintain equidistance all over the world.
But see, like the thing about it not being a two pole though, with the sky is like I hear what you're saying with that point. But let's say you're in like you're in Punta Arenas. So on that map I just posted, just put your eyeballs like near the bottom of South America there, and they're like 53 degrees. So it's like 45 is halfway between 0 and 90, so 53 a little more than halfway. If you're there and there's a star, the GP of whatever star, like when they were there. Witsit was actually sharing his camera on here when he was in Punta Arenas. I think it was even when the sun was going down, so we kind of saw a little bit of the stars. I think even on his footage that maybe on the live stream from the past there, if the video was on there. But anyways, and so if you're there and there's a GP right there where you're able to be like, okay, I'm under this star, this GP, like that's at that part of the rotation, and there's that one GP. So I guess it just, again, with that idea of it being like a mirror on the outside of the rim of like an AE, there would have to be many, many GPs of that star. So do you agree with that there would have to be many GPs, and you should be able to find like 3 people? Like if you had 3 people on the outer rim and they all went to 53 degrees, like halfway through that rotation, that there would have to be GPs on every continent, basically, different ones?
I wish I could like Jimmy Neutron brain blast you. There's a word, and I don't know if anybody's in here. Gally might remember the word. Somebody else might remember the word. There's a word for the shape, which is it's almost like a little heart shape that the caustic traces. It traces like a little heart, and I just can't remember the name of it. But if I treat like the edge of this heart, it's like a heart circle. It's like a circle, but like one end of the circle has like how a heart comes together with like little curves at the top and a point. When you make a
Like
heart with
this?
your hands.
This is one of the caustic ones I like a lot.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, so basically, at some point on the ground, on one side, those lines are going to wrap around the edge, and then meet at some point on the other side. And so, like these, like the field, like I'm going to call them light lines. It's not literally light lines. I'm just like it's imaginary. It's an imaginary circle that you plot from the ground to the sky. Ground on one side of the map, sky on the other side. And as it's the circle is not horizontal, it's like inclined. And so the circle that's starting, like, let's say one edge of the circle is in Antarctica and the other edge of the circle is like somewhere on the other side of the world on an AE map. That circle has an inclination. It's gonna, as you go out from the part that's in Antarctica and go outwards to the edges of the circle to go to the other side of the world, the edges of the circle are going to trace around the edges of the dome up to a point and then get to the other side. And so just like you have it kind of like in that little ring where you have that like hollow copper ring or whatever that is, it's going to like do that. So when you talk about like having multiple GPs or a continuous arc of GPs, it kind of is like that, but there wouldn't really be true GPs because you would just be seeing them reflected off of the edge. You're not actually going there.
Well, but at 53, like when you see that huge star rotation in the sky, like that a GP.
You mean like a zenith, right? Like it's right above your head wherever you are.
Yeah, like this. Yeah, the ground position. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
but like this one right here. This is from. Well, this is the South Pole rotation. I actually don't know if it says on here what the actual latitude, but that must be fairly far north. I mean, it's not at the equator. If you're at the equator, that rotation, the center of that would be all the way down at your horizon. So it's obviously much closer than that. But I would guess this is 40, whatever degrees this is. So, but like that whole rotation is from 0 to 90, although you can't quite see all of it. But if you were to go to the outer biggest circles, that's the 90 degrees. So like where they were at 53 degrees Punta Arenas is like halfway in that rotation, or a little more than halfway. Like you could look at the star like between the center and the outside, about 53 degrees, so a little more than half. That's where they were just at Punta Arenas. And then if you were to go over to like South Africa, Australia, you know what I'm saying? So like that's within a region of that rotation where they're literally at that part of it, already. And so, yeah. And then if there's the one GP, just like the one in the north is like a real pole, Because you're basically saying the North Pole is a real pole with GPs and it's consistent. We would all be the center, but the South one is not that, you know. But but if the South one is that, then it would have to be some kind of a 2-pole planar or a globe. And I'm just wondering if you agree with that, like the tenets of that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think that. I think it's a projected. I'll call it a projected G. I don't like the term GP because GP literally refers to the ground, and like you're not going there on the ground. You're just seeing it in the sky. But like
well, you're seeing it directly above you from that point on the ground. Basically, it's like directly above you from that point.
Yeah, but you're not going to see the southern pole, quote unquote, directly above you because you'd have to go be at 90 south.
And at that time of the year when it's freezing cold there, yeah, to see the stars. But you can see it in between, like in September. But yeah, like you'd be directly under that center there if you were at the South Pole.
Yeah. So I think that the test that I said was like the best one that I can think of to do. Because looking at this, right, like it's I would just simply explain this by the fact that this, you know, celestial disco ball is rotating in the sky, and we don't see like the place where they are right now is in the southern hemisphere, so the field lines that they're seeing being projected into the dome, along the dome or whatever, are going to be inclined at the same angle as their latitude, and they're seeing the upper half of the celestial disco ball, and it's just projected. And they're saying, okay, well, if I was to go 37 degrees more south, then I would have this at my zenith. But they're never going to actually do that and see it at their zenith, because I think the problem would be that if you ever did truly get to go to actual true 90, or like actual true 90 south, you would begin to see right at the horizon, stuff would get funky. I think stuff would get funky because I think right at the horizon, like exactly at the horizon at 90 south, I think you would see it would be like I'd have to think about like which of these it would be. It'd either be like an infinite compression of the star field being caustic reflected off the other side of the world, or it would be like some very, very nonlinear effect. And I can't really, I kind of have my hard time wrapping my head visually around which of those it would be. But if you were able to truly go 90 south, which in our model would be like, you'd be able to put your hand on the dome, right?